Alan recalls the day he was reincarnated into the fantasy world of Asfiel. It was a place filled with wonders he had only read about in fairy tales, flying dragons, brave adventurers, and magic. His eyes sparkle with the memory of his initial excitement. This new existence was everything he had dreamed of as a child. Brimming with youthful energy, he began his second life in this dreamlike world, ready for adventure. But a harsh reality began to set in. The cultural differences were stark. When he asked Aina about taking a bath, she simply looked at him with a puzzled expression, admitting she had never heard of such a thing. The disappointments extended to the food, which consisted of tough, hard meat and dry, crumbly bread. Even the toilet facilities were primitive and messy, relying on a sewage processing slime in a simple pit. He clutched his head, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. He had to admit to himself that this life was much tougher than he had ever imagined. His observations continued as he held a glowing magical light source, noting the complete absence of electricity. It was a civilization on a medieval level. As he pondered this, a sharp knock echoed at his door. Later that night, he lay exhausted in bed, reflecting on the convenient world he had left behind. Staring out at the moon, he reached a hand towards the sky, wishing he could live in a world that suited his desires. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted in the room, jolting him awake. He sat up, startled, staring at a glowing rectangular shape that had materialized before him. What is this? He wondered in disbelief. He stared at the shimmering anomaly, realization dawning. This was his own innate ability, Moongate, the power of dimensional travel. With this power, he could journey between entirely different worlds, a prehistoric land ruled by dinosaurs, a futuristic sci-fi metropolis, and countless others. And so, one day, his boot touched down on new ground as he stepped through the gate. He found himself in a quiet, rural landscape. A signpost for Akane village confirmed his suspicion. He was in Japan. His thoughts were interrupted by a friendly voice calling out to him. As he turned, he reflected that it had been over 10 years. He never believed he would be able to come back. The kind villager asked if he had missed his bus. Seeing Alan's confusion, the man noted it was lunchtime and invited him for a meal. Shortly after, Alan sat at a table as a woman served him a bowl of soba. The man beside him asked if he was all right as he began to slurp the noodles. He apologized, explaining it had been a long time since he'd last eaten soba. The man remarked that his Japanese was excellent for a foreigner and that his clothes were nice, too. The observation caught Alan by surprise. As he continued to eat, he caught his reflection in a nearby window, pausing for a moment in quiet contemplation. He considered his own appearance, blonde hair and green eyes. It was true. He found it strange that his words were understood so easily, wondering if it was the effect of skill. This was the start of his new life, traveling between the other world and Japan. He began to grasp the rules of his ability. No living things besides himself could pass through the moon gate, but inanimate objects could be transported freely. A smile touched his lips as he realized the potential for profit. Life in Asfiel was uncomfortable, and he desperately wanted to earn enough money for a public bath. Clenching his fist, he solidified his resolve. He contemplates the stark economic differences between the two worlds. In Japan, a single gold bar could buy a mansion, whereas in Asfiel, it represents merely a month's salary. Conversely, items like spices and sweets are so expensive in Asfiel that a luxurious cake could be traded for an entire house. This disparity leads him to a simple, brilliant conclusion. A smirk spreads across his face as he realizes that by reselling Japanese items in this other world, he could make an absolute fortune. His planning is interrupted as he concludes some work in the village. An elderly woman thanks him profusely, explaining that his assistance is a great help to the town's aging population. He brushes it off, saying it's nothing, and bids her farewell. As he walks away, he reflects that he should be the one offering thanks, since the money he earns allows him to buy plenty of snacks. The woman seems surprised he likes them so much, and he confirms it with an emphatic gasp. He tells the woman he is leaving, careful not to reveal his true intention of selling goods from another world. With his resolve hardened, he thinks to himself, "Now, let's get started." Later, he approaches the merchant, Albert, who examines the item Alan has brought. With a serious expression, Albert asks where he acquired such a thing. He slides the small, dark confection across the counter for a closer look. Leaning in, Alan eagerly asks for his assessment, specifically wondering if it would sell well among the nobility. Albert confirms that such an item would definitely sell to nobles and would captivate many. However, he tempers Alan's excitement by stating he has no direct connections, though it might be possible through an acquaintance. Alan presses, asking if it's at least possible. Albert cautions him that suddenly trying to sell to nobles would attract unwanted attention. Other merchants, he warns, would not look upon such an intrusion kindly. He explains the unspoken rules of commerce. Among the nobility, sweets are a diplomatic tool to display wealth. Consequently, they typically hire a single merchant to manage their confectioners and farmers, making the market a closed system. He grits his teeth in frustration. He wants to shout back at Albert's jab about his shop being small, but ultimately concedes that the merchant is right. Seeing Alan's dejected expression, Albert sighs, explaining that a humble merchant like him could never compete with those who deal directly with the nobility. Defeated, Alan apologizes and says he'll look for help elsewhere. As he begins to turn away, a cheerful voice calls out to both him and Albert. It's Quirce and Aina, happy to see them after a long time. Seizing the moment, Alan presents a packaged snack, mentioning he has other goods besides sweets and wants a merchant's opinion. The two women greet them warmly, with Aina remarking on the coincidence of their meeting. Quirce's attention is immediately drawn to the package in Alan's hand, and she asks what it is. He explains that it's a foreign snack he happened to purchase. Observing the interaction, Albert teasingly asks if Alan has decided to become a merchant as well. Alan quickly waves his hands in denial, insisting that he doesn't have a business yet, but is merely exploring his interest in the trade. Albert retorts that it's none of his business, muttering that this cautious approach is why Alan's own store never grows. Ignoring him, Alan offers to let the women try the snack. Albert questions the wisdom of aiding a rival, but Alan simply states that he doesn't mind. With his permission, Quirce and Aina eagerly try the snack. Their eyes light up with delight at the savory taste. Quirce, noting it looks like fried octopus, immediately decides she wants to buy one. They both thank him enthusiastically. Their snack finished, the women thank Alan again. They promise to tell all the other mothers about his product and cheerily declare that they're rooting for him, leaving Alan slightly bewildered by their sudden support. He turns back to his supply, sliding the lid off the box, only to find it completely empty. In an instant, he had sold out his entire stock. Stunned into silence, Alan is broken from his reverie by Albert, who remarks not to underestimate the power of business. Alan wryly reflects that if he'd been selling chocolate, he'd be a billionaire, but concedes to Albert that thanks to the local mothers, the outcome was not bad at all. He thanks Albert for the day's work, offering the remaining chocolate as a thank you gift. As Alan walks away, Albert watches him go, a new thought forming. Perhaps Alan is actually quite good at this business after all. Having returned to his own world, he sinks into a hot bath with a view of a majestic, snow-capped mountain, letting out a long, relaxed sigh. As he soaks, enjoying the hot water for the first time in a while, he reflects on his difficult situation in the other world. Without a family register, he can't rent a house or secure a permanent job, which is why he is broke. Despite these bleak circumstances, a small, determined smile touches his lips. He believes there is still hope. Back in the other world, he sits with Aina and Quirce, sharing his recent findings. He explains that while selling sweets won't make him rich overnight, he has confirmed that items from Japan can indeed be used and sold there. He continues to ponder his next steps, wondering what product he should sell and how to go about it. He realizes with some concern that there seem to be many rules among merchants that he will have to navigate. This conversation takes place in a lively, crowded tavern, the air filled with the chatter of other patrons as Alan, Albert, Aina, and Quirce sit together at a table. He takes a deep drink from his wooden mug, savoring the taste. He muses on the simple luxury of enjoying alcohol from this world after a bath in his own, concluding that the local drink is truly the best. The pleasant moment is shattered by the ding of the tavern's bell. A sudden, heavy silence falls over the room as every patron turns their head toward the entrance. Aina wonders aloud what is happening. Standing in the doorway is a striking woman with long, dark hair. Whispers ripple through the stunned crowd, identifying her as the Black Princess. Alan is shocked, realizing he never expected to see her in this town. He recalls that she, too, is a transferee from Japan. As he stared at the formidable woman who had just arrived, Alan's thoughts turned to the nature of this world. He knew there were special people like him, and even this small town had one or two. He contemplated the two distinct types, those born with memories of a past life, known as reincarnated, and those suddenly transported here, the transferred. He understood that, as a result, these reincarnated and transferred individuals often possess superior physical abilities and magic powers compared to the native residents of Asfiel. They might also have other powerful skills, leading many to become adventurers or research-focused wizards. His companion, Albert, was completely captivated, remarking on what a beautiful woman she was. He asked Alan if he knew her too, but Alan remained silent, observing. It was the first time he had ever seen him in person. Albert continued, explaining that she is the captain of the Dawn Moon Brigade, an unusual all-female adventurer party. He added that she wasn't just dazzling, but also immensely talented, having defeated many powerful monsters. Hearing this, Alan's grip tightened on his mug. He reflected that people like her are highly trusted by nobles and merchants, and that seeing them up close like this was a little frightening. Having made a decision, he stood up and asked the master for the bill. The proprietor noted that it was rare for Alan to leave after only one drink, but Alan simply stated that he had some business to take care of. That business took him to a bookstore in modern Japan. Holding up a manga, he asked the clerk, Kita, if it was popular. Kita enthusiastically confirmed it was the most popular manga in a weekly magazine, glad to meet another fan. Alan thanked him, admitting he didn't know the latest trends. Kita then asked if the other item, a fashion magazine for women, was also correct. Alan confirmed it was, claiming an acquaintance had asked him for a small favor. As he left the store, Alan admitted to himself that his story about being asked was a lie. He decided to settle the checkout for all the books he had gathered. Back in Asfiel with his purchases, he clutched the books and reflected. It would have been dangerous to interact with the Black Princess directly. He reasoned that, unlike him, She was suddenly transferred here, and with little entertainment in this world, his guess that she might appreciate these items could be correct. He clutched the items he had just acquired, the cost weighing heavily on his mind. It had been a significant expense, and now, everything depended on this gamble. He could only pray that his plan would work, counting on these objects from his former world. A sign hangs on the door of a restaurant, its text written in a runic script above a line that reads, "Reserved for today." Standing outside, Alan runs a hand through his hair with a worried look, realizing this presents a problem. He mulls over his predicament. He'd heard the people he was looking for were in this restaurant, but the curtains are fully drawn. He considers that if he misses this opportunity, he might not get another, yet waiting for them to leave could only complicate matters. Just then, a young woman with pigtails, Aina, steps outside. Alan calls out to her, startling her. She asks what he's doing in front of the store as he approaches, explaining that he has something he wants to give to the Lady Black Princess. Before she can fully process his words, he shoves a flat package into her hands, insisting it's free and that she can simply throw it away if the recipient isn't interested. With a quick farewell, he sprints away, leaving a stunned Aina to marvel at his speed and wonder who the mysterious man was. Aina re-enters the building, where Quirce greets her with a sigh, asking about the package. Aina explains that a suspicious person outside handed it to her, stating it was for the captain. Quirce takes the package for inspection. "Let me see it a bit," she says, bringing it close to her face and sniffing it cautiously as Aina waits for her assessment. After a moment, Quirce passes it back, reassuring Aina that it's not poison or a dangerous magic item. She suggests they simply give it to the captain, and Aina agrees, taking the package. Aina eptrohis asetit mitsuku soi. "Captain here," she begins. Shizuka looks up, asking what it is. Aina explains that it was addressed to her and relays the messenger's instruction to discard it if she's not interested. Shizuku considers this, then asks if she can open it, to which Aina agrees. She carefully unwraps the package, her party members watching. Inside are not weapons or treasure, but books, manga from her old world. Aina, puzzled, notes that while they seem rare, she doesn't understand their significance. But Shizuku's reaction is profound. Her hands tremble as she stares at the covers, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. Aina calls out to her captain, concerned, as a book clatters to the floor. Her composure shatters. Grabbing Aina, her eyes wide with a desperate intensity, she demands to know who delivered the package. The question hangs unanswered as Shizuku's mind is thrown back to a chaotic night. She remembers running, breathless and terrified, through darkened streets. Behind her, voices shouted, identifying her as the Shrine Maiden and yelling for her capture. Disoriented, she could only wonder what was happening and where she was. Her memory clarifies the moments just before the chaos. She had been standing outside her school in her own world, waiting for her ride home. Then, without warning, the scenery around her began to distort and twist. The world dissolved into a terrifying plunge through darkness. Tumbling through the air, surrounded by unfamiliar foliage, a single, stark realization filled her mind. She was going to die here. But death did not claim her. Consciousness returned slowly, her vision focusing on the concerned face of an elderly woman leaning over her, expressing relief that she was finally awake and asking if she was okay. Startled by the unfamiliar faces, she recoils slightly. The woman, noticing her fear, offers a gentle apology for scaring her and introduces herself and her husband as a humble couple who run an inn. They explain that they found her collapsed at the bottom of a cliff. Her memories of the fall clicking into place, she sits up in bed, her arm now bandaged. She understands that they saved her life and expresses her profound gratitude. The woman humbly insists they didn't do much. As she recovers, a conversation begins. Shizuku asks about the term Shrine Maiden, which she overheard. The innkeeper seems surprised she doesn't know, explaining that Shrine Maidens are messengers from God who suddenly appear from another world. She adds that Shizuku's own black hair is considered proof of this otherworldly origin. The woman continues her explanation, adding that it is said these messengers are granted special powers. She observes, however, that it seems Shizuku is not yet aware of any such abilities. She sits up in bed, her hands, one of which is bandaged, wrapped around a warm cup. The kind innkeeper couple advises her to prioritize rest, assuring her that she can think about her situation later. With gratitude in her eyes, she quietly agrees, thanking them. Having recovered, she prepares to depart. She thanks the innkeepers for all their help, and they wish her well, asking her to take care. With a final look back, she resolves to set out on a journey to find a way back to her former world. Her journey, however, took an unexpected path. Thanks to the rumored power of the Shrine Maiden, she did not have to face her trials alone, as many people gathered to her cause. Before long, the adventuring party she formed, the Dawn Moon Brigade, became famous throughout the country. Looking back, she considers herself blessed with good people. Her companions, including Aina and Quirce, followed her without question. As the memory concludes, she silently hopes that one day she can tell them all the truth. The clang of a closing door brings the flashback to an end. The sound echoes into the present, where Albert welcomes a figure into a private room. Alan turns from his seat and sees Shizuku, immediately asking if she was the one who sent the letter. He then instructs Albert, calling him Zine, to give her a drink and to lock the door behind him. Shizuku offers a quiet word of thanks as a glass is placed before her. Sensing her apprehension, Alan apologizes, explaining that he wanted to ensure their conversation was just between two fellow citizens, subtly hinting at their shared origin from another world. He asks for her name, introducing himself first as Alan, a 20-year-old who is currently unemployed. After a brief pause, she responds, stating her name is Shizuka Sayuji, and she is 18 years old. As the ice clinks in his glass, Alan reveals his original name, Masato Shinjo. He explains that he was just an ordinary person who died at the age of 25. Hearing this, Shizuku probes further, asking about his original name. She speculates if he might have been famous in his past life, perhaps even an idol, since she doesn't recognize the name. She then observes that he wasn't surprised to hear her name, Sayuji, leading her to wonder if he's from a different time period than other transferees she's met. Alan confirms her suspicion with a slight laugh, explaining that since his base in Japan resembles the Showa period, he doesn't feel the time gap. It has, he reveals, been 20 years since he died. He continues, acknowledging that times have changed, and then delivers a stark reality. It is impossible for her to return to Japan. The implication of his words hits Shizuku instantly. She jolts in surprise, realizing that this means he can travel to Japan himself. Her hope is quickly dashed as Alan clarifies the restriction on his ability. No living things other than himself can cross between the worlds. He apologizes for giving her false hope, and her expression falls. He then offers a silver lining. While she cannot travel, he can procure items from his world and send them to her if necessary. He points out that this is still a benefit for her. Changing the subject, he notes that her glass is now empty. With a friendly smile, he asks if she would like something else to drink, mentioning that the owner isn't around. He then produces a bottle of green tea, seemingly from nowhere, and offers it to her. She looks up, surprised, asking how he obtained it. As he hands her the bottle, she accepts it with a quiet thanks. He admits he isn't sure if the tea will suit her taste. After taking a sip, her somber expression softens into a small, genuine smile. She looks down at her glass and admits that, contrary to his concern, it's really delicious. Watching her reaction, he has an internal realization. He had forgotten that, despite her immense dependability and strength, Shizuku is still just a high school-aged girl. He recalls, without bragging, that he cried a little when he first ate soba after being reincarnated, and offers to get some for Shizuku if she wishes. Her gaze lowers to the glass in her hand as she quietly admits that while she once sought a clue to return to Japan, she is also happy with her current life. Shizuku places a hand over his glass, agreeing to the arrangement. She will be a sponsor, she declares, and in return, he must prepare all the items she has requested. Alan readily accepts. Shizuku then states she will send him a letter, but cautions him against making any unreasonable requests, as she lacks a family register and a stable income. Her tone shifts as she then asks if he is good at organizing documents. The next morning, Shizuku stands before two other young women, Aina and Quirce. She apologizes for summoning them so early, explaining that there is someone she wants them all to meet. She then presents Alan, who stands beside her with a friendly smile. Shizuku announces that he is a new member joining them today. Alan offers a simple, quiet hello. The two women are visibly shocked. Aina points accusingly, identifying him as the strange man from the previous day, while Quirce asks their captain if she is being serious. Beside them, Alan looks distinctly uncomfortable. Shizuku calmly explains her rationale. Alan can read and perform calculations, so she's putting him in charge of supplies. She then formally assigns Aina the task of training the new member. From the background, Alan realizes that securing this role was Shizuku's objective all along. Aina's response is a tremendous shout of disbelief that echoes across the rooftops, startling a flock of birds into taking flight. Sometime later, inside a storeroom filled with supplies, Aina stands with Alan and asks him directly how he managed to capture the captain's interest. As they stand there, Quirce remarks that she has never seen their captain so lively before. Alan reflects to himself that his efforts were worthwhile, though he admits he never imagined he would end up joining the brigade. Aina hands Alan a catalog, assuring him it's fine as they could use the extra help. Alan, with a serious expression, asks for confirmation on the details of his new arrangement. Looking around at the massive stacks of goods filling the storeroom, he expresses his astonishment at the sheer quantity. He asks Aina if she has truly been managing all of this by herself, to which she simply confirms, yeah, that's right. Aina then gives him his first task, go and buy some supplies while she checks the stock. She advises him to mention the brigade's name, assuring him that no merchant will try to overcharge him and will instead offer a good price. Alan confirms he understands. As he turns to leave, she adds a final piece of advice, telling him not to push himself too hard. Alan pauses, looking back at her with a thoughtful expression. Moments later, while walking through the bustling town square, Alan reflects on his unexpected situation. He sighs, admitting to himself that he never thought this would happen. He muses that becoming a merchant for the Dawn Moon Brigade could open doors to doing business with nobles, an opportunity he hadn't anticipated when he joined. His thoughts solidify into a new resolve. He understands that to be accepted by everyone as a member of the group, he needs to start producing results. Just as he steels himself for the task ahead, a voice calls out his name. He turns to find Quirce and the local innkeeper approaching him with wide eyes. Quirce immediately asks if the rumor is true, that he has joined the Dawn Moon Brigade. Alan feigns ignorance, but they are not deterred. Their excitement grows as the innkeeper exclaims how amazing it is that he got a job and a girlfriend. She then directly asks about his relationship with the Black Princess. Flustered, Alan denies it, wondering how they could possibly know about events that transpired just this morning. The women proudly credit the unbeatable Housewives Information Network. Trying to manage the situation, he forces a smile and dismisses the scary rumor. He explains that Shizuku simply liked an item he traded and that he is just an extra in the whole affair. His explanation is met with looks of slight disappointment. Despite their disappointment, the women congratulate him on his merchant debut and wish him luck, with Quirce inviting him to her shop for a good price. Just then, Albert appears, also offering his congratulations and encouragement. Overwhelmed by the attention, Alan turns away, muttering to himself about who might call out to him next. He found himself swarmed by an enthusiastic crowd of villagers. Albert, Aina, and Quirce were among them, all having heard the news of his new position. They offered him encouragement and special prices at their shops, piling him with supplies until he cried out at the sheer volume of it all. Later, what appeared to be in his shop, she greeted him from behind the counter. With a calm expression, she commended him on a job well done and asked if his shopping trip had gone smoothly. In response, he approached a slightly ajar door, announcing that he would leave the bill there. He questioned why he had to pass it through such a small gap, to which Aina replied from the other side that she simply wanted to confirm the details. As his eyes fell upon the total amount on the bill, he recoiled in shock. He stammered, questioning the figure and worrying aloud if he had gone over budget. Aina's face appeared, her expression a sharp glare. She snapped that it was the opposite of what he feared. The total was 20% cheaper than usual, and accused him of using some shady trick. Alan, taken aback, insisted she was mistaken, explaining that his acquaintances had lowered the prices as a favor and that she could confirm it with them herself. He let out a weary sigh, admitting to himself that he hadn't intended to cause such a commotion with his connections. As he stood there, Aina watched him, her suspicious gaze softening as she seemed to reconsider. Her expression changed to one of understanding. With a small, appreciative smile, she looked over her shoulder and told him she would give him some credit for his efforts. In an instant, he was gone from that world, reappearing elsewhere. A gentle breeze rustled past as birds chirped nearby. He took a quiet moment, reflecting that Japan was, after all, a calm place. He held a letter he had received from Sayuji, its envelope addressed to a Ryujin Saiji. As he examined the paper, a serious question formed in his mind. What would happen to Japan because of this? From a vantage point overlooking a vast, walled city, Alan and his companions take in view. He recognizes their destination, the royal capital. Their party, including Shizuku, Aina, and Quirce, has finally arrived after a long journey. Having gathered her team, Shizuku addresses them. She commends their efforts during the trip and formally announces that this city, Lineberg, will now serve as their base of operations. She continues with the arrangements, informing them that a new team house has been fully prepared. Her final instruction is for everyone to inspect their own rooms. In response, Aina gives an enthusiastic confirmation. A short while later, Shizuku pulls Alan aside for a private conversation. She asks him directly if he plans to go to Japan after finishing his work in the capital. He confirms her suspicion, and she asks him to handle something for her there. As she turns to leave, she adds a peculiar request, to buy the second volume of a book called Yumkoi. Alan agrees, privately amused by her taste. Zomitima later, Alan arrives in Japan. He is immediately greeted by a man in a suit he calls Genji-san, who notes that it's been a while. Genji-san explains he came right away and asks what all the commotion is about. The commotion is a group of people who have drawn local attention. A nearby man whispers to Alan, asking who they are. He reveals they are from the Sayuji group and have been in the village for a week, specifically looking for him. The name Sayuji catches Alan completely by surprise. Genji-san confirms the man's story, stating that the group has indeed been searching for him. He decides to handle it for now and talk to them. As he moves, Alan turns, audibly rustling as he processes the situation, wondering aloud who these Sayuji people could be. Steeling himself despite his confusion, Alan steps forward toward the mysterious group. He calls out tentatively to get their attention. He nodded in confirmation as the woman before him asked if he was, by any chance, Alan. Without further explanation, she simply instructed him to get into the car for now. Once inside the vehicle, the woman produced a metal lighter, flicking it open with a sharp click. She lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. She remarked that it had taken a great deal of work to find him, adding a complaint that she couldn't even buy cigarettes here. He hesitantly addressed her, asking if this was all because of the letter from Sayuji. The woman then introduced herself as Kamiki Akira, telling him to just call her Akira. His mention of the name seemed to confirm her suspicions. With the sharp clack of the door lock engaging, she stated that she knew it. He was aware of the young lady. In a sudden move, she slammed him back against the seat. Speaking into a communication device, she reported that the target had been secured and requested support. She then turned to Alan, warning him to behave if he wanted to go home with all his limbs intact. The car moved through the city, its modern architecture sprawling beneath a range of distant mountains. As they drove on, Alan broke the silence, turning to his captor to ask what the Sayuji Group was. Akira seemed surprised by his ignorance. She began to explain that the Sayuji Group is a major corporation dealing in information technology and real estate, clarifying that it could be understood as a conglomerate with large-scale operations both domestically and internationally. She elaborated that the Sayuji family was originally one of the wealthiest in Tokyo. The company's current massive scale, she continued, was the work of the young lady's father, Ryujin. Akira concluded by revealing that her own family, the Kamiki, have served the Sayuji family for generations. He remained seated in the car, his shoulder held firmly by Kamiki Akira. She continues her explanation, her voice steady, revealing that she has been by the young lady's side since middle school, a group that includes herself. Her thoughts drift back 3 years, to the time she began working full-time at the main house. From a sunlit balcony, she watched a young maid, Kalkura, inside, reflecting that the tea brewed by Akira herself was always the best. Inside, Kalkura presented the tea to Shizuku Sayuji, bowing deeply. Shizuku smiled warmly, thanking her and expressing her pleasure with the taste, gently reminding the maid that there was no need for such formality between them. Leaning closer, Shizuku asked if Kalkura would be staying the night, suggesting they watch something together. Kalkura's face brightened as she readily agreed to her lady's wish. But that peaceful time was shattered. A man burst into the room where Akira was waiting, shouting her name with urgency. It was almost time for Shizuku to return home, but the commotion was alarming. He delivered the devastating news. Miss Shizuku was missing. The world seemed to break apart at the announcement. In a panic, she demanded to know what the guards were doing, insisting it must be a mistake. When a man hesitated, she ordered him to check the security cameras and rushed towards the monitoring station herself to see the footage. Staring at the bank of monitors in the security room, they found nothing. The man beside her could only state the unbelievable truth. Shizuku had simply vanished. The memory fades, and back in the car, Akira's voice is somber as she concludes her story. The search for the young lady, she explains, has continued across the globe to this very day, conducted by an expert team. She then turns her gaze directly to Alan, her expression serious. She apologizes for her earlier deception, admitting that for 3 years, there were no clues to Shizuku's whereabouts until she found him. The car pulls up to a large, imposing corporate building. As they stop, Akira announces that the time for her to talk is over. Now, it is time to listen to him. He walked down the polished corridor, flanked by Akira and her associate, his footsteps echoing softly. He couldn't help but remark internally that he never expected to see such a modern building so close to Akane village. The man in the suit stepped forward, knocking twice on a large set of doors before announcing their arrival. "Chairman Ryujin," he called out, "I brought him." Inside, a man stood waiting his back to the door. As the door opened, a calm voice from within responded with a simple yes. The man turned, his gaze falling directly on Alan. "Hey," he began, "are you Alan Quinn?" He studied Alan for a moment, a faint smile on his lips. "I see," Ryujin murmured. "You're just like the young man in my daughter's letter." The sheer presence of the man was overwhelming. Alan felt a throb of apprehension and took an involuntary step back, wondering if everyone in these large companies possessed such an intimidating aura. Seeing the boy's reaction, Ryujin let out a soft laugh and clapped his hands together lightly. "Don't be so cautious," he said, his tone reassuring. "I know you're not a kidnapper." Alan let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, admitting he was shocked. Ryujin's expression turned serious again as he tapped a folder in his hand. He explained that the letter was written in a secret code only usable by family members. This meant 2 things. His daughter was alive, and Alan was someone she trusted. The origin and content could not be faked. As Ryujin spoke, Alan, standing between him and Akira, finally asked how they managed to find him. The chairman explained that while the address was unknown and Alan was listed as unemployed, they were able to identify him to some extent by the postmark. Furthermore, his appearance was mentioned in the letter. In response, Ryujin turned and began to walk away. "But I was really surprised," he admitted. He continued, stating that Alan had probably heard from Akira that Shizuka disappeared 3 years ago, vanishing in a thin air despite being protected by dozens of guards. He paused, recalling the moment. "And while I was at a loss," he said, his hand holding the handwritten letter from his daughter, "this arrived." He turned back to face the young man, his gaze direct and pleading. The message was, "I have a collaborator, so I'd like you to help him." He leaned in slightly. "Can you tell me what you know, Alan Cohen?" He cautiously inquires if there is any kind of recording or surveillance in the room. A subordinate of Chairman Ryujin confirms there is none, adding that the security is already tight and the window is a one-way mirror. Deciding it would be quicker to demonstrate, he manifests a shimmering portal in the middle of the room. The sudden event causes an immediate uproar. Akira and the other subordinate draw their firearms, shouting a warning to Chairman Ryujin. Alan calmly tells them to lower their weapons, explaining that this is a gate created by his abilities. He continues his explanation to the stunned chairman and Akira, stating that while it may be hard to believe, the gate connects to another world. He then reveals that Chairman Ryujin's daughter is on the other side, a revelation that visibly surprises the man. He elaborates on the gate's properties, admitting that he doesn't fully understand it himself. However, he clarifies the most important condition for its use. No living beings other than himself are able to pass through. Intrigued, Chairman Ryujin steps forward and asks if he can touch the portal. After Alan gives his permission, the chairman tentatively reaches out, his fingers pressing against the ethereal surface as Akira watches him closely. With his hand near the gate, the chairman asks what his daughter is doing over there. Alan explains that the other side is a fantasy world where Shizuku leads a group of adventurers, and that he serves as her subordinate. He pulls his hand back, his gaze dropping as he contemplates the incredible situation. He murmurs that it is difficult to believe, having been shown something so extraordinary. Akira asks her superior if he truly believes what he's just heard. The chairman confesses his own skepticism, comparing the story to a fairy tale, but acknowledges that Alan's reaction is understandable. He then addresses Alan directly, stating that he has a favor to ask. He presents Alan with a smartphone, asking him to take a picture of his daughter with the device. In exchange, he promises to cooperate, as stated in the letter. Alan, looking perplexed by the object, agrees to the deal as Akira notes it must be his first time using a smartphone and offers to explain it later. As Alan holds the unfamiliar device, Chairman Ryujin calls his name, his tone serious, capturing the young man's full attention. He listened as Chairman Ryujin acknowledged the letter's authenticity but voiced suspicion about his true motives. With a tense gulp, Alan watched the chairman's expression shift. Ryujin then concluded their business with a simple thank you and a request to pass on his regards to his daughter. To seal their agreement, the two men shook hands firmly, with the chairman offering a definitive yes. Later, Alan found himself with Shizuku, who immediately asked if he had managed to meet her father. Annoyed, Alan confirmed it, complaining that too many people had descended upon the village where he was staying. He admitted he never imagined her father would travel to the countryside himself. He continued, explaining that Chairman Ryujin had given him a smartphone and requested a photo of her as evidence. Nodding, Shizuku seemed to understand the situation. As Shizuku expertly handled the device, tapping away at the screen, Alan realized she was already familiar with it. He asked to borrow it, just as a video of her father appeared. The recorded message began, with Ryujin stating that if she was watching this, she was probably alive. The sight startled Alan. Watching the video continue, Shizuku let out a soft laugh, remarking that it sounded just like her father. Alan, peering over her shoulder, marveled at the image clarity, wondering aloud if it was 4K quality. In response to his peeking, Shizuku gently pushed him back, chiding him for being rude. She then clutched the phone to her chest, her expression softening with emotion. A short while later, Shizuku walked down a hallway, phone still in hand. She wondered where Alan had gone, intending to return the device to him. She found him gathered with Aina and Kalkira. Aina was asking Alan about the smartphone just as Shizuku arrived, who noted their timing was perfect since everyone was already together. Seizing the opportunity, Shizuku called out to the group, enthusiastically suggesting they all take photos together. She was suddenly called over by Aina, who beckoned her to join the group. Startled, Shizuku hesitated for a moment. The reason for the summons became clear as Alan aimed the smartphone, preparing to capture the moment with a quick snap. With a click, the device captured the image. Shizuku, standing at the center of her smiling friends, a memory preserved. Afterward, Alan remarked that she seemed to be getting used to the group. Shizuku, however, turned away with her arms crossed, brushing off the idea. She countered that she hadn't truly bonded with everyone yet, and reminded him that he, too, needed to acclimate to their new base. He then changed the subject, asking if she had heard of the Royal Capital Bazaar. He explained that it's a massive market held weekly, a gathering place for merchants from across the country who bring a wide variety of rare goods. He continued, noting that the bazaar features stalls catering to everyone from commoners to the nobility. Suggesting their adventure duties could wait, he proposed she take a break, sensing the event would pique her interest. His suggestion prompted a question from Shizuku. As she began to ask about a specific detail, a thought struck Alan. He looked at her with dawning realization and asked if this meant anyone could open their own stall at the bazaar. Alan sits at a desk, lost in thought. He rests his chin on his hand, a tangled scribble of confusion hovering over his head as he lets out a contemplative hum. He has just returned to a room where Aina, Kalkira, and Shizuku are waiting. Alan, what are you doing? Aina calls out cheerfully as he enters. He holds an application form for the upcoming bazaar, but a problem weighs on his mind. He is unsure what to sell. Seeing them, he immediately turns to flee, startling the girls. Why are you running away? Aina shouts after him. Shizuku watches him go, quietly wondering if her presence makes him unable to relax. Oh, my bad. Well then, I'll be off. Alan calls back as he dashes away. As he runs, a more serious thought crosses his mind. He reassures himself that it's okay, that no one in the group still holds any ill will towards him. This sentiment stems from a conversation that took place some time earlier, where he had apologized profusely. He explained his initial caution by noting that, until now, no decent man had ever approached them. Shizuku admitted she had indeed thought he wasn't welcome, while Kalkura gently added that not everyone has bad intentions. Back in the present, Shizuku confides in the others that she is actually grateful for his presence. Kalkura observes that their captain, Shizuku, seems much calmer lately, unlike before when she was clearly troubled. Aina chimes in, mentioning she had also praised Alan. Shizuku concludes that, in any case, they welcome anyone who can contribute to the brigade. He seems to accept their sentiment, looking conflicted but thinking it's fine as long as they accept him. His expression prompts Aina to wonder if he feels like a younger brother, before she has a sudden, forceful realization. That's it. He's like a dad. The outburst seems to break the tension. Now sitting on the floor with the application form before him, Alan is asked what he was doing. He explains that he was filling out the bizarre application, planning to open his own stall. Hearing his plan, Aina leans in with excitement, asking what he intends to sell. Alan clarifies that it's just a trial run and he's still thinking about the details. He elaborates on his dilemma, explaining that since he can't afford to sell anything too expensive, he's considering selling sweets targeted at the nobility. However, as he gazes at images of intricate jewelry and a box of fine chocolates, he admits he can't think of anything suitable for his stall. He continued to ponder what nobles might desire, a difficult question that left his companions, Aina and Kalkura, equally stumped. Kalkura observed that it was quite a tough problem to solve. His search for an answer led him to a library. He wandered the aisles, tapping his chin thoughtfully as he scanned the spines of countless books, seeking a spark of inspiration. Suddenly, an idea struck. With a flash of insight, he pulled a specific book from the shelf and presented it with a bright, confident expression. The book was one Shizuku had recommended, a Japanese novel. Kalkura remarked on how interesting it was, while Aina grew excited, realizing they could also read the sequel. This gave Alan a new direction. Entertainment items could be a viable product, though he noted that acquiring books might be difficult. Aina's excitement stemmed from the fact that this is what Kalkura wanted. The girl's excitement was infectious. Seeing their beaming faces, Alan couldn't refuse. Despite his earlier hesitation, he agreed to stock up on a few of the items for them. They cheered in unison, delighted by his promise. They eagerly confirmed they would definitely visit his stall. To fulfill that promise, Alan traveled between worlds, arriving in the sprawling, modern cityscape of his original home, Japan. He found himself in an elevator ascending to the 50th floor. He mused that this was where the real problem began, recalling that he had given Chairman Ryujin a smartphone and other items, but was unsure if the man had believed his story. As the doors opened, a voice from an intercom announced they had been expecting him. Stepping out, he was met by a woman in a formal suit. She introduced herself as Kamiki, his new attendant. With a professional smile, she expressed that she looked forward to working with him. As she turned to guide him, she abruptly slammed a door shut, startling herself and calling out his name in surprise. Moments later, seated in a private room, he apologized for his earlier reaction, explaining that he was just very surprised. He then asked her directly why she couldn't talk to him frankly, as she had before. He listened as Kamiki spoke, a sense of relief in her voice. She noted that his demeanor must mean Chairman Ryujin believed his story. She continued, stating there was no longer any reason to doubt him. With a slight rattle of papers, she explained that Chairman Ryujin was very happy because the ore he provided, the shockstone, had been identified as a completely unknown substance. Sliding a stack of documents and cards across the table, Kamiki announced that she would now explain the promised support in order. She began presenting the items one by one. First, documents for his identification and family register. Then, she offered him a room to use as his residence, complete with a PC and daily necessities. She handed him a black credit card with no limit. And finally, a bank book showing a balance of 100 million yen. Alan could only stare, utterly flabbergasted. The sheer scale of the support gave him a headache. He clutched his head, admitting that while he was grateful, this was a definite exaggeration. Kamiki, turning toward him, asked what he meant. She then laid out the two conditions for their arrangement. First, they required his cooperation in their research concerning the gate, his power, and the other world. The second, and most important condition, was for him to support the young lady, Shizuku-sama, as much as possible. Leaning in with an unervingly intense gaze, she pressed him for an answer, her voice laced with a quiet threat. "You will cooperate, right?" Startled by her sudden shift in demeanor, he quickly promised to comply. Kamiki's expression immediately brightened into a pleasant smile as she declared the matter settled, leaving Alan to reflect on how frightening she had just been. With the terms agreed upon, Kamiki formally declared that she was now responsible for his protection and assistance, inviting him to ask for anything. As he processed this, Alan realized he did, in fact, have a favor to ask. Moments later, the two walked along a city street. Having heard his request, Kamiki murmured to herself, "Entertainment items." As they continued on their way, he explains to Kamiki that while he could have chosen to live independently, he knows nothing about modern Japan. Instead, he wants to open a store to build a network. He recalls how acquaintances helped him in his hometown, but since this is his first time in the royal capital, he needs to establish new connections. In response, Kamiki reminds him that the organization can provide him with as much money as he desires. Alan clenches his fist, acknowledging her point but remaining resolute. He reasons internally that if he can win over the nobles, his finances will become stable, allowing him to gather connections and information that could benefit the brigade. His earnestness seems to surprise Kamiki, who expresses her relief. She then confides that her own dream is to become rich, but she is determined to achieve it through her own efforts. As they come to a stop, she turns to face him directly. "So," she asks, "what are you planning to buy?" In response, Alan's expression brightens. He points excitedly toward a store display, exclaiming that he has found what he was looking for. He leads her closer to the shop, explaining that the people in Asfiel are starved for entertainment. Kamiki observes the items, identifying them as card games. She remarks that she has never seen them before. Alan elaborates that while board games and standard playing cards are common among the nobility, he believes trading card will stand out due to their simplicity, though he is unsure which specific game would be best. Hearing this, Kamiki smoothly pulls out her phone. She reminds him that the Sayuji Group is involved in various businesses, including entertainment. Conveniently, one of their subsidiary companies deals specifically in trading cards. Alan looks on, completely shocked by her efficiency. Without hesitation, Kamiki makes a call, identifies herself, and places an immediate order for an entire warehouse's worth of a game called Crossworld. Finishing her call, she clarifies to Alan that this massive order is merely a trial. Holding a small shopping bag from the store, she asks if that is truly all he needs for now. She walks alongside Alan, who expresses his immense gratitude for her help. Kamiki, however, casually dismisses his thanks, stating it was no problem at all. He then attempts to part ways, explaining that he plans to look for some sweets and books on his own and that she might be busy. Kamiki immediately stops him, firmly stating that she cannot allow that. She insists on accompanying him, explaining that her duty is to ensure his safety, as any harm to him would cause problems for the young lady, Shizuku. Faced with her resolute determination, Alan apologetically relents and places himself in her care. Their walk leads them to a large media store, where Alan is left dazzled and speechless by the modern technology. He remarks on the thinness of televisions and how video formats are now like CDs, prompting a confused look from Kamiki, who asks what he means. He muses to himself that the times are changing rapidly, a fact he hadn't truly grasped while in the secluded Akane village. His attention is then captured by a large advertisement on the storefront. The advertisement is for a show featuring the familiar face of the idol Aina. A spark of recognition hits Alan as he realizes what he is looking at. Turning to Kamiki, he points out that the show is Yum Koi, the same one that Shizuka Sayuji likes, and remarks on its apparent popularity. Kamiki averts her gaze slightly, a quiet pensiveness crossing her features. Alan explains that he feels a bit nostalgic because Shizuku had once invited him to watch it with her, but they never got the chance. He immediately worries that his comment was insensitive and begins to apologize. Kamiki quickly turns back, flustered, and assures him that he has misunderstood her reaction. She clarifies that while it is unfortunate she cannot meet Shizuku, serving by one side isn't everything. With that, she presents a box set of the show to Alan, instructing him to give it to the young lady. Alan confirms his understanding, and Kamiki affirms that this was her intention. He muses aloud that since there isn't much entertainment available, it's better to prepare more, though he considers it would be easier to simply store everything like manga and dramas on his tablet. Beside him, Kamiki turns her head to listen. As they continue walking together, a faint smile plays on his lips, while Kamiki maintains her watchful, neutral expression. Their walk leads them to a timber-framed building, the sound of a door clicking open announcing their arrival. From inside, Aina calls out to Alan as she hurries down the stairs. She presents him with a document, explaining that she received the permit for the stall he had mentioned. He thanks her, relieved it went smoothly. Aina then nervously brings up another topic, apologizing that certain items will have to be brought on the day of the event, as there is no space to store them beforehand. Meanwhile, Aina and her friends share a flurry of thoughts. Aina plans to go around with Camille in the evening since Shizuku is busy. Ryuka wonders when Aina will arrive. The group internally expresses a mix of anticipation and playful jealousy, wondering just how badly she wants the items and even hoping Alan's stall doesn't do too well. In response to Aina's unasked question about the stall's location, Alan informs her it will be at number 13, West Street. The address catches her completely by surprise. She immediately questions the choice, noting that it's practically next to the Central District. She asks why he chose that specific location, recalling that she heard it was for the nobility, and points out that the Western District has always been full of merchants. He begins to explain, mentioning a rumor. The Central District, he clarifies, is surrounded by a wall, separating it from the other districts. It is the exclusive domain of the royal capital's most prominent nobles, a place commoners like them never get to see. Aina connects the dots, adding that there's a rumor that some of those nobles, who enjoy such things, secretly come to the bazaar. She suggests that being near the Central District might make such an encounter possible. He confirms her line of thinking with a simple yup. He acknowledges it's just a rumor, but if it turns out to be true, it would cause a huge commotion. He falls silent, pondering the implications. He responded with a cryptic smile, telling Aina he would leave the answer to her imagination. Aina, looking slightly flustered, pressed him, asking if her guess about his purpose was correct. Her confusion suddenly gave way to a burst of laughter. A bewildered Alan asked for the reason, and she explained that she found his plan genuinely interesting. Despite her assurance that it was a compliment and that she was looking forward to the day, Alan couldn't shake the feeling that he was being teased. After their conversation concluded and Aina departed, the door clicked shut, leaving Alan alone with his thoughts. He stood by the window, a frown creasing his brow as a vague sense of unease washed over him. Something felt off. He took a steadying breath, his gaze sweeping over the city, streets below. For now, all that was left was to wait for the appointed day. He resolved to simply observe and see how things would play out. At the bustling Royal Capital Bazaar, amidst the sounds of a lively crowd, Alan stands proudly at his newly prepared stall. With his wares displayed, he smiles with determination, ready to begin his business venture. His primary product for sale is chocolate. He reflects that he also brought trading cards on a whim, as well as some books that he intends to sell only to a select clientele. He glances out from his stall, observing the constant chatter and flow of people weaving through the marketplace. Even so, he notes that while the main event isn't until the evening, a large crowd has already gathered this morning, many of whom appear to be from the upper class. He clenches his fist, resolute. The nearby stores may be high class, but he is confident that the quality of his products is competitive. He is determined to seize this opportunity. However, as the sun climbs higher, his determination is met with silence. He waits, but his stall remains completely empty. The hours pass uneventfully. A gentle breeze blows by as he sits alone, a small bird even having fallen asleep on his head. He realizes with a sinking feeling that no one is coming to his stall at all. He slumps in dejection, wondering if his products are too unusual or if he just lacks sales skills, noting that he seems to be the only one being avoided. Suddenly, a voice asks why he looks so gloomy. Alan looks up, startled to see Albert. He demands to know why his friend is in the royal capital. Albert explains he was there for a business meeting and decided to visit the bazaar. His irritation growing, Alan asks if Albert came just to be sarcastic. Albert simply chuckles, stating he's glad to see Alan's business is doing well and that he never imagined his friend would actually become a merchant. Albert then offers some advice, noting that while samples would be nice, the customers here probably wouldn't eat unfamiliar food right away. Alan concedes the point. Albert continues, saying that selling unknown things is hard, but if he had to offer a suggestion, Alan leans forward, wondering what his friend will say. He listened as Albert confirmed his thoughts, noting that since the bazaar happens every week, it would be a wise decision to open a shop targeting the middle class next time. As Alan sighed, feeling he needed to study the art of business more, Albert encouraged him not to give up, reminding him that the afternoon session was just about to start. His friend countered this, stating with confidence that as a fellow merchant, Alan already possessed the two most important things in business: product quality and trust. Alan thanked him for the encouragement. As Albert prepared to leave, Alan wryly thought that such advice wasn't very convincing coming from a small merchant, only to immediately realize Albert had never actually claimed his shop was small. Just as he was about to depart, Albert turned back with one final piece of advice, suggesting that it can be beneficial to find something other than one's primary purpose along the way. After his friend's departure, Alan reflected on the day's events. A few more people had come to his stall, but he had to admit their reactions to his products were not very positive. He mused on his dream of becoming rich through his own efforts, but Albert's parting words about finding a different purpose lingered in his mind. Seeing the sky darken, he decided to close the stall early once Ryuka and her friend arrived. Suddenly, the sound of a deliberate step caught his attention. Both he and Albert, who was still nearby, turned in surprise as a figure approached, prompting Alan to wonder who it could be. The crowd parted to reveal a young nobleman, flanked by armored guards. Whispers spread through the onlookers, identifying the boy as the eldest son of Marquis Castiano, leaving Alan to wonder what such an important person was doing here. The surrounding merchants and shoppers buzzed with excitement, speculating that the young noble had come in disguise to explore the bazaar. A sense of urgency filled the air as they scrambled to prepare their shops for his potential visit. He swallows nervously, realizing the rumors about the young noble's visit were true after all. He quickly composes himself, determined to be ready. The nobleman stops directly in front of his stall, his curiosity piqued. "So," he says aloud, looking over the unfamiliar setup, "I wonder what kind of stall this is." Alan bows his head slightly in greeting as the nobleman acknowledges him. He explains that they have brought some of the rarest items in the world, specializing in confectionery and toys. To demonstrate, he presents a segmented bar of a dark confection. He introduces it as chocolate, noting its distinct aroma, and asks the nobleman if he would like to try a sample. Just then, the nobleman's stomach rumbles loudly, causing him to blush with embarrassment. One of his armored retainers immediately steps in, insisting that Lord Ray should not eat at a commoner's shop. However, the young lord waves off the concern, stating that he will explain it himself if anyone asks. Deciding to proceed, the nobleman prepares to take a bite. Alan explains that chocolate is made from ground cacao beans, sugar, and vanilla, and advises him to hold it by the wrapper since it melts at body temperature. The nobleman follows the instruction, while his guards and a watching Aina look on with apprehension. The taste hits him, and his eyes widen in sheer delight. Amazing, he exclaims through a mouthful. Seeing his positive reaction, Alan states the price for a pack of 8 is 30,000 gold and offers to get the wrapping paper. His retainer is shocked, but the nobleman is unfazed. Is that so? Then, I want to buy them all, he declares, promptly handing over a large, heavy pouch of gold. He remarks that 30,000 gold seems quite cheap. As Alan explains, it's a special introductory price. Alan looks at the payment, noting that it's far more than the asking price. The young nobleman simply smiles and tells him not to worry, explaining, "This is because you surprised me." Seizing the moment, Alan accepts the compliment and presents another product, a small, star-shaped candy called Conpedo. Intrigued once more, Lord Ray asks him to tell him about all the other products he has for sale. He watched as Lord Ray's interest shifted to the other items on display. The young noble pointed out the caramels and a jar of Conpedo, noting that they were also made from sugar, and declared his intent to purchase them as well. The young merchant could only watch, dumbfounded, as the sound of coin sacks being tallied echoed. He internally calculated that Lord Ray had already spent 1,000,000 gold on his own. His attention then shifted to a crate filled with paper bags, and he curiously asked what was inside them. In response, Alan presented one of the items. He explained that they were trading cards for a game where players build a deck of 40 cards to duel, with each pack containing 5 random cards and a rulebook. Without a moment's hesitation, the young lord declared he would buy all of them too. Alan expressed his immense gratitude, though he privately felt a strange mix of emotions at being trusted so completely. He then tore open a pack, revealing one of the cards. The intricate and beautiful design of the illustration immediately caught his eye, and he let out a gasp of admiration. He admired its quality, remarking that it felt even better than he had expected. His retainers standing nearby were also impressed, murmuring that for such quality, 5 pieces for 3,000 gold was quite a bargain. Lord Ray mused that he might as well buy a pack as a souvenir. The result of the noble's shopping spree was immediate and absolute. Alan's stall was left completely empty. With the transaction complete, Lord Ray thanked Alan for a meaningful day and asked for his name. After Alan introduced himself, the young lord expressed his eagerness to meet again and, as a parting gesture, pressed something into Alan's hand. He looked down at his gloved palm, where 2 medals now rested. As he wondered about their meaning, impressed by the ways of the nobility, 2 figures rushed toward his stall. It was Aina and Quirce, apologizing for being late and shouting in disbelief that everything was already sold out. He reveals the source of his good fortune, not the medals, but a copy of Yum Koi Volume 3. Aina exclaims in surprise, admitting she thought they had rushed over for nothing. Quirce, equally thrilled, expresses how much she wanted to read the next volume. As Alan presents the book, both girls' faces light up with pure joy. Seeing their delight, he smiles warmly. Aina chides him gently, saying he should have told them sooner that he had it, and suggests they all read it together. He lets out a soft laugh as Aina enthusiastically adds that their captain, Lazuli, should join them as well. Later that night, Alan stands alone on an outdoor walkway under the moonlight. A voice calls out to him, using his surname, Sayuch. It is Lazuli, approaching from behind and remarking on him staying up so late. The two now sit at a small table. She asks why he isn't reading with the others, and he explains he wanted to update his ledger first. He then asks about her day at the Royal Capital Bazaar. Lazuli clarifies she just came for some water and was about to head back, then asks if he had any problems. He assures her that while a lot happened, it was all good. He admits there are still things he doesn't fully understand and promises to explain the details at another time. Lazuli admits to feeling a bit strange. As she speaks, Alan reflects on his own path. He became a merchant to make a fortune for himself, not for anyone else. Yet the gratitude he receives from so many people leaves him feeling conflicted. As if in response to his thoughts, Lazuli slides a small box across the table. She tells him it is a token of her gratitude. Startled, Alan wonders if she heard his inner turmoil. After a moment of hesitation, he opens the box to find a delicate necklace with a crystalline pendant. Lazuli gazes at the gift, calling it amazing and admiring its beautiful rainbow color. She explains that it is a rare jewel used as a medium for magic, and confesses that even this is not enough to fully express her gratitude. She continues speaking to Alan, her expression earnest. She tells him that regardless of his personal motives, she is grateful because his actions allowed her to reconnect and speak with her family and Akira once again. He laughs sheepishly and apologizes, remarking that her father, Chairman Ryujin, said the exact same thing. He muses that it must be a case of like father, like daughter, which earns him a silent, intense stare from Lazuli. Her expression turns serious. After a moment of silence, she calls his name, getting his full attention. She then makes a formal request, asking him to look after her father and Akira from now on. He considers her words, thinking to himself how similar she and her father truly are. He then gives his answer, affirming that he will do what he can. A gentle smile forms on Lazuli's face as she closes her eyes, accepting his promise with a simple, sure. She then thanks him once more, promising to treasure the gift he gave her. Elsewhere, the sound of footsteps clacks through a grand, vaulted hall. Aina walks alone, reflecting on how much fun the day's bazaar had been. As she walks, Alan suddenly appears before her, startling her. He cheerfully accuses her of sneaking into town again, then presents her with a box of chocolate, explaining that he brought a gift for her as well. He waves a quick goodbye, promising to see her tomorrow before departing. Aina remains, standing alone in the hall, looking down at the unexpected gift in her hands as she murmurs, "This is..." While sitting on an ornate stone bench, Alan tosses a small, metallic object into the air. It glints in the light before falling back down with a distinct clink. He catches it, his expression turning serious as he recognizes the item. He realizes it is a pro-mica metal. His concentration is broken by a cheerful voice calling his name. Camille, holding a broom, greets him warmly, with Lazuli just behind her. When Alan asks if she isn't training, Camille explains that she is on a break. Holding out the medal, he asks Camille if she knows anything about it. She leans in for a closer look, her expression suggesting she recognizes the object. Before she can respond, Quirce appears and invites them all for tea. Camille looks at Alan with surprise, asking how he could possibly not know what the medal is, confirming that it belongs to him. A moment later, a platter is presented, laden with an assortment of beautifully crafted cookies, prompting an exclamation of delight. As they gather, Quirce explains that the cookies were a gift she received from Alan as a thank you for the advice she had given him about the bazaar. The group enjoys a peaceful, relaxed moment together. Camille picks up a cat-shaped cookie and asks what animal it is. Alan identifies it, remarking that cats in this world are ferocious. While the women admire the cute treats, he feels a bit out of place. Breaking the quiet, Quirce asks Alan how the bazaar went, mentioning she heard it was a huge success. He confirms this, adding that his success was mostly thanks to a single person who bought all of his products. He then turns to Camille and reveals that this same person was the one who gave him the medals. The connection startles her, leaving her looking at him in stunned silence. She bursts into laughter, finding the coincidence too absurd to be true, though Alan confirms it really did happen. As he rustles through his belongings, Quirce asks to see the medals as well, and Alan agrees without hesitation. He then presents two shimmering coins, a gold and a silver pro-mica medal. The sight of them prompts Lazuli to reveal a glowing emblem on the back of her gloved hand, explaining that her party has won for entering dungeons. Alan, still confused, asks what exactly a pro-mica medal is, learning it's something needed to get in and out of restricted areas. Quirce leans in, remarking that it's her first time seeing a gold one. Camille adds that they are not easily obtained. One cannot get a pro-mica medal unless they are recognized by the guild. She elaborates on the silver medal from the academic district, explaining that while it grants access to the district itself, one can only enter the specific academy whose emblem is on the medal. Lazuli then recalls that Camille also possesses a silver pro-mica. This means the emblem on Alan's medal corresponds to the N5 Magic Academy, granting him access to the entire academic district in the royal capital. To find out more, Lazuli suggests Alan simply ask the person at the academy who gave it to him. Camille, however, speculates that the gold medal is likely from the central district, though she admits she doesn't know the specifics. Her words trigger a memory for Alan. He recalls his benefactor saying they looked forward to seeing him again, and now understands that the medal was a formal invitation. Seeing his realization, Lazuli proposes that Camille should guide him, noting that the academic district is large and Camille is an alumna. Alan grows anxious, wondering if he'll have to meet the Marquis's heir by himself and getting a bad feeling about it. His worry is quickly dispelled as Camille confidently accepts. She declares that since she is indebted to him for the Yum Koi, she will be his special guide. Alan, relieved, thanks her, feeling saved. Leading the way, she brings Alan to a vantage point overlooking a vast cityscape. As a breeze rustles his scarf, he takes in the sprawling architecture, identifying it as the academic district. She confirms his assessment, explaining that the academic district is the largest in the royal capital. She adds that, aside from the various academies, it also contains government-run research facilities. He turns to her with a look of genuine relief, admitting he is very glad she came along, as he would have certainly gotten lost trying to navigate the area by himself. She smiles and gestures for him to follow, pointing toward the checkpoint. As he hurries to catch up, Alan glances at the gift bag in his hand, noting that its contents are cold and they should press on. Upon reaching the district entrance, they pass a stoic, fully armored guard. The distinct shift in architecture makes Alan feel as though he has stepped into an entirely different world. She, however, seems perfectly at home, walking with a light step and exclaiming how nostalgic the familiar sights are for her. His attention is then captured by a grand, cathedral-like building in the distance. He points it out and asks what it is. Camille explains that it's the Grand Cathedral of Sandrique's religious school, the only one in the entire royal capital. Curious, he asks what is taught at such a school. She elaborates that the curriculum covers medical techniques, holy magic, and healing magic, adding that healing magic in particular requires very specialized training. She then reveals a surprising connection. Their group's vice leader, a woman named Nana, is also a graduate of a religious school, though a different one from Sandrique's. Alan reacts with surprise. Camille continues, sharing a rumor that in terms of reputation alone, Nana is considered to be above even the captain. On top of that, she has mastered both healing and holy magic, An extremely rare feat. Alan is left to quietly contemplate just how amazing this vice leader truly is. He muses that he still hasn't had a chance to speak with the vice captains. Camille reassures him that it can't be helped since they are both busy. She adds that because one of them, Raphine, dislikes men, it's probably best to maintain the current distance, though she personally doubts Raphine truly means it. Alan understands and agrees to do so. Her expression shifts to one of curiosity as she changes the subject, asking him what kind of school he attended. Before he can respond, Camille answers for herself, stating she went to Liathil Magic Academy, which she calls a regular school for commoners. The mention of a class system piques Alan's interest, and he asks if there's a hierarchy among the schools. She explains that since magical power and aptitude are inherited, nobles naturally attend high-class academies. A person's status is directly tied to their amount of magic power. The N5 Academy, their destination, is one such particularly elite school. The information settles in his mind. He realizes it's a system of magic supremacy, designed to enhance the lineages of powerful sorcerers to create even stronger ones. This, he understands, is how the Canelese kingdom has grown and evolved. As he contemplates this, Camille excitedly points ahead, announcing that the academy is now visible. Alan finds the sight somewhat unreal, but Camille notes that, as an elite institution, it has nothing to do with commoners. They arrive before the N5 Magic Academy. The structure is so massive that Alan thinks it looks like a castle. He approaches an armored guard, stating he has a promica, and asks if his companion may enter as well. The guard confirms it's possible and asks for his right hand. With a soft click, a simple bracelet materializes and fastens around Alan's wrist, emitting a faint glow. He looks at the new accessory, asking what it is. The guard explains it's a magic item for security and that he should bear with it. Camille chimes in, warning him to be careful, as guards will come if he causes any trouble. Once inside the gates, they walk through the academy grounds. Camille looks around, amazed, and remarks how incredible it is and how completely different it is from her own school, Liathil. He gestures towards an impressive building, explaining to Camille that it is the renowned Lion Dormitory, a place that has traditionally housed royalty for generations. As they continue walking, Camille asks about the person they are scheduled to meet. He informs her that it is Ray Casciano, the same young man who was his customer at the bazaar. The name makes her stop dead in her tracks. Alan, noticing her sudden stillness, turns back and calls out to her in confusion. She stares at him, wide-eyed with disbelief, and quietly asks for him to repeat himself. He confirms it without hesitation, clarifying that their meeting is with Ray Casciano, the eldest son of the Marquis Casciano. Upon hearing the full title, Camille abruptly turns and bolts in the opposite direction. A startled Alan shouts her name as she flees. He quickly catches her, grabbing her arm to halt her escape. She struggles against his grip, demanding to be released, and questioning why he would associate with a great noble, reminding him that she had warned him about this before. He holds firm, trying to reassure her that she is overthinking the situation. But she continues to struggle, her face a mask of terror as she explains that the Casciano family is one of the 3 great pillars of magic society. She fears that a commoner mage like herself could be killed for the slightest sign of disrespect. The realization dawns on her, and she wails in protest, shouting that she has been tricked and that she absolutely refuses to go. Her resistance finally crumbles, and she hangs her head in gloomy acceptance. Alan then explains the academy's structure. Apart from the Royal Lion Dormitory, there are 3 others, each associated with one of the great noble families. He instructs her that since Ray is a Casciano, she should proceed to the Great Eagle Dormitory, and offers a quiet thanks as she stands defeated. He reminded Camille that she didn't possess a promica for this area, a permit whose absence could lead to her arrest. With a strained smile, she asked if, having shown him around, she could finally leave. Her forced composure crumbled as she began to mutter to herself in a panic. She couldn't possibly meet the heir of a marquis. At most, an encounter with a knight or a minor baronial family would be what she could handle. As her anxiety spiraled, a butler in formal attire approached, confirming Alan's identity and informing them that Lord Ray would return shortly. He gestured for them to wait in a nearby room. Alan, meanwhile, quietly told Camille not to take it personally, promising to apologize properly later. They were led into an opulent waiting room, the door slamming shut behind them. Seeing Camille's pale face, Alan asked if she was okay. She gave a weak assurance that she was fine. She clarified that while she was okay, she felt as if her soul had almost slipped out of her body. His concern growing, Alan pressed again, asking if she was truly all right. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sharp click of a door opening. Both whipped their heads around in surprise. Standing in the doorway was Lord Ray Casciano himself. He greeted Alan cheerfully, mentioning it had been a while since the bazaar. Overwhelmed, Camille bowed deeply, thanking him for the invitation. Ray waved it off, telling her there was no need to be tense since he was the one who had invited her. He then turned his attention back to Alan, placing a familiar hand on his shoulder with a friendly clasp. At that moment, a young woman in a matching uniform stepped beside Ray. With a flick of her long hair, she coolly eyed Camille and asked who she was. Alan hesitated for a moment before offering a slightly uncertain smile and replying, "My friend." I think. The ambiguity of his own answer left Alan looking completely dazed, his mind reeling from the strange introduction. He flinched under the intense, silent glare from the young woman. He wondered if he had done something wrong, as he seemed to be the only one receiving such scrutiny. Feeling the situation was impossible to handle alone, he sent a desperate mental plea to Camille for help. Breaking the heavy silence, he presented a package, explaining that it contained special sweets prepared just for this meeting. He mentioned that due to storage issues, this particular product wasn't usually available at the shop. He asked them to please accept it, wondering what they would think. Just then, a butler entered the room with a click of the door, carrying a serving tray. Across the room, Lord Ray clapped his hands together, looking pleased. Ray cheerfully informed him that there was no need to slice the dessert, as it was already portioned. In what felt like no time at all, everything was set up and ready. The butler revealed a stunning fruit tart, its surface covered in glistening fruits that shone like jewels. Alan let out an audible wow, feeling a wave of relief. He was glad Ray seemed to like it, thinking to himself that Akira's recommendation for a special gift was perfect. He eagerly turned to Camille, encouraging her to eat as well, noting that the tart was best enjoyed cold. His gaze then shifted to the other person, the young woman in the uniform, who still seemed to be doing poorly, her expression as severe as ever. Camille, meanwhile, looked completely drained. Attempting to move the conversation forward, the young lord formally introduced himself. His name was Ray Casciano, and he was a first-year student at the junior high school of the academy. The young woman followed suit, stating that she was Ray's cousin and that her name was Quirce. As she spoke, Alan took his first bite of the tart. A wave of euphoria washed over him. His guess had been right. It was the most beautiful and delicious treat he had ever tasted, making all his effort worthwhile. Camille, mortified by his casual reaction, hissed at him, questioning how he could speak so freely to the heir of a marquis. Ray, however, simply told Quirce that Alan was annoying and had never been one to act cool. He seemed entirely unfazed by Alan's lack of formality. Quirce's sharp gaze remained on Alan. She stated that, more importantly, he shouldn't lie, and asked if he had another name. Ray chimed in, explaining that as a noble, he is both a given and a family name, while commoners like them should only have one. He then added that this must be why Quirce also has another name. Alan was left speechless, shocked that she had seen through his facade. The confrontation hangs in the air as the young woman states her full name and title with unwavering gravity. Quirce Elisa Cainlees, the princess of this kingdom. Ray Casciano's eyes widen slightly as he recognizes the young woman before him. Quirce Elisa Cainlees, the second princess of the country. He internally questions her presence, his thoughts immediately turning to the royal family. He continues to ponder her lineage, recalling that Quirce's father hailed from a family connected to the Cascianos and married into royalty. This man's magical power was said to be comparable to that of the head of the Casciano family. In response to a question from Alan, Ray explains that despite being from a branch family, Quirce does hold a right to royal succession. The reason, he reveals, is that she is the awakened one from the royal lineage, possessing an amount of magic power that surpasses even the previous kings. Alan quietly repeats the term, the awakened one. He elaborates that an awakened one is simply a person with immense magic power, regardless of their lineage, noting that they can even appear among commoners. Then, pointing directly at a stunned Alan, he declares, just like you. The revelation sends Alan's mind racing. He wonders what awakened ones truly are, recalling the Zen religion's teaching that they are divine children of the Creator God. Ray then confesses that he made an unreasonable request for Alan to meet Quirce, explaining his belief that awakened ones have a perception far beyond that of ordinary people. Alone for a moment, Alan processes the conversation. He concludes that the day's events must have been planned and that the princess is likely a reincarnated person like himself. With this thought, he realizes it would be reckless to speak carelessly on his own. His resolve wavers as he grapples with the situation. He feels he cannot simply remain silent when dealing with nobles and wonders what he should do. He turns, calling out to Ray. Before he can say more, Quirce cuts him off. She tells him to look at Ray, who is in trouble for being accused without reason. She then states plainly that just because someone is an awakened one, it doesn't mean they are special. She presses him further, asking if she is mistaken. She argues that there are only a few reincarnated individuals, and even if they are strong, their influence is at best equivalent to that of a viscount. She pointedly asks how any of this truly affects him. Her words leave Alan speechless. The two stand in a tense silence, their gazes locked. He could only agree with the princess's sharp assessment, his gaze falling. Yes, you're right, he conceded. His thoughts are abruptly cut short as Ray Casciano appears beside him with a bright smile, asking if he'd startled him. Alan, taken aback, denies it, though he internally observes that neither Ray nor the princess seem like children at all. Now settled with a warm drink, Ray shifts to business, stating his desire to regularly purchase products from Alan in the future, such as the sweets from his stall. When Alan asks what else he wished to discuss, Ray proposes a deal. In return for the goods, he will offer his support to Alan and his brigade. Alan, pleased, happily accepts the arrangement. Ray then takes a call, assuring the person on the other end that he will handle the documents for their captain. He adds that while he hasn't spoken to the captain yet, He would like to confirm the details with her first. Concluding their meeting, Ray thanks Alan and asks him to give his regards to the captain. As Ray and his entourage depart, Alan notices Camille swaying unsteadily behind him, looking dizzy. She apologizes and says she's going to step outside for some fresh air. Alan watches her with concern, wondering if she is all right. The door shuts with a soft click, leaving Alan alone in the quiet, well-appointed room. His solitude is brief. A voice calls out from behind, and he turns to find Princess Quirce. She asks to speak with him, and he readily agrees, admitting he also wanted to talk to her. Despite their mutual agreement, a heavy silence falls between them. Alan stands rigidly, feeling anxious and uneasy under the princess's intense, unwavering gaze, realizing he is now facing her one-on-one. He stood in tense silence, utterly confused by Princess Quirce's presence. Breaking the quiet, she made an odd request, asking him to lift his bangs. Startled, Alan hesitantly complied, pushing his hair back from his forehead. The moment his forehead was revealed, the princess's demeanor completely shifted. Her eyes widened with adoration as she let out a piercing scream, shouting how cool he was and calling him Hakuba-kun from one star. Alan could only stare, dumbfounded. As her companions tried to calm her, the princess struck a dramatic pose. She declared that Alan was her idol, explaining that his name is Hakuba Issei, a character from the social game Wonder Stage. To Alan's shock, she proclaimed that he wasn't just similar, but was Hakuba's actual reincarnation. She continued her fervent comparison, noting his identical height to the character's basketball-playing days, as well as his golden hair, emerald eyes, and even his deep voice. The scene then shifts to a memory of the princess, who reflects that her long journey, which began years ago, was finally proving worthwhile. The narrative perspective shifts entirely, introducing Sakakibara Yui, a second-year university student from another time and place. Full of excitement, she shows off a newly crafted Ida bag, a bag covered in merchandise, that she prepared for an upcoming concert of her idol. Her joy turns to panic as she checks her phone. A new in-game event and a special gacha for Hakuba-kyan's new outfit have just been released. She realizes with dread that she spent all her money on a live show and now faces a dilemma. Take on more part-time shifts or miss out on grinding the event. A friend watches her, remarking that Yui is acting just like she always does. Flustered, Yui decides to push aside her worries about college for the moment. Her friend then casually asks if she thinks she bears any resemblance to Hakuba-kyan herself. Later, during lunch, her friend points out that Yui is eating a simple meal of bean sprouts again and asks if she's all right. Yui explains it's a way to save money, though her friend is unimpressed. As a kind gesture, Yui offers her friend a piece of her carriage. A reflection on her life reveals that everything revolved around her idol. She lived frugally, but her days were rewarding. Then, one day, that life came to a sudden end. As those final words hang in the air, Camille's eyes fly open. She jolts upright, gasping, her face a mask of pure shock and confusion, as if awakening from a dream she can no longer distinguish from reality. Standing before Alan, Princess Quirce explains that by sacrificing the existence of her beloved Hakuba-kyan, she was able to obtain wealth, power, talent, and beauty. She clutches her chest, tears welling in her eyes, as she recalls how painful those days were, knowing that from then on, Hakuba-kyan would only exist within her heart. Wiping a tear away, she declares that it's fine now. Alan, watching her, thinks to himself that while he doesn't fully grasp the situation, it's clear she has been through a great deal. As he processes this, the heavy door to the hallway slams shut behind them with a resounding boom. The sudden noise makes Alan jump, but the princess continues her train of thought, concluding that being sent to this world must have been fate, as it allowed her to meet him. Then, with a sudden move, she kicks his leg, sending him stumbling backward as he protests that he is not Hakuba-kyan. Having knocked him to the ground, Quirce looms over him, telling him to stay still. A crazed, excited look fills her eyes, and drool escapes her lips. Alan realizes with horror that her strange switch has just been flipped. Alan struggles beneath her, shouting that a princess shouldn't act this way and that this is wrong. He thinks that this is no joke, but Quirce calmly tells him not to worry, as she can easily make any rumors disappear. He continues to fight against her grip, but he is utterly overpowered. He wonders in shock where she gets such strength. Even though he is also a reincarnated person, he cannot break free at all. With Alan pinned securely to the floor, Quirce leans in triumphantly. She informs him that the room is soundproof, and he won't be able to move. Realizing he is trapped, Alan desperately cries out for someone to help him. Panting with excitement, Quirce declares that while she has no experience from her past life, her training for this moment has been perfect. She tells the horrified Alan to stop resisting and simply count the stains on the ceiling, promising it will be over soon. He heard the sharp click of a lock as his hands were squeezed tight, the sound sealing him inside the room. That sound, however, had not gone unnoticed. Just outside the door, Camille stood frozen, her eyes wide with alarm. Her sudden appearance interrupted the scene within. Princess Quirce, who had Alan pinned to a divan, looked up with a start. Before anyone could react, the door slammed shut with a heavy thud. A startled scream from Camille echoed from the other side, followed by a desperate shout of her name. The interruption completely shattered the princess's aggressive demeanor. Now off of Alan, she prostrated herself on the floor, bowing deeply as she offered a sincere apology. He sat up, his face flushed, a dizzying mix of relief and embarrassment washing over him. He couldn't believe he'd lost his composure in front of his idol, and he knew he had to thank Camille, wondering with a shudder what might have happened if he'd been alone. Trying to make sense of it all, he asked if she was reincarnated or transferred, noting that her earlier conversation suggested a sudden transfer. Flustered, she ordered him to drop the formalities and just call her Sakakibara, an instruction he quickly accepted. She then corrected his assumption. In her case, she explained, it wasn't a transfer, but something more akin to possession. Elaborating, she revealed a startling truth. Only the consciousness of a person named Sakakibara Yui had been transferred to this world. That consciousness, along with its memories and personality, was now linked to the original Quirce. He looked at her, puzzled, asking if that meant she had two personalities. She clarified that it wasn't so simple. She felt her current personality was a fusion of both of their consciousnesses. With a smug expression, Princess Quirce declares that the strongest otaku girl in the kingdom has just been born. From off-panel, a bewildered Alan can only question what he is hearing. He admits from his bed that he doesn't fully understand it either, but he is surprised, as this is the first time he's ever heard of such a case. He adds that it's also the first time he's met someone else from his world. Hearing this, the princess becomes flustered. She explains that because of her royal position, she can't go outside freely. She gets nervous just trying to talk to people who are often incredibly attractive in this world, which led to rumors spreading that she was a weirdo who was bad at socializing. Alan quietly reflects on this. He thinks that after 20 years of a normal life, he never imagined he would meet another awakened one. He considers that things might be different if he were an adventurer, but decides it's safer to keep his connection to the Sayuji family a secret. As the long conversation comes to a close, Princess Quirce stands up to leave, expressing her gladness at having finally met him. Alan, meanwhile, seems to be drifting off to sleep. He rouses himself, agreeing enthusiastically. He proposes that they talk again as fellow Japanese natives and promises to send a letter of support to her brigade. Beaming, the princess accepts, calling it a promise. She momentarily calls him by a character's name, Hakubi-kyun, before catching herself and asking for his name again. Alan clarifies that it's Alan. Nearby, Camille looks on, flustered. In a sudden shift, Camille's eyes flutter open. Disoriented, she finds herself being carried on someone's back and wonders where she is. A male voice, belonging to Lord Ray, tells her it's good that she has finally woken up. She rubs her eyes, still groggy, trying to recall what happened. She remembers meeting Lord Ray and the princess. Ray asks if she still feels unwell, but she assures him that she is fine. With a jolt, her memory sharpens. She remembers returning to the room and seeing the princess and Alan. The realization that she still remembers the event hits her with force. She looks up at Ray, who gazes down at her with a faint smile. He asks what she is talking about, calmly stating that she collapsed shortly after leaving the room. He dismisses her memory, telling her she must have had a weird dream. She vehemently denies Lord Ray's explanation, exclaiming that it's impossible. As he carries her on his back, he apologizes for trying to trick her and for pushing her so hard that she collapsed, though he privately wishes the entire incident had been just a dream. In response, she playfully pulls his hair and cheerfully announces her forgiveness. Beaming, Camille then presents a book, declaring it to be his apology for the day, the next volume of a story called Yumkoi. She immediately begins reading while still on his back, teasingly suggesting that if she doesn't read it now, she might collapse again. Annoyed, Lord Ray retorts that if she feels that good, she can walk on her own. He then quietly mutters that since Camille is his savior, this is a small price to pay. His thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of Captain Lazuli. As he yawns, reflecting on how peaceful things have been, she addresses him directly, stating that Alan, the captain, wishes to see him. Her expression is severe. Fixing Lord Ray with an intense, questioning gaze, she demands to know what, exactly, he has done. Alan stares in disbelief at two letters laid out before him, one bearing the name Chris Elisa Kane-Lees, the other Ray Casciano. He can only manage a stunned, what, as he recognizes the prominent names. In response to his confusion, Lazuli explains that a lot has happened, admitting it's a long story. She confirms that the documents are proofs of support from the second princess and the Marquise family, and then asks if this was his doing. She gestures to the papers spread across the table, asking if she got in his way before bluntly stating that because of him, her entire plan is ruined. However, she immediately retracts her statement with a firm no. Looking up, she clarifies that, rather, she is thankful. Alan, completely bewildered, asks if she knows why they took a break from their adventure work. Lazuli begins to detail the immense effort her original plan required. It was necessary to have connections in the royal capital, ensure a reliable supply chain, and secure skilled blacksmiths, none of which were easy to achieve without credibility. She elaborates that while in a regional city, one can simply approach the local lord, the capital is different. Alan listens, concerned, wondering why even a brigade of such skilled individuals would struggle so much. The harsh truth, she reveals, was that none of the nobles or merchants she dealt with were decent people. In the royal capital, everyone would look down on her just for being a woman, no matter what she accomplished. From a nearby doorway, Aina listens in, her hand gripping the frame. The scene shifts to an opulent office where a wealthy, mustachioed merchant sits smoking. He regards them coolly, stating, "I see. So, you're asking for my support." Standing before him with Aina, Lazuli makes her pitch. She offers him a share of the money earned from their activities. The merchant listens, then asks what he would get in return. The merchant rejects the proposal outright. Regrettably, money isn't an issue for me, he states, a calculating look in his eyes. I prefer something else. Lazuli is taken aback, asking what he could possibly mean. Her meeting with the merchant took a vile turn. He laughed, noting her many good-looking companions, and proposed that she become his mistress. If she disliked that idea, he suggested she could choose one of her members for him instead. The insult was too much for Aina, who slammed her hands down with a clatter, shouting at the man she called Lapine. Before Aina could escalate the situation, Lazuli calmly interjected. She stated firmly that she had no intention of selling herself or her companions and requested that they be excused, asking him to pretend the matter never happened. With that, she and Aina turned and walked away, leaving the merchant to grumble to himself about the insolent women. Later, she recounted the humiliating encounter to Alan. Her expression was grim as she explained that while they had faced similar propositions before, this was the first time they had been mocked so openly. Alan listened, his face a mask of disbelief, and could only utter that it was horrible. He watched as her hand tightened into a fist. She confirmed that such treatment was common, not just in the royal capital, but everywhere. It was, she concluded with resignation, just how men are. Her words gave him a sudden insight. He realized that this constant harassment was likely why her brigade ended up being comprised entirely of women. He could only imagine how much they must have endured. His sympathetic expression seemed to break her out of her dark thoughts. Lazuli apologized for complaining so much, acknowledging that there are good people like him around. Alan, however, simply told her it was understandable. Changing the subject, he asked for the man's name again. Lazuli identified him as Alex Barn, chairman of the Barn Company. Alan wondered if a family name implied nobility, but she clarified that Barn was not a noble himself, though he was apparently connected to a struggling family of knights. He took in this new information, his expression thoughtful. He observed that Alex Barn appeared to control the transportation routes between the capital and nearby cities, but advised Lazuli to remain cautious. Internally, he committed the details to memory. His focus then shifted to her well-being. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, he gently suggested she get some rest. Lazuli, looking weary, agreed that she would. At the Black Panther Brigade's headquarters, Aina sits at a desk now buried under a mountain of correspondence. The sheer volume of letters and requests that have suddenly appeared is staggering. She grabs a handful of the documents and rushes towards an office, calling out for a captain. As she does, she nearly collides with Alan, who stands in the doorway, his eyes wide with surprise. Aina muses aloud, questioning if they suddenly have more work than before, realizing they no longer need to actively seek out connections. He remains silent, processing the scene. Aina, startled by his sudden appearance alongside Lazuli, whirls around. She exclaims that a large number of people are waiting to meet with them, her voice a mixture of shock and confusion. In response to her confusion, Alan calmly explains that they have received support from both the Marquis and the Second Princess. He clarifies that the crowd of visitors consists of people who heard the rumors and rushed to offer their patronage. Aina reacts with utter disbelief, crying out the titles of the powerful figures he just named. He attempts to deflect her astonishment, stammering that it was merely a coincidence, that these influential people just happened to like some of his creations. Aina immediately refutes this, shouting that these are not individuals one encounters by chance, while Lazuli, unable to grasp the sudden turn of events, demands an explanation. Taking charge, Lazuli instructs Aina to attend to their guests for the time being, promising to get to the bottom of the situation herself. Before leaving, Aina points at Alan, insisting on a full explanation later, to which he can only manage a quiet agreement. As the door slams shut, he is left standing in the hallway, utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that his actions would lead to such an immediate and overwhelming outcome. Meanwhile, Aina gazes out the window at the crowd of people. She considers the fact that Princess Quirce rarely appears in public, realizing that the interest from such high-ranking individuals must be due to their connection with Alan. Sometime later, Lazuli sits with Alan, a document spread before them. She observes that this situation, while unexpected, is advantageous. At this rate, she explains, they can establish their operational base in no time and will need his help once they're adventuring resumes. He asks for clarification on his role. Lazuli looks at him directly and makes her proposal. She wants him to become the Black Panther Brigade's exclusive merchant. She lays out the current system where they sell monster materials through the guild for a commission. Her ideal plan is for him to handle the sales directly, bypassing the guild to maximize their profits from the large sums of money involved in their monster-slaying quests. He listened as Lazuli explained that, for now, they would maintain their current state. She admitted they probably lack the manpower and experience to expand further at the moment. She then turned the question to him, asking if he would be able to handle so much work. Alan, with a determined look, replied that it was okay and that he was actually glad to be this busy. Lazuli, in turn, assured him she would make sure they had enough personnel. Her expression softened as she simply said his name, Alan. He looked back at her, a questioning on his lips, caught off guard by the shift in tone. She reminded him of how he once said it felt strange to be thanked for doing something for his own benefit. As she stepped away, she confirmed that for her, that's simply the job of an adventurer. She continued, explaining that while she initially started her journey with the goal of returning to her original world, things were different now. Her priority has shifted to what's right in front of her and to the people who have been by her side. Alan listened intently, understanding her change in perspective. He realized internally that he had much to learn from her resolve. Lazuli then asked if he could assist Aina, stating that there was no need to worry. Alan readily agreed. Moments later, Aina appeared, looking completely drained. She slumped forward, exclaiming that the ordeal of constant meetings was finally over. She turned to Alan, complaining that it's tough when people keep showing up every day, though she admitted she was glad the negotiations were progressing smoothly. She then stared at him pointedly, grumbling that a certain someone still hadn't told her all the details. Despite her complaints, she reported that they had successfully narrowed the list down to a few good trading companies. She noted that at this rate, they might finish in time for the regular meeting scheduled for next month, where team leaders give their status updates. Alan seemed surprised to hear about a regular meeting. He let out a sigh, realizing that even so, this would be his first time attending such a formal gathering. He listened as Aina explained her situation, her gaze directed downward. She confessed that until now, as the sole member of the supply team, she had been exempt from these meetings but simply couldn't keep up with all the work on her own. She noticed his brief, thoughtful pause and questioned it. Changing the subject, she remarked on how his calculations were always so precise and asked if he was particularly skilled at it. Seeing an opportunity, Aina offered to take care of the accounting documents herself. Alan hesitated before letting out a small laugh, admitting that he wasn't actually the one doing all the calculations. He was getting help from other people. Aina seemed to accept his vague answer, simply stating that she would leave it to him regardless. With a simple sure, he entered a nearby room, closing the door firmly behind him. Once alone, he raised his hand, a faint shimmer enveloping him. He knew that for moments like this, it was time to rely on his unique abilities. With a sigh of relief, he found himself transported. He was now sitting at a modern desk, in front of a computer, grateful for the wonders of modern convenience as he began to work with a few clicks of the mouse. He examined a spreadsheet on the monitor, noting that one section was unusually expensive. He mused that about half the credit for setting up the spreadsheet and teaching him how to use it belonged to Quirce-san. Leaning back in his chair, he clicked the mouse again as a realization struck him. The high cost was for the upkeep of the potions. This thought led him to consider the true purpose of his regular trips to Japan. Beyond just sourcing products, he was there to share information and assist with ongoing gate research. He recalled explaining that this research involved studying magical energy using materials he brought from the other world. However, he also noted the significant drawback. Maintaining the gate for long periods was difficult and prevented him from using any other magic. He considers his next move while looking at his phone. As part of his ongoing collaboration, he has brought herbs and potions from the other world, deciding it is time to hear what the researchers have discovered. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a sudden presence. He turns, startled, wondering if he is being watched. It is Akira, who asks if he was calling for her. Surprised by her silent approach, Alan asks when she arrived, and she replies that she just got there, prompting his internal thought that her speed is terrifying. Before he can question her further, another voice calls out to him. A man in a lab coat stands before the Sayuji Group's top-secret research facility, the Leaf Institute. He introduces himself as Yoshida, the head botanical researcher, and informs Alan that they have been waiting for him. Once inside, Yoshida apologizes for summoning Alan so suddenly. Alan, however, reassures him that the timing is perfect, as he was just about to request an update himself. With a swipe of his hand, Yoshida indicates he is ready to begin his explanation immediately. To start the discussion, Alan shares his own understanding of how the potions work. He explains that the solution penetrates cell membranes, excessively activates the nucleus, and promotes cell proliferation. This process, he theorizes, temporarily replaces damaged areas and accelerates wound healing. As a vial of the glowing liquid is shown, Yoshida asks for the concept in simpler terms. Alan summarizes that, in essence, the potion enhances the body's natural healing ability. Yoshida nods, then begins to present his team's findings. He reveals a crucial detail. The genetic information of the herbs used as ingredients is not all that different from plants native to Earth. This revelation gives Alan pause. He processes the information and comes to a conclusion. The healing effect isn't from the inherent power of the plant itself. In other words, the plant's properties alone are not enough to have a significant impact on a human body. Yoshida confirms Alan's deduction is correct. He elaborates that their research indicates the involvement of an unknown energy, which they have concluded must be what is known as magic. At the mention of magic, Alan falls into a thoughtful silence. Noticing this, Yoshida asks if something is wrong, but Alan quickly dismisses it. Internally, He realizes Yoshida must have already suspected his unique nature from his physical examination, recalling his own superhuman test results in sprinting and jumping. He muses that even with his abilities, Sayuji and Sakakibara are stronger still. He listens as the researcher, Yoshida, places a potted plant on the desk, explaining that while it's possible to bring living plants through the gate, the magical effect is halved. Alan expresses his surprise, asking if this is really the case. Yoshida continues, mentioning they have successfully cultivated some medicinal herbs, but most fail to survive. He muses that establishing a reliable cultivation method would be a Nobel Prize-worthy achievement, likely hindered by the scarcity of mana in this world. Alan considers this, realizing how difficult the task must be. Yoshida then pivots, stating he is curious about the opposite scenario, which leaves Alan momentarily confused. The researcher clarifies his hypothesis. Could plants from this world be made to retain mana? And if so, what kind of effect would they produce? Having laid out the problem, Yoshida turns and calls for a colleague, Tsukamoto-kun, asking her to guide Alan. The sudden request gives Alan a strange sense of déjà vu as the woman agrees. The researcher, Tsukamoto, leads Alan down a corridor, stopping before a door marked Third Laboratory. She gestures him forward, announcing their arrival. Inside a room filled with rows of shelving and potted plants, she explains their purpose. These are ordinary plants from Earth, gathered because they share genetic similarities with the medicinal herbs from the other world. Tsukamoto then makes a request, asking Alan to try channeling his magic into one of the plants. He is surprised, but understands, acknowledging to himself that he's never attempted such a thing before. She reassures him that even a small amount will be fine. He complies, holding his hand over a row of small plants. As he concentrates, a faint glow emanates from the foliage, indicating a flow of energy. After a moment, Alan withdraws his hand. He confirms that he felt something, though he apologizes that there's no visible change. Tsukamoto smiles warmly, thanking him for his cooperation and promising to inform him once the test results are ready. He considers the experiment, noting that like with potions, there's a chance the infused mana will gradually dissipate, meaning he might be asked to use his magic again. He then adds that he has something he'd like to ask as well. As they walk, Camille presents a document, identifying it as the finance report, which she thinks should be in order. Alan glances at it, surprised by the formality, and asks if the regular meetings are truly that strict. She swallows nervously, admitting that since it's her first time, she's just being extra careful. Alan offers a kind smile, reassuring her that it's okay, and he'll follow up if anything happens, confessing that he's also a bit nervous. Her expression shifts as she changes the subject, stating that, by the way, she has been wondering about something for a while now. Her question is direct. She asks what he is carrying under his arm. Alan glances down at the object before vaguely promising to explain it later. She stares at him, unconvinced. Camille points out that he keeps saying that, but has never actually given a proper explanation. Alan defensively replies that he thinks he has, at least within his limits. As they proceed down the hall, Camille suddenly stops. She turns to him with a serious look and observes that he has changed a bit. Her comment leaves Alan baffled, and he can only ask what she is talking about. During a formal meeting, a vice captain named Lapine concludes her report. She announces that information gathering on the dungeons near the royal capital is complete, and several parties are scheduled to challenge them in 2 days. At the table, Aina freezes with nervousness as Alan informs her that the mage team is next to present. Elsewhere, Nana, another vice captain, cheerfully informs Alan that since he joined, they have received a flood of requests from other male adventurers wanting to join. Alan looks taken aback, realizing the trouble this must have caused and feeling sorry for them. Nana clarifies that they turned everyone away, as none were qualified. As she listens, Shizuku rustles the papers in her hand. She interjects, stating that while she doesn't want to detract from the current topic, she has someone she would like to recommend. Shizuku immediately asks who it is. Nana explains that the candidate is from the Piana Ishan family of knights and possesses a high aptitude for healing magic. Shizuku considers this, realizing that with half a year of training, the girl could become exceptionally powerful. Though she agrees this is exactly the kind of person they need, she hesitates, asking Nana if she is certain. Nana's response is an unequivocal yes. She winks with confidence, declaring that she is the only one who has witnessed the candidate's true talent. She urges that if they want to recruit her, the time is now. Nana confirms her understanding and instructs Shizuku to handle the arrangements. Looking over the provided document, Shizuku agrees, trusting Nana's judgment. She decides that the terms and conditions for the new recruit will be the same as Alan's. Returning to the main meeting, Shizuku calls for the mage team's report. Aina jolts to attention with a loud yes, her papers clattering in her flustered state. She reports that due to an incident the previous day, all supply negotiations are settled, and they have also secured a few blacksmiths. Her heart pounds as she finishes her part of the report. Shizuku calmly acknowledges it with an "I see," and then asks if there is anything else. Aina looks uncertain, trailing off. As Aina panics, Alan observes her, noting that her nerve-wracking experience reminds him of his old office days. While Nana tries to reassure the panicked girl, Alan raises his hand to intervene. Shizuku turns to him and asks what he wants, and he declares that he has something to report. He explains that after reviewing the brigade's expenses, he discovered an issue with the potion maintenance fees. He then asks Aina to hand out the related documents to everyone. She gives a relieved thumbs up and agrees. As he began his presentation, Aina's eyes fixed on the object he produced. She looked on with curiosity, murmuring to herself as she processed what she was seeing. He explained that, through his connections, he had created a new type of potion container. It was more durable and less bulky than the usual glass bottles. He continued, highlighting its most useful feature. Due to its processing, it could preserve potions for up to 1 month, for times longer than normal. The claim of a 1-month shelf life sent a shockwave of disbelief through the room. The announcement caused a stir among the brigade members. They whispered amongst themselves, questioning if they could really trust him. Such a claim seemed like nonsense, as their potions usually only lasted for a week. Aina, however, spoke up in his defense. She acknowledged their doubts, but stated her belief that Alan wouldn't tell such an obvious lie. Before the chatter could resume, Lazuli clapped her hands sharply, calling for quiet. She then proposed a compromise. For the next month, they would use both the old and new containers to verify his claim. She asked Alan if he agreed to the terms, and he accepted with relief. With no further objections, Lazuli concluded the meeting, instructing everyone to share the details with their groups. After the meeting, he stretched with a sigh of relief. With this, the potion maintenance costs should be manageable. He made a mental note to thank Yoshida-san and the research group for their assistance. His thoughts then turned to the linchpin of his entire plan. He knew that everything now depended on a single, special rose. He gazed at the flower resting on a surface before him. The simple rose held the key to his success. The memory of his discussion with Tsukamoto came to mind. She had confirmed their breakthrough, explaining that with his help, they had verified that these specific roses possessed the highest ability to retain magical particles. He recalled the research data. The roses from his world showed effects very similar to medicinal herbs, whereas the other plants tested had proven toxic to humans. Based on this, Tsukamoto had made a request. She wanted him to take and cultivate these roses in the other world. Alan readily agreed to the task. He confirmed his understanding, noting that a few samples within a manageable scope should be sufficient, though he decided to prepare some extras just in case. This was the result he obtained after he told Sayuji to stop her from reporting their findings to the lab, leading to the roses developing a strange, glittering quality. He had thought of ways to simply throw the mutated flowers away, wondering if he could experiment with them as a substitute for medicinal herbs. To speed things up, he had poured all of his magic into them, realizing with a sigh that the resulting mutation was entirely his own fault. Now, in a room lined with books, Alan and Aina met with a woman named May. Hearing of his knowledge, she directly asked if he wanted her to teach him how to make potions. Alan confirmed, but May noted that this wasn't a case of using a regular herb and admitted she probably didn't have much she could teach him. She paused, processing his words. Not a regular herb? She inquired, confirming that he was referring to a kind of pseudo-herb. In response, Alan presented the glittering, mutated roses. May stared, admitting she had never seen a plant like it before. She gazed at him, a small smile on her face, as she remarked that he was, as always, full of mysteries. Alan could only offer an awkward laugh. Her curiosity piqued. May asked how much he knew about potions. He confessed that he only knew the basics. Unfazed, she decided that with a bit of ingenuity, it would probably be fine, and they should give it a try, apologizing in advance in case of failure. With that settled, she began her lesson. First, she explained simply, potions come in 4 colors, and each has 3 grades. So, there are 12 types in total. She elaborated on the system, showing how the grades descend from I to 3, with corresponding effect from great to minor. As an example, she stated that purple potions can regenerate a damaged body part, though the specific part depends on the grade. At the lowest end, a green grade 3 potion is used for simple ailments like chapped skin and bruises. She continues her lesson, explaining that while they use potions up to the blue tier, they don't use green ones thanks to Nana's abilities. Alan is taken aback, realizing the potion system is more extensive than he imagined. As she speaks, the cauldron on the fire continues to bubble, its contents swirling. She elaborates that purple potions, the highest tier humanity can produce, are made from herbs that grow exclusively in dangerous places. Because of this, the ingredients never appear on the open market. Alan confirms that he has indeed never seen them for sale. May adds that they are the stuff of legend now, having not been seen for over a decade. With a dropper in hand, Alan then shifts the topic, asking about red potions. The subject of his question is a mythical substance. A grade 1 red potion, nicknamed Blood of God, or Ichor, is said to possess the power of resurrection. May clarifies that even red potions of a lower grade can heal fatal wounds and have a rejuvenating effect. However, she notes that there is no actual record of a grade 1 red potion ever truly existing. She continues, explaining that red potions were originally sacred relics, discovered only on rare occasions in high-difficulty dungeons, and they have likely all been scavenged by now. Seeing Alan's overwhelmed expression, she asks if he is all right. At that moment, the brewing process concludes. The liquid in the cauldron is a vibrant purple. Alan and Aina are stunned, realizing its rarity. Alan immediately asks about its value, and May reveals that on the black market, it would fetch 5 million gold. The number echoes in his mind, a figure so immense it leaves him in a state of pure shock. As he grapples with this, Lazuli appears, holding a flask of the finished potion. She remarks that he truly lacks common sense, but in a good way. May adds that even artificially cultivating medicinal herbs is impossible, highlighting the magnitude of his feat with a serious expression. Alan admits he was only expecting to make a simple blue potion. As the group grappled with the potion's value, Lazuli decisively shut down the idea of a simple sale. She explained that selling such a valuable item directly to the guild would damage their public reputation. Alan, confused, asked why they couldn't just sell it to the guild instead of letting it go to waste. Lazuli clarified that selling it on the open market would cause an enormous stir, and people might think their party can't conduct business properly without going through official channels. Her words sank in, and Alan acknowledged the problem. He understood that it wasn't just other merchants, but even the guild staff who would view them negatively. Lazuli confirmed his fears, adding that he, specifically, will be the one most affected by this damaged reputation. He hesitated, unsure of what to do next. Seeing his uncertainty, Lazuli proposed an alternative, a field trip to the black market in the capital, which she pointed out isn't actually illegal. She looked at him intently, warning him that if he considered tasks like this a nuisance, he wouldn't be able to survive in their line of work. She then added that it wasn't as if he needed the team's name to operate anyway, implying he had the strength to stand on his own. As he processed her words, Alan was struck by how mature Lazuli seemed for a high school girl. His thoughts were cut short by Aina, who suddenly declared that she was going on the trip too. Lazuli turned to her, instructing her to keep the plan a secret from the other members and to accompany Alan, much to Aina's shock. Aina slumped in gloomy acceptance. Lazuli then reminded her of the stakes, questioning what Alan would do without his negotiator present for a potential 5 million gold deal. The responsibility of the task was now clear. With the roles assigned, Alan confidently slammed his hand on the table, declaring that he would leave the negotiations to her. Aina could only manage a meek okay in response. A moment later, a sudden realization struck Alan like a bolt of lightning. He had completely forgotten to ask what he was supposed to do with the remaining supply of roses, enough for 5 more potions. Aina, noticing his distress, asked him what was wrong. Elsewhere, the purple potion continued to bubble gently over a flame, its immense value a silent, simmering fact. Later, sitting at his desk, Alan made a firm decision. He couldn't reveal the full details of the magic rose to May. He would have to brew the remaining potions by himself. He works to finish the potion in time for the next day's black market trip, having thrown in all 50 of the remaining roses. With no other choice, he puts his faith in the process and drinks the concoction directly from the beaker. His body reacts instantly. As sweat beads on his brow, he stares at the vial, noticing with alarm that the liquid has turned a startling shade of red. He examines the result more closely, wondering if it's a failure since the volume has decreased significantly. He corrects his initial observation. It's not a true red potion, but rather a reddish purple. The liquid itself is strange. He can feel a tingling sensation emanating from it, yet doesn't evaporate. He cannot comprehend what he has created. His mind races with the potential consequences. The color is clearly not the expected purple, which is sure to cause a major problem if noticed. He realizes he cannot simply throw it away. Without a water purification facility, getting caught disposing of it could endanger everyone's safety. Deciding on a last resort, he resolves to bury the failed potion in the wild. With a swish of his cloak, he prepares to travel. He travels to another place entirely, a silent, desolate landscape of rock and dust. He observes that it is truly an empty world. He turns, finding the desolation perfect for his task. He can bury the evidence quickly and escape. But just as he thinks this, a sudden sensation makes him grunt and look up. As he does, a colossal, disc-shaped structure descends from the starry sky, casting a powerful beam of light down upon the barren ground before him. He stares up in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the impossible sight. He recognizes the advanced piece of technology, an orbital lift. He had instantly decided against his original plan. The desolate world was clearly not the safe disposal site he had imagined. With a swift turn, he abandoned the idea of burying the failed potion and departed at once. Moments later, back in his own world, his disoriented state did not go unnoticed. Lord Ray approached him with a look of concern, asking if he was all right. Before he could fully respond, Aina stepped forward, her gaze sharp and intense. She questioned if he hadn't slept enough, then immediately surmised that he must have been too nervous to sleep. Alan, rubbing his eyes, could only look on in astonishment, wondering who she was talking about. Her glare persisted as she continued her assessment. She acknowledged that the black market in the royal capital was relatively safe, but pointed out that in his case, with his connections to the princess and his ability to create purple potions, things were different. Her tone then shifted completely. Aina explained that she was just being cautious because he lacked combat experience. With a reassuring smile, she promised to protect him properly, telling him not to worry. Alan, slightly flustered, offered a weak laugh and suggested they train together sometime. Now dressed in her adventure gear for the first time in his presence, Aina urged him to hurry up so they wouldn't be late. As he watched her, Alan realized with some amusement that she genuinely believed his fatigue was due to nervousness. He resolved to put the misunderstanding aside and focus on the task at hand. Following Aina out through the large, sunlit doorway, he affirmed he was on his way, ready to face the day. At the bustling Royal Capital Black Market, Alan finishes his preparations. With a sigh, he observes his meager display, a single purple potion and its accompanying certificate. He remarks to himself that even with his preparations complete, he has nothing else to sell. Aina, sitting beside him, reminds him that the captain assured them it wasn't illegal. Alan, however, looks around with a hint of disappointment, admitting he had imagined a black market would be something more sinister. She asks what he means, then begins to explain, cautioning him to be careful. This place, she clarifies, is essentially just a market where neither the government nor the guild is involved, making everything technically legitimate. Aina continues her warning with a serious expression. While it's true that one can sell items for far more than the guild price, it also means the customers are just as desperate. She stresses that if he gets ripped off, it won't be considered a crime. As the chatter of the crowd grows outside, Alan notes that it's almost time for the event to start. Aina asks if he looks like someone who would be willing to haggle, to which he dryly replies that it's a fair point. Suddenly, a voice announces that the doors are open. An instant, chaotic stampede erupts as people shout and shove their way inside. Alan and Aina are caught in the middle of the sudden, violent surge of bodies. Sweating and looking overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, Alan turns to Aina. He asks in disbelief if the black market is always this chaotic. From the crowd, a stocky man approaches their stall, his gaze fixed on the potion. He leans in and pointedly asks Alan if the item he's selling is genuine. The man remains skeptical, huffing that a certificate could be easily forged. In response, Alan calmly presents the document, confirming that this is indeed the certificate. Alan then states his price, 1.3 million. The customer is stunned, exclaiming that such a price is for a grade 1 blue potion. Other onlookers murmur in surprise. Alan simply replies that what the man suggests is not possible, implying his item is far more valuable. The skeptical customer, incensed by the price, redirects his anger toward Aina, demanding to know why she is silent. Unintimidated, Aina shouts back, telling him to leave if he isn't buying and to stop disrupting their business. The man recoils, enraged that a woman would dare to address him so forcefully. Before the man can retaliate, Alan's hand clamps down on his wrist. He tells the customer to be quiet, stating that he is the one speaking to Aina now and that the man has gone too far. Without another word, Alan's fist connects solidly with the man's face. The force of the blow sends the man tumbling backward through the air, landing with a heavy thud some distance away. Alan stands with a slightly dazed expression, a bandage on his cheek, as Aina looks on from behind him, her body twitching in surprise. She stares ahead, a gloomy expression washing over her face as she processes the sudden violence. The shock gives way to distress, and she covers her face with her hands. Alan turns to her, gently advising her to be careful and to leave such confrontations to him in the future. She quietly agrees. He then reflects on the situation, a grimace on his face as he thinks how shameful it is for an adventurer to attack a civilian, while a gloomy aura emanates from Aina. Deciding the confrontation has drawn enough unwanted attention, Alan holds up the guild certificate. He observes that while potions seem to be in high demand, no one is willing to commit to such a high price. With a sigh, he suggests to Aina that they leave it for now. Just as they are about to pack up, a calm voice stops them. A young man in armor politely asks to purchase the item. Alan is taken aback by the sudden decision. The man thanks him and, after examining the potion, curiously asks how Alan managed to acquire it. Alan vaguely explains that he used a few connections. The armored man then asks if there's a chance the potion will be restocked. Alan remains non-committal, stating he can't make any promises. The man expresses his desire to buy more if it becomes available again. He then passes Alan a card, introducing himself as Maxwell. The swordsman explains that if Alan takes the item to the guild, the purchase will be processed immediately. He reassures Alan that he is fine with whatever price is named. A bit taken aback, Alan stammers his understanding. Despite his agreement, Alan questions if this is truly all right, not wanting to profit unfairly. Maxwell calmly replies that it's no problem, adding that the potion's value is subject to significant price fluctuations and could easily double during a monster surge or conflict. He listens intently, his expression serious. He reflects on the rarity of such items, recalling that purple potions only appear about once a month, forcing many adventurers to give up when faced with unhealable injuries. This leads him to consider the alternative, regenerative treatment. He realizes that even for the rare individuals known as healers, such magic is difficult. While a handful of people possess this ability, hiring one would be nearly impossible for an ordinary adventurer. Maxwell's voice cuts through Alan's thoughts. He declares that if money can make the impossible possible, then any cost is a small price to pay, reaffirming why he is untroubled by the price. He then reveals the reason for his urgency, explaining that one of his companions lost a finger the previous month. To use the potion, they will have to re-injure the area. Nearby, Aina overhears and shudders with a gasp. Maxwell, however, seems focused only on his goal, stating that with this potion, he can finally heal his companions. Alan, understanding the gravity of the situation, promises to try and keep such items in stock, to which Maxwell says he is counting on him. With their transaction complete, Maxwell's attention turns to the bustling street. He remarks that he was lucky to have arrived when he did, then asks if something special is happening today, noting that everyone seems to be heading in the same direction. He replies, relaying the rumor that an elf slave has just arrived in town. Alan admits he doesn't know any more than that, but the thought of an elf slave clearly disturbs him. Hearing this, Maxwell remarks that this could be considered a social outing and decides to investigate the commotion. As they walk, Aina, noticing Alan's troubled expression, asks if he is all right. He remains silent, glancing towards the gathering crowd with a pensive look. He listens as Aina explains that while the country does have a slavery system, it's not what he might be imagining. She notes that it's not a particularly large institution. She presents a document, clarifying that the system involves formal contracts detailing salary, job conditions, contract duration, and necessary qualifications. As Alan inquires about the paper, Aina reveals that people in this country do not fall into slavery due to debt or crime. The revelation stuns Alan, who blurts out in confusion, asking where she is from. His disbelief erupts as he shouts, questioning how slaves could possibly get paid and choose their jobs. Aina calmly elaborates, describing it as a servant contract requiring mutual consent. She outlines a three-tiered system: dangerous work like adventuring, heavy labor like farming, and simple chores, with pay scaling accordingly. The primary benefit for an employer, she adds, is the ability to use binding magic to enforce confidentiality and control behavior. Absorbing the complex explanation, Alan sits beside his companions and murmurs his understanding. Aina qualifies her statement, noting that most available positions are still difficult manual labor, unless the individual possesses a special skill. After a moment of thought, he changes the subject, asking if elf slaves are rare. Aina confirms they are, remarking that she wouldn't be surprised if one earned as much as 10 million a month. The group is now amidst the murmuring crowd, where onlookers speculate whether the elf being sold came of their own free will. As the crowd presses in, Maxwell warns the others to be careful not to get separated. Aina cries out that she's being swept away, while Alan, staggering, notes the sheer number of people obscuring his view. A sudden, powerful surge propels the crowd forward. They are pushed along uncontrollably as Aina calls out for them to wait. The momentum ceases, leaving the three of them squeezed tightly together. Alan grunts from the pressure as Aina looks around, bewildered, asking where they've been swept off to. He finally spots a familiar figure amidst the chaos of the crowd, calling out with relief, "Finally, I found you." As he turns, he sees it's Aina, her name escaping his lips in surprise. His attention, however, is immediately drawn past her to the figure standing on a platform ahead. It is the elf slave, her expression serene as she holds a document, seemingly unfazed by the commotion she has caused. Beside him, Aina whispers in admiration, "So pretty." Alan remains silent, his gaze fixed on the elf, taking in the sight. His eyes then shift to a display of the contract's terms. He is taken aback to see that for salary, contract period, and type of work, there is no preference. He realizes this must be the final condition. The document reveals one crucial requirement from any potential master. They must provide one red potion of grade 3 or higher. The elf's gaze remains steady, filled with quiet determination. As they watch, Aina leans in to explain the situation. She tells him that the elf's companion is nearby and is apparently suffering from a grave injury or illness. She continues, recounting how she heard the elf has been traveling all over the country to find a way to help this person. Aina calls it a touching story and asks Alan if he thinks the elf is worth the price of the potion. Aina concludes that this must be the reason for her incredibly open contract terms. She suggests that because of this desperation, the elf will surely treat whoever helps her very well. Alan listens, his expression thoughtful. His boot crunches on the ground as he processes Aina's words. He internally admits that, if one were to consider only pure value, the red potion might indeed be worth more than the contract. But he immediately rejects this line of thinking, his face hardening. This isn't about a price. It's a sacrifice. A grim realization dawns on him. At this rate, the elf girl is heading toward her own ruin. He stops abruptly, jolting Aina, who is walking beside him. She asks what's wrong, and he apologizes, claiming he was just lost in thought. Internally, however, a plan is forming. He realizes he might be able to create the very potion the elf slave needs. She stares at him, her expression turning suspicious. She asks him not to tell her he's actually interested in that elf. Flustered, Alan quickly denies it, insisting that's not the case. Aina then offers some stern advice, telling him to listen closely. She warns that if he continues to sympathize with every unfortunate soul he meets, he'll wear himself out. She tells him to only give his heart to those he can actually save. He listens in silence, taking in her words. Her lecture finished, she urges him to hurry home. Averting his gaze, Alan thanks her, admitting that she does say nice things sometimes. As he walks, he clenches his fist, mulling over her words. He believes Aina meant something different, but her advice nonetheless gave him the push he needed. He sees this as a chance, also realizing he needs tight-lipped employees for tasks like repackaging and sorting goods. Later that night, walking alone under the full moon, his resolve solidifies. He acknowledges that he isn't the type to ask for help, but decides that if there's a chance to succeed, it's worth trying. His decision leads him to a traditional-style house. The electronic chime of a doorbell echoes through the quiet night. The door creaks open to reveal the elderly innkeeper, who greets Alan with surprised affection. Alan apologizes for the sudden late-night visit, but the man simply welcomes him in. Inside, the innkeeper mentions it's been a while, and holding a tray of freshly picked eggplants, warmly invites Alan to join them for dinner. Alan, looking tense, begins to refuse, stating that wasn't his intention for visiting. A moment later, Alan sits formally in the Seiza position on the floor, a posture of great seriousness. The innkeeper, taken aback by this sudden formality, asks him what's wrong. He maintains his serious posture, looking toward the person before him. After a moment's hesitation, he addresses the man as Genji-san, formally beginning his request for a favor. Before a large, traditional-style building, Alan bows deeply to the elderly innkeeper. He formally requests to borrow a piece of land, specifying that he only needs it for 1 month. The innkeeper readily agrees, telling Alan to do as he wishes, though he cautions that the land is mere wasteland. He then cheerfully suggests they have a feast to celebrate. Beaming with gratitude, Alan thanks him profusely. With permission secured, Alan stands alone before the vast, uncultivated field, a hoe resting on his shoulder. He reflects on his success in borrowing the land, but the wild expanse before him hints at the difficult work ahead. His initial optimism gives way to anxiety as he considers that this is his first time farming. Just as he begins to worry, the loud rumble of an engine shatters the quiet. Kita arrives triumphantly atop a large tractor, calling out that a reliable helper has arrived. Alan stares, utterly shocked by the appearance of such a modern machine. Kita, now wearing a baseball cap, explains that since his parents are farmers, he was able to borrow the tractor from them. As Alan expresses his thanks, his curiosity is piqued by the unfamiliar vehicle. They both survey the field, a dense thicket of overgrown weeds stretching out before them. The sheer scale of the wilderness is daunting, and Alan can only manage a nervous laugh. Kita asks about his plans, and Alan lays out his ambitious 1-month schedule. He intends to plant 4,000 roses the following week. The plan involves 10 days for field preparation, 10 for mana infusion, and a final 10 for harvesting and potion making, all culminating just as the elf slaves stay in the capital ends. He admits the goal is to harvest in a month, but the seedlings are still just buds. Hearing the tight deadline, Kita's expression becomes serious. He stares intently at the overgrown field and concedes that it's going to be a tough endeavor after all. He then gestures for Alan to look at something on the ground. Surprised by Kita's perceptiveness, Alan asks how he knew. Kita simply states that he thinks they'll manage it, which seems to put Alan at ease. Kita points to a clear demarcation line on the ground separating the forest from the field. He explains that the types of weeds change abruptly right at that point. As Alan looks closer, he realizes the truth in his friend's observation. He listened as Kita examined a plant, explaining that the absence of troublesome weeds like cedar or sasa, which multiply when soil is tilled, suggests the field was in use not too long ago. Alan absorbed this new piece of information, a thoughtful look on his face. Following this observation, Kita decided that rather than overthinking it, they should just get started. He gripped a weed whacker, noting that despite the positive signs, there are never any guarantees in farming. The two of them set to work with vigor, clearing the land with the weed whacker, a small truck, and the tractor. After a long day's labor, they stood before the neatly cleared field. Wiping sweat from his brow, Alan decided that was enough for the day. As they admired their progress, Alan expressed his disbelief that they had accomplished so much in a single day, praising Kita as being what one would expect from a farmer's son. Kita returned the compliment, joking that Alan himself had been like a human tractor. Taking a break, they sat together at the edge of the woods. Alan seemed satisfied, but Kita broke the silence, voicing a lingering doubt about whether what they were doing was truly okay. Confused, Alan asked him to clarify. He explained his unease. While Genji-san had been happy and told him he could do whatever he wanted with the wasteland, the evidence suggested someone had been using it recently. This contradiction troubled him. Kita, however, had a different perspective. He asked what Alan meant, then stated that of course Genji-san was happy because the land was finally being used for its intended purpose. His words hung in the air as crows cawed in the distance. Kita continued, explaining that Genji-san owned a lot of land, and that ownership came with all sorts of struggles. This prompted Alan to wonder aloud if the land had been inherited. The conversation's heavy tone shifted abruptly. Kita cheerfully announced that he had taken several days off from his part-time job to continue helping. Alan was taken aback, admitting he thought Kita's help was only for that day. Kita simply declared that for Genji-san's sake, they would give it their all again tomorrow. Alan was suddenly struck by the harsh reality of the immense amount of work still ahead, picking up trash, digging up roots, plowing, soil analysis, and much more. As he groaned at the overwhelming list, Kita smiled kindly, insisting he couldn't possibly trouble Alan with all that and would take care of the rest himself. He reacts to Kita's generous offer with an apology, insisting he will make it up to him later for the fuel and equipment expenses. Kita clarifies that, even so, he will only be able to help for a couple of days. Sensing Alan's formality, Kita looks slightly annoyed and asks him why he is being so distant. His expression then softens into a smile as he explains that he is helping simply because he wants to, because they are friends. The statement catches Alan off guard, who internally questions if he has ever heard the word friends used this way before. Kita sighs, remarking that Alan can be stubborn, but adds that as friends, he wants to help him even more. Flustered, Alan apologizes, admitting that it is the first time he has met someone like that in Japan. With the matter settled, Kita's demeanor brightens as an idea strikes him. He declares that, in that case, he has a small favor to ask. Alan, curious, asks what it is. He passionately requests that Alan join him in spreading the gospel of anime, specifically mentioning a title called Yum Koi. Alan is left completely bewildered, wondering if he is the only one not understanding the situation. Sometime later, a butterfly gently lands on the tender stem of a newly planted rose, a quiet symbol of the work completed. The view expands to show the fully planted field, where Alan stands alone, reflecting that he somehow managed to finish all the planting. His work now brings him before Akira Kamiki. He sincerely apologizes for the trouble, but she stands firm, stating that if he had simply told her, she would have prepared everything, including the land itself. Taken aback, Alan insists it's nothing like that. She then offers him a bottled drink while making a request of her own. She asks if he would be willing to provide any extra red potions, clarifying that she would be grateful for the assistance, but only if his project is successful. He hesitates for a moment before speaking. Akira-san, he begins, there's something I want to ask. Akira stands before him, hands in her pockets, and prompts him to continue. What might it be? Before he can even voice his full question, Akira answers it. She reveals that she attempted to report the magic roses to the Leaf Institute, but was stopped by someone named Sayuji. She then turns the question back on him, asking if he understands the intentions behind this interference. He is clearly taken aback, unable to answer. Seeing his reaction, Akira gasps and quickly apologizes, assuring him she isn't trying to force an answer. She concedes that she doesn't mind explaining, as the topic would need to be addressed sooner or later anyway. She gestures for him to take a seat, preparing to elaborate. First, she begins, let me explain the Sayuji main and branch family. She adds that he might already be able to guess some of what she's about to say. Akira explains the core of the conflict. Ryujin-sama and the head of the branch family, Okai-sama, are rivals. Though they appear as close cousins managing the same company on the surface, Alan correctly guesses their families are on bad terms. She then asks if he remembers the bodyguard who was present during his meeting with Ryujin-sama. Alan confirms that he does, recalling the man. Akira delivers the revelation. The man was a spy sent by the branch family. She explains that after the bodyguard vanished, sensitive information that could only have been known by someone at that meeting was leaked. He listens, absorbing the weight of this betrayal. Akira continues her explanation, clarifying that despite being rivals, the two families manage the business jointly. She emphasizes that there is no significant disparity in wealth or influence between them. The only difference is the distinction between the direct lineage and a side branch. She elaborates on their respective domains. Ryujin-sama's side of the family is involved in industries such as automotive, real estate, and information technology. Okai-sama, on the other hand, primarily oversees advanced technology sectors, specifically genetic research. The connection becomes clear to Alan. I see, he murmurs, looking at the rose. He realizes that the Leaf Institute must be under Okai-sama's jurisdiction. Akira confirms his deduction, adding that the branch family's dominance in this area is currently a troubling factor. He sipped his drink, feeling conflicted. While the recent revelations about the Sayuji family were troubling, he also personally owed a debt of gratitude to the Leaf Institute. His quiet contemplation was shattered by Akira's sudden coughing fit. Startled, he spat out his drink as she asked him to repeat what he had just mumbled about otherworldly industries. Akira explained that the recent incident would undoubtedly intensify the power struggle to control these industries. Businesses related to materials and magic from the other world, some worth hundreds of billions. The immense pressure of this revelation dawned on Alan. He was the sole supplier for all of it, and he began to question if this was truly all right. He sighed, gazing out at the distant mountains. He had never imagined such things were happening behind the scenes. It became clear that Chairman Ryujin and his subordinates had intentionally kept him away from the power struggle. Though he felt he had been too carefree, he concluded it was ultimately for the best. Returning to his conversation with Akira, he was startled when she leaned in with a menacing look. She noted that the magic roses were cultivated in a village society closed off from the outside world, making it easier to control information. Seeing his serious expression, she quickly backed off, assuring him she was just kidding and pleading with him not to make the villagers anxious. Having processed everything, a new resolve settled over him. He understood the situation now. He declared his decision. He would establish a cultivation base for the magic roses in Japan. Later, as they discussed the plan, Akira pointed out that potions were also in high demand on the black market. If their venture went well, they could earn a high, steady income. Alan agreed, understanding the potential. He noted that the preparations would take a few months and stressed the importance of ensuring no one discovered the existence of the elf. Sometime later, in a library, Alan approached Shizuku. He mentioned that he had also heard a great deal from Akira about the Sayuji family situation and asked if she wanted to hear more. Her response was a blunt and immediate no. He could only acknowledge her refusal. As he stepped away, Shizuku stood alone, a faint rattling sound betraying her tension. She looked down, her resolve hardening. The only thing she could do now, she realized, was believe in her father. Her resolve firm, she cuts the conversation short. More importantly, she insists he must take a look at what she holds out to him. He takes the flower, a single, perfect rose. He asks if it's a magic rose, but she confirms it is not. Alan realizes that simply exposing the plant to magic isn't enough to cause a mutation, a fact she confirms she also tried, but as expected, it didn't work. She elaborates, explaining that if simple exposure could create herbs potent enough for a purple potion, such ingredients would never have become so valuable in the first place. This means, she continues, that the key must lie with an individual's unique magical attributes. She admits she had a feeling something was off, as transferred individuals are supposed to possess both a special skill and an elemental magic affinity. When she asks if he has any usable magic, Alan can only hesitantly confirm that he does not. He admits this is the first he's ever heard of such a rule. Shizuku stares at him, her mind racing with possibilities. Could he possess an unconfirmed magical attribute, or is this anomaly simply an effect of his unique skill? Deciding to table the mystery for now, she promises to let him know if she discovers anything further. With a simple sure, Alan agrees, and they part ways at the doorway. As he walks away, he considers her words. Even so, he has his own methods. He looks at the rose, then at his hand, where the faint glow of his power manifests. He has discovered that his moon gate allows living plants to pass through, a fact that makes him question the full extent of his abilities. His expression hardens with resolve. With his mind made up, he turns and walks away from the stately Sayuji family building. He thinks to himself that it's time to begin other preparations, beyond just the red potion. His plan is moving forward, with or without Shizuku's direct involvement. He harbored doubts, admitting to himself that he wasn't sure his plan would go smoothly. As he stood before a large, ornate door, it creaked open. An attendant in a formal dress greeted him, stating that he was expected and inviting him inside. Alan politely thanked her as he was led through the doorway. The attendant led him into a well-lit room where Princess Quirce Elisa stood waiting. As the door closed behind him, Alan thanked her for making time in her busy schedule to meet. The princess dismissed his formality, assuring him it was quite all right, before directly asking for the purpose of his visit. Princess Quirce looks at Alan with an amused glint in her eye, remarking on the situation with the elf slave and how it seems like something from a light novel. Flustered, Alan insists that wasn't his intention at all. He simply wanted to hire a tight-lipped employee, but couldn't bring himself to ignore her plight. He keeps a noticeable distance, swallowing nervously. Quirce notes his apprehension, stating she figured this would be the case. But more importantly, she asks why he is standing so far away. Her expression becomes more intense as she reassures him that she won't do anything bad. However, she warns him not to avoid her so much, admitting that seeing his serious face makes her even more excited. Changing the subject, Alan presents a small box, explaining that it is a souvenir for the day. Quirce eyes the gift, asking if he is sure. He explains that the box contains cream puffs, a small thank you for all the support she has given him. She graciously accepts, thanking him and apologizing for always being a source of trouble. As she takes the box, a layer of ice instantly encases it with a crackling sound. Alan stares in amazement, asking if it's ice magic. Quirce confirms that it is, noting its convenience for both storage and attack, like killing two birds with one stone. His confusion prompts her to clarify. She explains that what he just saw wasn't truly magic, but rather the result of her slightly lifting the magical suppression she constantly maintains on her own power. As she speaks, her teacup crackles, frosting over to demonstrate. The effect spreads, and Alan notices his own tea is also starting to freeze. He realizes the incredible amount of magic power she must wield. Quirce sighs, admitting that the only flaw to this convenient power is that it leaks out whenever she loses focus. Returning to the matter at hand, Quirce points out that he got sidetracked from the favor he wanted to ask about the elf slave. Alan confirms she is right and states his request plainly. He wants to prepare a house for the elf in the royal capital. His request makes her wonder why the elf cannot simply stay in the brigade's house. Alan explains that it's not that simple, revealing a new complication. It seems the elf has a companion. He listened as Princess Quirce explained the political complications, firmly stating that it would be a significant problem if her brigade were discovered harboring a slave while operating abroad in countries where the practice is banned. Confirming that he understood her meaning, Alan explained that this was precisely why he wanted to keep the elf's presence a secret from everyone, as he did not wish to cause any trouble. He then had an anxious thought, picturing the elf slave as a fierce warrior and worrying that, beyond any political fallout, he might literally lose his head over the situation. Sensing his concern, Princess Quirce gently touched her teacup, and agreed to find a safe place. She warned him, however, that there would likely be dangers from now on, a word that immediately caught Alan's attention. She elaborated on these dangers, explaining that the people who had failed to acquire the elf because they couldn't prepare a red potion might come to steal her if they discovered her location. Alan agreed to do what was necessary. Quirce suggested that they would be secure as long as they could cast a powerful magical ward, perhaps with detection or counterattack capabilities, though she noted it would be quite expensive. After a brief pause, the princess added that there was one more thing she would like to ask of him. Her words sparked a realization for Alan. He understood that seeking his help was the only way for her to hide from both the public and her own brigade. With this clarity, he made his own request. He wanted a different name. In response, Princess Quirce slammed her hand on the table with a confident smile. "Who do you think I am?" she asked, declaring that in this country, the royal family is above the law, and therefore nothing is impossible. Visibly relieved, Alan asked if it was really okay. The princess confirmed that it was, adding that his cooperation was a great help to her and that this favor could also serve as a partial apology for their first meeting. She confirms that she will issue a merchant guild card along with his new registry, telling him to use it when needed. Alan expresses his gratitude, noting that it will be a great help. He then turns to the elf, apologizing for taking up her time. She bows deeply, insisting that she was glad to be of assistance. With a warm smile, Alan promises to repay the favor one day. She is momentarily struck by his kind expression, internally comparing his smile to something divine. Composing herself, she announces her departure and quickly exits the room. As the door closes behind her, Alan's expression turns serious. He understands that the truly crucial phase of their plan is only just beginning. Outside, the new security measures are immediately apparent. No entry, tape cordons off the area, a security camera swivels into position with an electronic screech, and a guard keeps watch from a window with binoculars. Alan looks on, startled by the extent of the setup. Akira Kamiki, standing beside him, calmly explains that it's all for security purposes, remarking that it has become quite an operation. She reiterates her previous warning that the matter must not be allowed to leak out. Alan finds the measures a bit exaggerated, but Akira firmly states that this level of precaution is quite normal. She explains that while he may be fine with it, it is only a matter of time before the existence of the other world becomes public knowledge. She urges him to understand that these measures are ultimately for his own safety. He voices his concern, asking if all this security isn't frightening the villagers. Akira reassures him that in that regard, there is no problem. She reveals her cover story. She informed the villagers that Alan possesses special cultivation techniques and that entry to the area is prohibited because of a joint development project with the Sayuji Group. Her explanation about the Sayuji Group was accepted, though with some surprise. Alan processed this, realizing that while she hadn't said anything untrue, it now looked like he would have to provide a proper explanation of his own. His attention shifted to the subject of their project, a single, perfect rose. The roses were growing well and should be ready for harvest in a week. The final result, however, would depend on his own magical power. Standing beside him, Akira Kamiki elaborated on her efforts. She explained that she had been infusing the plants with magic at twice the frequency and duration as before, confident that it would be fine. Alan simply acknowledged her report. She then made a request, asking if they could watch him as he infused the magic. Agreeing, Alan prepared himself, his hands poised as he began to channel his power. As he did, a soft glow emanated from the rose bushes. Akira stared, surprised by the light. Alan admitted that he didn't understand it either, only that the plants had recently started to glow. Looking at the glowing flowers, she wondered aloud if it would be possible to detect his magic power by analyzing the phenomenon. She quickly added that it was outside her area of expertise, so she couldn't be sure. Her thoughts turned to the researchers who had visited. She pictured them, Yoshida and Tsukamoto, ecstatically taking pictures of the glowing flora, shouting about how wonderful and awesome it was. Despite this mental image, her expression was concerned. She clarified that even though they were researchers the Sayuji Group was proud of, she hadn't actually mentioned the glowing effect to them. Bringing the conversation to a close, she instructed Alan to leave the cultivation management to them. She confirmed they would be present for the harvest and thanked him, expressing that she was looking forward to it. Moments later, as Alan walked through the town, he was stopped by Aina. Relieved to have finally found him, she quickly handed him a sealed letter. He examines the letter Aina delivered, his eyes widening slightly. Aina explains that it's from a real estate agent. As he reads, Alan realizes it's about a house, a development that has come much sooner than he anticipated. His realization prompts a sudden declaration. He exclaims to his companions that he plans to buy a house and move in the near future. The news startles Akira, who asks why he's moving so soon. Alan calmly explains that he sees it as a good opportunity for a new member to join. Aina, however, is flustered, questioning how he could possibly have enough money, her mind reeling at the kind of wealth associated with figures like the princess and the marquis's heir. Alan simply laughs it off, but the thought gives Aina a headache. Following up on her concerns, Aina asks if he has told the captain about his plans. He admits he hasn't yet, explaining that he intends to tell her only after the purchase is complete, as there are still many uncertainties. With his mind made up, he suddenly announces he's off to check the property immediately and dashes away. Aina calls out, urging him to wait, but he is already gone. As he disappears into the bustling street, Aina is left behind, watching him go and wondering what exactly is happening. Moments later, Alan arrives at his destination. A woman, the real estate agent, greets him and presents the property. He stares in awe at the large, well-maintained house, internally declaring it his temporary dream home. The agent invites him inside, beginning the tour. She explains that besides the living room, the house has 7 other rooms, including a study, and highlights its excellent natural light and ventilation. He steps further into the pristine interior, impressed by how new everything looks. He muses that this level of quality is to be expected from a house chosen by the princess, his thoughts trailing as he takes it all in. His inspection leads him to a particularly striking feature, a hand-pumped water faucet, a piece of modern convenience that stands out within the home. He stares in wonder at the next room, asking the real estate agent if it could possibly be a bath. The agent confirms that it is and begins to explain how to use it. She points to a special stone, explaining that it can be used to boil the water. Overjoyed by this feature, Alan silently thanks Sakakibara for finding such a place. The agent continues, demonstrating how infusing a different stone with magic causes water to flow easily from the tap. Amazed, Alan reflects on how developed civilization is here and wonders if the toilet is similarly advanced. He opens the door to the lavatory, only to slam it shut a moment later. His hopes are dashed. It seems his expectations for a modern toilet were too high. His sudden action startles the agent, who cautiously addresses him as Lord Alan. He remains silent, his expression thoughtful. He snaps out of it, apologizing and explaining that he was just curious about the capacity, comparing his actions to when he first visited Nin. The agent, slightly flustered, reassures him that there is nothing inside, as she has already inspected the entire property. After a brief pause, he claps his hand decisively and confirms his decision to proceed. Understanding his intent, the agent replies that she will prepare the necessary documents. As the agent departs, closing the door with a click, he sits down on the porch steps and lets out a long sigh. He gazes out at the garden, reflecting on how far he has come in his plans, even though he hasn't yet created the red potion he intended to. His thoughts drift to the spaciousness of the house, and a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. If his plan fails, he realizes he might be living here all alone. He dismisses his anxieties, concluding there's no point in dwelling on them for now. With the decision made, all he can do is wait for next week. His thoughts, however, drift to the person at the center of his plans, a young woman sitting alone in a sparse room, gazing out a window. He wonders what kind of person she is trying to save. Aina presents a card to Alan, addressing him as Shinjo-san and confirming it is the promised guild card. He accepts it with a word of thanks, relieved. As he takes the card, he examines its surface. His expression shifts to one of confusion as he reads the name inscribed upon the purplish-red surface. Hakuba Issei, Merchant Krems. His bewilderment prompts Aina to explain with a small laugh that since it was a rare chance to use a different name, she thought using Hakuba-kyan's name would be nice. Alan, completely taken aback, demands to know what this is. He presses further, specifically asking about the word Krems. While admitting he was the one who requested the card, he is clearly perplexed by the result. Aina clears her throat, acknowledging that there is much to cover, and promises to explain everything systematically. She begins her explanation by confirming his awareness of the standard guild card ranking system. She lays out the 4 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, which apply equally to both merchants and adventurers, and he affirms that he knows this. She elaborates on the criteria for advancement. A merchant status, she explains, is determined by the size of their company and the amount of tax paid to the guild and the country. In contrast, an adventurer's rank increases by defeating powerful monsters or exploring uncharted dungeons. He follows her logic, noting that guilds only have the authority to grant ranks up to platinum. However, he points out that he has never been taught about a purplish red card like the one he now holds. The implication leads him to wonder aloud if it is a special rank. Aina confirms his suspicion, stating that such a rank does indeed exist, prompting him to ask for clarification. She reveals that Krems is the name of the highest possible rank, named after the world's rarest ore. This rank, she clarifies, is typically reserved for major trading companies that have made substantial contributions to the kingdom and can only be granted with the royal family's approval. Alan is left speechless. To drive the point home, she adds that this is the very same rank held by the chairman of the Margus Trading Company and the head of the Peddlers Guild. The information hits Alan with full force, and he shouts in disbelief, realizing he now holds a rank equivalent to the leaders of the 2 largest trading companies in the entire country. Aina wonders how things escalated to this point. The scene shifts, revealing a memory. Princess Quirce stands before her uncle, Romani's Fey Cainlees III, the king of the Cainlees Kingdom. She apologizes for the intrusion, and the king, noticing her expression, asks if something is the matter. She explains that she has acquired some special sweets and would like him to try them. The king examines the pastry presented to him, observing that it looks like stone but feels surprisingly light. Chris clarifies that it is called a cream puff, a sweet from a foreign country. As the king takes a bite, he is overcome by the experience. The light texture and fragrant aroma give way to a sweet, soft liquid filling, a sensation entirely new to him. He asks if she enjoyed it as well, but his curiosity quickly turns serious. He questions how she managed to obtain something so remarkable. She reveals that the cream puff came from a merchant she recently took under her wing. Adopting a graver tone, she confesses that she has a favor to ask regarding this very matter. The king listens as she formally requests that this merchant be granted a family register under a different name, along with a certain level of status. He considers her words for a moment before simply telling her to proceed. He acknowledges the situation. The merchant handles rare items, but their operation is small. Quirce elaborates on the inherent danger, explaining that with a pastry chef of this caliber, secrecy is paramount. A merchant lacking power could see their relatives threatened or taken hostage, or rivals might even try to seize the chef by force. To solve this, Quirce proposes a rank. The king is utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Cremes!" Unfazed, Quirce calmly confirms that the creme's rank should be fine. An attendant steps forward, cautioning the king that such a hasty decision might invite objections from others. However, he shrewdly adds that once His Majesty's wife and daughters taste the sweets, there likely won't be anyone left to object. A knowing smile spreads across the king's face. He agrees that while they're just sweets, they're also much more than that. He concludes that it is far better to treat such talent generously than to risk them going to another country. The flashback concludes, revealing the immense influence the cream puff held, a power destined to push its creator into the spotlight. Princess Quirce finishes her explanation, confirming that was how events transpired. Alan, however, can only think to himself how completely out of hand the situation has become. He slumps, lamenting that all he had wanted was to reach the silver rank. Quirce, however, enthusiastically lists the benefits of his new status, pointing out that he can now borrow unlimited funds from the guild without any collateral. While Alan acknowledges this is true, he remains dejected. After a moment of thought, his expression shifts. He concedes that, in some ways, it might be for the best. Considering the scale of their future plans, he reasons that having a flashy title might actually make things easier. He then turns to Princess Quirce, thanking her for her significant help, not just with the house. She demurs, admitting she had been quite unreasonable and insists that if there is anything he wants next time, he should let her know. Her eyes widen as she latches onto his words. Anything, she repeats, her mind immediately racing, though she qualifies her thoughts by considering only things that she could actually purchase. She then smiles brightly, rummaging through her belongings as she announces she has something for him. Alan, caught off guard, can only ask what it is, but she assures him she will ask again when things have calmed down. Moments later, she presents her idea of a disguise, an elaborate costume belonging to the idol Hakoba Issei. She explains that since he is using a fake name, she thought a disguise would be necessary, though she admitted she didn't know his sizes. Alan, aghast, tries to excuse himself, but she pleads with him to just try it on for a moment, even just the sleeve. The scene shifts. In a garden, a gloved hand carefully snips the stem of a perfect rose. The hand belongs to Alan, who is now outside with a young woman. She apologizes for making him help with the harvest, but he assures her it's fine. She explains that the other researchers present had all volunteered to come on their own, which he accepts. She looks over the plants, noting that they need pruning. If everything goes smoothly, she adds it might be possible to get one more harvest in before the year ends. Alan agrees, adding that for their future plans, they will need to discuss matters with Genji-san. He is taken aback by the researchers' thoroughness, as she explains their plan to continue making potions and their ongoing negotiations to purchase the land. Alan thanks her, admitting to himself that being so well prepared is almost frightening. In response to her plans, he assures her there's no need for such measures. The researcher, however, dismisses his concern, her expression turning serious as she insists they must hurry to finish harvesting by noon. Her urgency is immediately contextualized when she sees that not only has the harvesting been completed, but a truck is already fully loaded. She wonders aloud when it all happened, just as her colleague, Yoshida, appears, vibrating with excitement. He declares their preparations complete and eagerly urges them toward the lab. Following Yoshida's outburst, the female researcher turns to Alan with a slight apology for her colleague's enthusiasm. As they stand before a large building, she asks if they should proceed, and he agrees. Inside the laboratory, a machine hums to life, pressing the harvested materials. Yoshida, now clad in a full protective suit and mask, carefully handles a vial of the resulting dark extract. Alan observes the scene, noting that the focused professional before him seems like a different person. A single drop of a substance is added to a beaker, which instantly transforms into a sparkling red liquid. The female researcher stares, identifying it as a red potion. Gazing at the significant quantity of potion in the beaker, he remarks on the large amount they've produced and expresses his hope that everything is proceeding as planned. His voice catches the researcher's attention. She turns to him and confesses that she doesn't fully grasp it either, explaining that it's a substance said to regenerate even brains and hearts, a concept she finds difficult to believe. Her words trigger a memory for Alan. He reflects on the legends of Grade 1 potions, fabled to resurrect the dead and grant immortality, but notes that there are no actual records of them ever existing. He continues his internal monologue, recalling that his search through historical records yielded only vague information. It seems that while grade 2 and 3 potions were excavated every few years in the past, most of them were monopolized by the authorities of that era. As their discussion about the potent red potion continued, the researcher, Tsukamoto, processed his words. She confirmed her understanding, then asked if the potion was also believed to possess a rejuvenation effect. He explained that its medical applications were limited. If the brain or heart were damaged, it would be too late. However, he confirmed that the rejuvenation claim seemed genuine, citing a record of a person who lived to be 150 years old after its use. He conceded that her point was valid, adding that since even common purple potions could regenerate limbs, it wouldn't be so strange if the legends about the more powerful red potion were also true. She countered with a note of caution. The efficacy of the red potions remained uncertain, and with no evidence of their use as a treatment, she worried that discussing it might only give someone false hope. He was taken aback by her sudden pragmatism, but she stood firm, stating that she didn't think it was a matter of false hope. She elaborated, insisting that despite the uncertainty, having some hope was far better than having none at all. She added with conviction that her companion surely understood that as well. Her words gave him pause. He turned away, lost in thought, wondering if Akira had felt a similar desperation when Shizuka's Sayuji was gone. After a moment, he conceded that she was probably right. Tsukamoto then apologized for the tight schedule, lamenting that if they had more time to study the potion's effects, they might have been able to offer more concrete reassurance. Alan sighed, accepting the difficult circumstances. The result of their labor bubbled in a beaker, yielding more than they had planned. They had aimed for just over 1 bottle's worth, but ended up with enough for nearly 2. As she began bottling the liquid, Tsukamoto marveled at their efficiency. What should have taken all night to produce a few drops was accomplished in just an hour. Alan agreed, reflecting that to the people of this world, such advanced technology would be indistinguishable from magic. Gazing at the ornate bottle filled with the crimson liquid, he admitted that it truly did feel magical. He arrives at a bustling street market, the wind rustling the dark, hooded cloak he wears for anonymity. Below, the crowd chatters loudly, a chaotic mix of merchants and patrons. Amidst the murmuring throng, he pulls his hood down slightly, his expression serious. He had expected the black market to be busy, but it's teeming with activity, even on its final day of operation. He continues moving through the crowd, his thoughts focused on his goal. He muses that, just as he'd thought, the terms required to actually sell an elf must be incredibly strict. His internal monologue continues as he walks. He recalls hearing that some companies had offered several grade 3 purple potions, but were still rejected. This confirms his conclusion. The red potion is an absolute necessity. His steps lead him to a large tent designated as the slave market. As he approaches, a young trader with a headband greets him with a professional smile, welcoming him and asking how he can be of service. Without preamble, Alan states his purpose. He would like to purchase the elf slave. The trader, maintaining his composure, asks for confirmation, wanting to ensure Alan has read the required purchase conditions. Alan affirms that he has. His gaze drifts to the heavily armored guards nearby, and he notes to himself that their intense presence is only natural. The trader offers a slight apology for the heavy security. Satisfied, the trader then requests to see Alan's guild card. Alan slides the card across the counter. The trader's eyes go wide as he reads it, a gasp escaping his lips as he stammers. "This is..." The revelation sends the trader scrambling from his post with a loud clatter. Please wait a moment," he calls out as he rushes away. Moments later, the trader returns, flustered and out of breath. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he says, his demeanor completely changed. He introduces himself as Bank and declares with newfound gravity that he will personally handle the matter. Alan watches, a hint of satisfaction on his face. The slave trader, Bank, gestures warmly, leading the way into a private room. He expresses his eagerness to work with his client again, though his guest remains silent, lying on a cot as part of the preliminary proceedings. He then offers his apologies, admitting he doesn't recognize the name of a Crim's-rank merchant. Bank explains his recent preoccupation with a client from the royal family and curiously asks when the promotion occurred. Alan understands immediately. This explains the special treatment. Pivoting the conversation, Alan places an ornate, glowing bottle on the table with a soft clink. While confirming his intent to purchase the elf, he asks if Bank happens to have a red potion, before stating that he himself possesses one. After receiving permission, Bank picks up the bottle, his expression shifting to one of pure astonishment. He confesses that in his long career as a merchant, this is the first time he has ever seen a genuine red potion. The trader swallows hard, stunned by its authenticity. From across the room, Alan gives his consent for an appraisal, stating calmly that he doesn't mind. As his assistant, May, takes the potion to be examined, Bank begins his explanation. While the trader speaks, Alan internally recalls the file on the subject. The elf slave's name is Eula, and her skills include reading, writing, simple arithmetic, magic, and archery. Bank gestures to a document, adding that she also possesses a vast knowledge of plants, confirming what Alan had read about elves. He suggests she could work as a servant, an adventurer, or even a researcher. Listening intently, Alan considers how she could help with his magic rose cultivation. He simultaneously acknowledges the grim reality that for most buyers, there is only one purpose for purchasing an elf woman. Bank continues his sales pitch with a smile, listing her qualities: 18 years old, unmarried, and a virgin. He emphasizes that, as an elf, she represents the highest level of value, and that he is seeking a Tier 3 work contract for her. He concludes with an apology, asking if Lord Hakuba knows the market price of slaves, as he doesn't know the details himself. The name hangs in the air, and Bank's face drains of color as he stammers, realizing his grave mistake. The trader, Bank, seemed to set aside his confusion over Alan's identity for the moment, allowing the negotiation to proceed. Alan, in turn, focused on the economics of the deal, recalling the vast difference in value between slaves. An elf slave, capable of reading, writing, and arithmetic, was worth approximately 5 times more than a regular one. Under a Tier 3 contract for light work, their salary could be several 100,000 gold per month, dwarfing a regular slave's pay and approaching the millions required for the most expensive wife or girlfriend contracts. He internally noted that while it takes time, he could still produce another red potion. Outwardly, he simply affirmed Bank's point about the price. "I know," he stated, acknowledging the high cost even for a red potion. Bank conceded the point, explaining that while selling products is important, maintaining good relationships with his connections is just as crucial. He then questioned the arrangement, asking how exactly it was beneficial to him as a merchant. As he finished his question, the door opened with a soft click. A woman entered and announced to Bank that the potion's appraisal was finished, immediately asking for the result. The result was clear and undeniable. The ornate bottle held a genuine red grade 3 potion. It was the real thing. Hearing the confirmation, Alan let out a quiet sigh of relief, glad that his gambit had succeeded. Bank, however, was astonished. He remarked that while the item's overwhelming aura left no room for doubt, he was still shocked that Alan actually possessed a red potion. The woman who delivered the news stepped forward, her sandals tapping lightly on the floor before coming to a stop. She formally introduced herself as Eula, thanking them for their patience. Alan observed her in silence. Seeing his opportunity, Bank rubbed his hands together and eagerly suggested they finalize the contract. Bank then clarified the entire situation. He explained that he was merely acting as an intermediary, hired at Eula's own request to navigate the various slave markets. Since all expenses had already been paid, he was not entitled to any portion of the deal. He presented a document, adding that Eula had no outstanding debts, so Lord Hakuba would not need to make any additional payments. Eula added her own clarification. It was she who had made the handover of a red potion a required term of the contract. She confirmed that Lord Hakuba had accepted these terms and the appraisal was complete, though she murmured to herself, still in disbelief that they had actually found one. She clenches her fist, her resolve hardening. She declares that she doesn't even need money. If she can truly obtain the red potion, she would willingly sacrifice herself. The slave trader, Bank, formally proposes the terms on behalf of Lord Hakuba, a Tier 3 work contract with a monthly salary of 350,000 gold, deemed appropriate given the exchange of the potion. Eula readily agrees, stating she has no problems with the arrangement. The intensity of her words prompts Alan to intervene. He expresses his understanding of her feelings, but questions what will happen to the person she is with if she forgoes her salary. As Eula looks up, startled, he clarifies his question, specifying he means the person for whom she intends to use the red potion. He asks who this person is. Before Eula can answer, Bank interjects, providing the name, Arya Fainches. He explains that she is a high elf, a member of one of the world's rarest races. The term high elf catches Alan by surprise. Bank elaborates, explaining that their rarity is why many are unaware of them. He describes them as being akin to royalty, possessing vast reserves of magic power and a unique aptitude for wielding it. Processing this new information, he turns to Eula and asks about her exact relationship with Arya. Eula states plainly that elves are servants to the high elves, and she is personally sworn to serve Lady Arya. Her duty established, she reveals the tragic circumstances. For over a year, Lady Arya has been unconscious, a result of serious injuries sustained during a battle with monsters. As he listens, his hand clenches. Eula continues, explaining that Lady Arya's unusual background made her a target of criticism, and it is rumored her injury was schemed by pure-blood supremacist elves. She describes a schism in elven society. One faction fears Arya's atavism, a genetic throwback, and seeks to eliminate her, while another wants to bring her into the royal family to preserve that very bloodline. High elves, she notes, can naturally only be born from 2 high elf parents. The gravity of the political intrigue hangs in the air as she adds a final, grim possibility. The pure-blood supremacist elves may attack again in the future. Hearing this, Bank offers some reassurance. He points out that the forest of Gaja, the elven homeland, is more than 2 countries away. In his estimation, as long as they remain quietly in the royal capital, the danger should be minimal. Despite the trader's words, Alan considers the implications. He looks at the contract, then acknowledges the warning, stating that he understands and will keep it in mind. He found the situation unexpected in many ways. Eula's willingness to divulge sensitive information, like the conflicts between high elves and elves, before the contract was even finalized struck him as unusual. Nevertheless, he pushed the thought aside, focusing on the important task at hand. His priority was clear, ensuring her master recovered without any complications. His gaze hardened with resolve. They soon arrived at a grand, multi-story mansion, its dark forms silhouetted against the moonlit night sky. This was the secret location where the high elf was being kept. Inside, Alan stood before the comatose Arya Fainches. He was immediately struck by an incredible aura of magic power, one that felt similar to what he had sensed from Shizuka Sayuji. He found it hard to believe she had been asleep for an entire year, as she showed no outward signs of atrophy. Eula stood nearby, a weary expression on her face. As he took in the scene, Eula gripped her arm and explained that despite Arya's appearance, her current magic power was less than half of what it once was. The revelation startled Alan. She elaborated that Arya was continuously consuming her own vast reserves of magic simply to stay alive. Even so, Eula noted, her power was still several times greater than Sayuji's, though it couldn't compare to Sakakibara's. A young male attendant then approached, addressing Alan with a new title. "Lord Hakuba," he began. "Are you really sure about this?" Alan, cloaked and resolute, simply confirmed, "Yes, please go ahead." With the confirmation given, the attendant began preparing the potion. He carefully drew the red liquid into a dropper from a beaker, the glass clanking softly. At the bedside, he and Eula prepared to administer it. The attendant gently parted the high elf's lips and administered the potion one drop at a time. After the medicine was given, both Eula and the attendant stood in tense silence, watching Arya's still form. A nearby pendulum clock ticked away the moments, its hands pointing to 10 past 10. She remains motionless in the bed as the tense silence stretches on. Standing by, Alan breaks the quiet, his voice laced with concern as he asks if the potion is not working. His question hangs in the air, unanswered. Beside him, Eula's expression is fraught with anxiety as she gazes at the still figure in the bed, whispering her name, Lady Arya. The only sound in the room is the steady ticking of a nearby clock, marking the passage of each agonizing second. Her hands come together in a desperate prayer, her entire being focused on the high elf. Suddenly, a faint twitch breaks the stillness. The movement came from Arya. Her eyelids flutter open, revealing hazy eyes that slowly focus. With a faint, raspy voice, she questions if Eula is there. Hearing her name, Eula is overcome with emotion. Tears of profound relief stream down her face as she breathes out, "Lady Arya." The joy is infectious. The attendant clasps his hands, murmuring his thanks that Lady Arya is safe. Alan watches the scene unfold, a single thought echoing in his mind. Unbelievable. At the bedside, Eula now holds Arya's hand, her tears continuing to fall. He decides to give them their moment, turning to slip out of the room. Eula notices his departure and asks where he is going. He replies that he will return later, not wanting to spoil the reunion. As he steps into the hallway, closing the door behind him, two anxious attendants immediately rush forward. They bombard him with questions, desperate to know how it went. In response, Alan simply offers a slight bow. His quiet demeanor is all the answer they need. The pigtail-haired attendant erupts with joy, exclaiming that their little Arya has woken up and that they must spread the news to everyone. Alan stands by, a silent observer to their elation. Eula joins him, offering insight into her lady's character. She explains to Alan that while Arya usually carries herself with a calm and reserved demeanor, she is, despite appearances, actually quite good with people. She agrees with Alan's observation about the attendants' reactions, noting that even she can understand their feelings. Standing beside them is another woman, who watches the exchange. As Alan begins to walk away, the woman with the side braid, May, stops him. With a look of concern, she asks if he is the one who bought Eula. He confirms that he is. A wave of relief washes over May, and she thanks him from the bottom of her heart, explaining she simply wanted to express her gratitude. She elaborates, revealing that since Eula is the same age as her own child, she had started to view the elf as a daughter. May worries that Eula, now a slave, won't be able to return home for some time, but quickly assures Alan she has no ill intentions. Listening under his hood, Alan silently wonders how old May is. To her surprise, he reveals that he, too, is a former slave. The confession leaves both May and Eula momentarily stunned. He continues, attempting to ease her concerns by stating that differences in countries or cultures are not as significant a problem as some might believe. May seems to understand. With a warm smile, she shares her own story, revealing that her husband was her former master from when she was a slave. She muses that wonderful encounters can be found even amidst hardship. Her expression softens as she considers Eula's future. While acknowledging the differences between them, a human and an elf, May expresses her firm belief that Eula possesses the inner strength to survive. With the conversation concluded, Alan's focus shifts. He resolves to get the house ready before the arrival of two unnamed individuals, brushing a stray leaf from his hair. His thoughts are cut short by the voice of Shizuku Sayuji. She remarks on the coincidence of their meeting and mentions hearing that he recently bought a house. Startled, Alan fears he's been found out. When she asks if he paid in full, he realizes with relief that she doesn't know the whole story, thinking to himself that he had some leeway. He remains quiet as Shizuku continues her line of questioning. She asks if the furniture for his new house will be from the other world. He confirms this, admitting that he doesn't really like the things from this world. Taking his admission as an opening, Shizuku then makes a direct request. She asks if it would be alright for her to visit his house, if he doesn't mind. The unexpected proposition leaves Alan momentarily speechless, only able to utter a confused huh in response. Outside a modest building, Shizuku Sayuji apologizes to Alan, explaining that she hasn't had a place to relax lately. Alan understands she feels stuck at her team house, but is confused, asking why she has come to his home specifically. He leads her inside, announcing their arrival. He apologizes for the Spartan accommodations, but welcomes her to make herself at home. As he turns to leave and shut the door, Shizuka calls out, asking where he is going. She insists that as the owner, he needs to stay and show her around. Alan seems hesitant, but ultimately agrees, saying it's fine if she isn't bothered by the state of the place. He opens a door with a click, presenting the living room, which is completely empty. As Alan sheepishly agrees with her observation that there's nothing there, Shizuku calls his name, stating she has one more request. Her request leaves him stunned. She asks him to open the moon gate, right there, and connect it to his previous house in Tokyo. Despite his confusion, he seems to comply, opening a door as a portal materializes. Shizuku calmly states that after this, someone named Akira will take care of the rest. He turns back to her, completely bewildered, and asks what is happening. Shizuku simply tells him she will explain later, adding that the next item to arrive is the table. A moment later, Shizuku sips from a cup that has seemingly appeared from nowhere, remarking to herself with satisfaction that, as expected, Akira does a good job. Alan, looking flustered amidst his now partially furnished room, interrupts her, apologizing for disturbing her relaxation. He stands in the sparkling, newly furnished space and presses her for an explanation. Caught in her moment of peace, Shizuku simply replies, "Oh, right." Shizuku smiles, explaining that the furnishings are a present for his new home. She quickly clarifies that even though it's not a brand new house, he shouldn't misunderstand her intentions. She isn't some pushy wife planning to move in. His gaze sweeps across the room, taking in the sofa, tables, and other items that now fill the once empty space. He asks in disbelief if all of it is truly for him, to which she confirms it is. Overwhelmed by the gesture, he bows his head, thanking her profusely while his mind reels, trying to calculate the immense cost. Shizuku, however, remains composed, assuring him that she can vouch for the quality of every piece, as they are all from signature, trusted brands. She adds that he should simply let her know if there's anything else he requires. He stammers, admitting that he can't actually drink coffee and worries that he might be meddling. Shizuku's attention, however, is already on a brand new coffee machine, which begins to drip. She confirms that the machine is part of the gift as well, and that this was her intention. Faced with the freshly brewed cup, he hesitates for a moment before deciding to drink it just in case. The flavor surprises him. He remarks that it's unexpectedly good, musing that it might be a side effect of his new body. Shizuka calmly replies that taste buds simply change as one gets older. Having processed the initial shock of the gifts, Alan then shifts the conversation. As he begins to speak, Shizuka cuts in, her back still mostly to him. She asks directly if he was the one who purchased the elf that was recently for sale at the black market. Her direct question catches him completely off guard. As she turns a doorknob, he asks why she would suspect him. She begins to lay out her reasoning, explaining that it's common knowledge throughout the royal capital that the elf was, in fact, sold. She asks if he is following her logic so far. He confirms that he is, and she elaborates on the strange circumstances surrounding the sale. An image of the hooded elf comes to mind. Shizuku explains that normally, an elf would be sold on the same day, no matter how strict the terms. Yet, this particular elf remained unsold for over a month. The reason, she states, was the required handover of a red potion. She concludes that even the most resourceful merchants in the royal capital couldn't procure such an item, making the price effectively impossible for anyone else to meet. Shizuku continues to lay out her evidence. She explains that for the past few years in the royal capital, there's been no information about red potions being found or brought in from outside. She concedes it's possible one was brought in secretly, but to block information so completely would likely require the involvement of the state itself. Her logic continues as Alan listens intently. She reveals that she recently learned someone managed to artificially cultivate herbs for purple potions, a feat once considered impossible. Therefore, she reasons, it wouldn't be surprising if that same person also succeeded in creating a red potion within the capital itself. She adds that by that point, she already had an inkling something was amiss. As another piece of evidence, she points out that for the last month, Alan has been expending his magical power to its absolute limit. Seeking confirmation, Alan asks if red potions are indeed sacred artifacts from high-difficulty dungeons. Shizuku affirms this, explaining that half their value lies in how difficult they are to obtain. She recounts that there was a rush to clear those dungeons in the past, making any future excavations likely hopeless. She presses her point, concluding that for someone who can create such an item themselves, the value of a red potion would not be particularly high. For such a person, she states, trading it for an elf slave would be a worthy exchange. The flawless deduction leaves him no room to argue. Shizuku softens her tone, clarifying that she isn't trying to criticize him and that she understands his personality to some extent. Overwhelmed, Alan throws his hands up and sighs in defeat, surrendering completely. He admits that everything she has said is true. His surrender is met with an unexpected response. To his confusion, Shizuka states that, if anything, she feels ashamed of her own lack of influence, which caused him trouble. She clenches her fist, her gaze lowered in frustration. She elaborates that if she possessed the power and reputation to keep others in check, he would not have needed to act in secret. At the very least, she believes, he would have felt comfortable asking her for advice. Stunned, Alan gasps and tries to object, insisting it was entirely his own personal matter that she shouldn't worry about. Shizuku cuts him off firmly, declaring that he is an important member of the brigade, and protecting its members is her duty as the captain. Her declaration leaves him speechless. He internally processes her words, surprised to be called a member of the brigade. He had been certain she would be disgusted by him buying a slave. As she turns away, stating she is no longer concerned with the matter, all he can manage is a quiet, heartfelt apology. Shizuku concludes her instructions to him, adding that since the person he is now responsible for is of the opposite sex, he should rely on her if any problems arise. With that, she states that is all she has to say. Having received his captain's blessing, Alan proceeds with the final steps of the transaction. The slave trader, Bank, holds a glowing orb between his hands and the elf's, asking if he may proceed. Alan gives his consent. As their hands part, the light from the orb fades. Bank smiles, announcing that the contract is now complete, and so is his job. With his business concluded, the slave trader prepares to depart in his carriage. Alan thanks him for everything, bowing slightly. He admits that his impression of slave merchants has changed for the better. Bank, in turn, simply wishes him well and tells him to take care. He turns his attention to the elf, who removes her hood. She addresses him as master, her expression one of deep gratitude. She declares that her debt is something she could not repay in a lifetime, but she looks forward to being in his care. Her formal address catches him off guard. He quickly interjects, asking her not to be so formal and to simply call him Alan, explaining that Hakuba is just an alias. In response, the elf's entire demeanor shifts. She playfully presents herself with a flourish, remarking that he is quite handsome for a human. Her sudden change in personality leaves Alan stunned, while a nearby attendant panics, admonishing Lady Arya for speaking so informally. She dismisses the concern, telling Alan there's no need for such formalities as she was born no different from a regular elf and has no contract with him. This new information makes Alan wonder if, given her apparent royalty, he should be the one paying respects. He looks at her more closely, sensing the incredible amount of magic power radiating from her, even though he had expected it. He is left to wonder what kind of monster could have injured someone so powerful. Even so, he finds himself intrigued by her story and thinks to himself that he would like to hear more about it someday, his gaze fixed on the grand mansion that is now their destination. He leads her to the front of his house, and she immediately expresses her awe at the building. As she moves to step inside, he gently stops her, asking her to please remove her shoes. He apologizes for what he knows is a strange custom in this world, and she dashes inside after a moment of surprise. With youthful abandon, she kicks her boots off into the air. He catches them as she apologizes, her excitement overriding any formality as she declares it's time to explore. Her exploration begins immediately, her attention drawn to a peculiar box. She asks Alan what it is, and he explains that it is a portable electric power source. The term electricity is completely foreign to her. Seeing her confusion, Alan quickly assures her that it isn't dangerous, though he accidentally calls out her old name, Yula. Her attention, however, has already darted elsewhere. She discovers a soft surface and joyfully throws herself onto it, exclaiming how amazing and fluffy it is. He watches her unrestrained delight with a warm smile, feeling glad that she and her spirits are doing so well. This initial burst of energy proves relentless. For the next 10 minutes, Arya opens every door and cabinet she can find, thoroughly inspecting her new surroundings. After her whirlwind tour, Alan gently teases her, remarking that she doesn't need to check everything, as it's not very adult-like. Arya retorts that she is still only 15, prompting Alan to reflect internally that 15 is considered an adult here. Her protest is immediately cut short by a loud growl from her stomach. A deep blush of embarrassment spreads across her face. Alan seizes the moment, suggesting that since it's about that time anyway, they should have dinner. He adds that her energy is proof of her recovery. Flustered, Arya tries to deny it, but her hunger has already made itself known. He presents a lavish spread on the table. A steaming bowl of rice sits beside a hearty soup, a plate of fried meat, and another dish, creating an eclectic mix of cuisines. He explains that he made a lot of food, a mix of Japanese and Western styles that don't quite go together. Arya, her eyes wide with delight, exclaims that everything looks delicious. As they sit at the table, Arya formally thanks him for the food. He reassures her, explaining that these are just leftovers and she shouldn't worry about it, inviting her to eat. Her attention then turns to a particular plate, and she asks what it is. Alan identifies it as seasoned raw fish called salmon carpaccio, explaining that eating raw fish is a custom in his hometown. The very idea causes Arya to jolt in surprise. He quickly adds that since it's a rare opportunity, he wanted to share it, but she is under no obligation to eat it. As she considers the dish, a sudden thought strikes Alan. He wonders if he's made a mistake, questioning whether elves are actually vegetarian. Before he can voice his concern, Arya, after a brief moment of hesitation, takes a bite. The flavor immediately registers, and her face lights up with pure delight. She covers her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she declares it delicious. Sometime later, completely full, Arya relaxes on the sofa, hugging the teddy bear. She remarks that while the combination of foods was strange, it was all delicious, especially the rice. Alan, pleased that she enjoyed it, tells her to take it easy since it's her first day and announces he will go prepare the bath. As he leaves the room, Arya quietly reflects on her situation. She murmurs to herself that it seems they were bought by a good human, though she acknowledges that it's still too soon to be certain. A moment later, she gets up from the sofa and walks over to Alan, who is standing by the stove. Noticing her approach, he turns and asks if something is the matter. Instead of answering clearly, she grabs his arm tightly, her face scrunched in apparent distress as she asks a muffled, unintelligible question. Her earlier distress seemed to have subsided as she sat with another young elf, her face flushed. Her companion remarked that it was merely hindsight that Alan had turned out to be a good person. The girl, Eula, continued, clutching a small stuffed animal. She confessed that if she had been bought by someone cruel, she might have regretted ever waking up. She looked down with concern at a distraught Lady Arya. Seeing Arya's gloomy expression, Eula gently chided her, noting that she was supposed to offer an immediate, reassuring response. A small smile returned to Arya's face as she promised to do her best. Arya then firmly made Eula promise never to speak of such grim possibilities again. As they sat, Eula suddenly tapped her head, exclaiming that she had almost forgotten something. At that moment, Alan opened the door with a soft click, a cheerful expression on his face. He announced that he had prepared dessert and invited them to eat. His invitation was met with bright, relieved smiles from both Arya and Eula, who sat together by the window, their earlier worries seemingly forgotten. The next morning, as birds chirped in the early light, Alan stood on the porch of his new house, stretching contentedly. He reflected on the satisfaction of having his own home as he walked to the mailbox. Opening the small door, he discovered a letter waiting inside. He pulled the envelope out, his expression turning to one of mild curiosity. He wasn't sure what the letter could contain, but upon examining it, he recognized the sender. It was an elegant, wax-sealed envelope. The sender was Ray Casciano. As Alan prepares to leave for work, Arya wishes him well, telling him to do his best. Beside her, the young elf Eula adds a cheerful request for him to come back home quickly. He turns to Eula, apologizing that she must be bored staying home all the time. She reassures him that it's not boring at all. In fact, it's much more fun than when she was hiding in the forest. She understands she must bear with it until the current commotion settles down. With their goodbyes exchanged, Alan announces he is leaving. Arya tells him to take care while Eula waves energetically. Arya then declares she has her own formidable task, reading all of the manga in the study. Alan notes this with amusement, thinking it's a good arrangement. Now on his way, Alan mentally organizes his responsibilities. He currently has 3 main jobs. His first role is as a member of the Dawn Moon Brigade, where his duties are primarily arranging supplies and handling the accounting. His second job is serving as the brigade's merchant. Though he is only an iron-ranked beginner, he operates with some independence, dealing in specialty items imported from Japan, such as sweets and books. His third, more clandestine job is under the persona of Hakuba Issei, a Krems-ranked merchant. In this capacity, he plans to produce purple potions using magic roses as a core ingredient, intending to market them to adventurers needing to restore severed limbs. As he contemplates this multifaceted career, he arrives at the academy. A familiar voice calls out, "Long time no see." It is Lord Ray, standing before him in his formal school uniform. Ray greets him warmly, saying it's good to see him again. He then apologizes for the intrusion, knowing Alan is busy, but explains that there is something he wishes to consult him about. Surprised by the request, Alan can only repeat, "Consult with me?" He elaborates on the situation, explaining that the merchant in charge of the Great Eagle Dormitory store is stepping down. Ray clarifies that within the academy, each dormitory has its own store that sources product from various companies. Because of this vacancy, he thought to recommend Alan as the successor. Ray finishes his proposal with a direct question, "What do you think?" Alan is visibly stunned, stammering, "And me?" He expresses gratitude for the offer, but immediately voices his doubts, stating that handling the daily necessities for a massive academy with thousands of students seems like a difficult task to manage on his own. He asks for clarification on the proposal. Lord Ray reassures him, explaining that he wouldn't ask for anything unreasonable, He only wants Alan to handle the supply of entertainment and luxury items for the dormitory. Hearing this, Alan agrees that it sounds possible. Lord Ray then elaborates, stating that his subordinates and younger brother greatly enjoyed the trading cards he had previously purchased, and so he would like to arrange for Alan to sell them such things wholesale. He adds with a light laugh that his younger brother, Rowan, is especially obsessed with the cards and would throw tantrums daily for a new pack, which had become quite troublesome. Alan expresses his gratitude, pleased by the news. Alan agrees to the arrangement. In response, Lord Ray firmly grips his hand, confirming that he will be counting on him from now on. Later, alone in his room, he begins to examine a pack of the trading cards, flipping through them thoughtfully. As he studies, Eula suddenly peeks over the table, startling him. When she asks what he is doing, he explains he's trying to understand how the trading card game works. He offers her a few of the cards he's looking at, and she eagerly accepts, exclaiming her own desire to learn about the game. She takes the cards, her eyes widening and sparkling with sheer amazement as she gazes at them. Eagerly, she asks how to play. Alan begins his explanation, stating that the game is played by building a deck and dueling. He points out that there are 7 levels of card rarity, from common to secret, and that rarer cards are generally stronger. He then suggests they learn together. He continues, detailing that character cards have a race, attributes, cost, attack power, health, and skills. With a confident look, Eula declares that she understands everything perfectly, summarizing it as, the stronger her cards are, the stronger she is. Alan immediately realizes she has not grasped the concept at all. She confidently compares her logic to how adding a hamburger to curry improves the taste. Alan, looking back at the rules, gently corrects her, stating that her analogy isn't quite right and that a balanced deck is necessary, just as the instructions say. He calls out to Eula, who dashes towards him with her stuffed animal. He makes her an offer. If she helps him, he will give her 1 pack of the trading cards as a reward. Eula, looking peaceful, seems to misunderstand, asking if he wants her to give him cards. Startled, Alan clarifies that his gardening is just a hobby and asks if there is anything she can actually help with. He then quietly considers his next steps. Once the initial stock-taking is done, he'll have Eula and Arya assist him. First, however, the packaging needs to be improved, replacing the current cardboard and vinyl. He glances at the stacks of boxes. Realizing he needs to handle this business officially from now on, he resolves to study the matter more. His thoughts shift as he arrives at the academy luggage inspection area, joining a line of other students. After his cart of goods is cleared, Alan thanks the guards, who permit him to pass through. Moments later, a young man in a formal uniform approaches, stating that they have been expecting him. He introduces himself as Minor, from the Student Life Department of the Great Eagle Dormitory. Alan returns the introduction, looking forward to working with him. Minor gestures to a nearby space, explaining that this will be Alan's shop and a designated delivery point for his products in the future. Alan nods in understanding. Following this, Minor begins rummaging through one of Alan's boxes. He remarks that while the box seems to only contain sweets, he has never seen any of Alan's products before. Alan explains that the box actually contains a card game called Trading Cards, which was a personal request from Lord Ray. Minor's curiosity is piqued. As Minor tears open a pack, a look of realization dawns on his face. He now understands why Lord Ray recommended Alan. Seeing his interest, Alan encourages him to take one as a free sample, causing Minor to become slightly flustered. He internally processed the figures. A single pack cost 3,000 yen, and a starter deck a staggering 50,000. Even if the students considered it a bargain, he couldn't help but wonder about the true extent of the card's popularity. As he mulled this over, Minor suddenly spoke up, jolting him from his thoughts. The student representative cheerfully confirmed that they did, in fact, have a suggestion box. Alan, caught off guard, could only stammer Minor's name in question. The student continued, explaining that since he'd like to hear people's opinions, he was curious if such a thing existed. This only deepened Alan's confusion. What do you mean? He asked, trying to follow the sudden shift in conversation. Minor waved off his concern, expressing confidence that with Alan now in charge, everything would be fine. He then launched into a complaint about the previous owner, explaining that because the man was backed by a powerful noble, the students could never push for changes. Their requests were completely ignored, so it was a good thing he was finally dismissed. He quickly added a clarification, however, cautioning Alan not to feel pressure to fulfill every single request. The important thing, Minor advised, was simply to manage what he could and keep the students' opinions in mind. Taking the advice to heart, Alan later sat at his desk, diligently making notes with a quill. As he worked, also contemplating his duties with the brigade, his thoughts were interrupted by Albert's voice. "Alan," his friend called out, "you have a visitor." He looked up to see a woman with long dark hair standing in the doorway. Albert, turning to her, asked who had arrived. The woman, whom he addressed as Ms. Cannon, replied that a child was waiting outside, a student from the Northern District by the looks of him. The door creaked open as Alan and Ms. Cannon peered out. A student? He wondered who it could possibly be, his mind racing through possibilities. It couldn't be Princess Quirce or Lord Ray, could it? Following Albert's gesture, they all looked towards the entrance. Standing there was not a familiar face, but a young boy, clad in a full suit of armor. The young warrior addresses the shop's new owner, asking if he is Mr. Allen. Alan confirms his identity, though he internally notes he's never met this random child before. The boy, flustered by his own perceived rudeness, offers a deep apology and introduces himself as Jiro Porthley, presenting a crest that Alan recognizes as belonging to the Great Eagle Dormitory. He looks at Alan with a serious expression, brushing off the apology. More importantly, he states there is something he'd like to request from Sir Alan. Now seated inside, Alan listens as Jiro asks if he would be willing to sell him a few Crossworld packs. Alan considers this for a moment before apologizing, explaining that he does not conduct private sales. Upon hearing the refusal, Jiro becomes visibly distressed, insisting that he's the one who made an unreasonable request and that Alan shouldn't worry about it. He apologizes again for the trouble. Alan processes the boy's assumption. Jiro must have thought that others had already reserved stock. However, Alan realizes this is the first time anyone besides his special customers has made a direct request, as he hasn't allocated any other sales slots. He clarifies the situation for Jiro, stating that he does plan to sell a few of the packs at an upcoming bazaar in 2 days. He adds, however, that he intends to set a purchase limit. Alan then asks a pointed question. Will Jiro be sharing this information with others? The boy confirms that he will, if asked. Jiro's expression darkens slightly as he understands the implication. Of course, Alan would assume he'd spread the word. A moment later, the boy looks up, a new thought occurring to him. He apologizes for being mistaken, but hesitantly asks if there is something else going on that prompted Alan's question. Caught off guard by the perceptive question, Alan becomes flustered. He waves his hands dismissively, insisting that it's nothing important, just a trivial matter. He listened as Jiro began to explain his circumstances, confirming Alan's earlier assumption. The boy confessed that he was originally from a minor baron family in the countryside and lacked the typical magic power or abilities required for admission to the prestigious In-5 Academy. As a transfer student, Jiro found himself surrounded by the country's highest-ranking nobles, which made it incredibly difficult for him to integrate. His situation changed half a year ago when he discovered an aptitude for a rare form of magic, which finally allowed him to enroll. It was around that time that he heard a rumor about trading cards. He started to think that perhaps the game could become a way for him to finally connect and get along with everyone. Alan was taken aback, realizing the rumor had already spread so widely. Seeing his reaction, Jiro quickly apologized for his selfish reason, explaining that he just wanted to get good at the game quickly so he could play with the other students. A sudden idea struck Alan. He turned to the boy and asked if he had his cards with him. Jiro confirmed that he did. Alan felt a pang of sympathy. He knew he couldn't secretly sell the packs to Jiro, but he couldn't just dismiss him either. He decided on a compromise and asked if he could take a look at the boy's deck. Jiro eagerly opened a box, revealing his collection. Alan observed that the deck was more or less complete, with the rest being leftover cards. He was impressed, noting it was quite a rare collection, but he immediately spotted a fundamental flaw. He looked up thoughtfully. "This is a complete hamburger curry deck, huh?" he asked. The term left Jiro looking utterly baffled. Seeing the boy's confusion, Alan explained the issue. Jiro had too many powerful, high-cost cards, which would make his early game tough since he couldn't use them until the second half of a match. "So, what am I supposed to do?" Jiro asked, concerned. Alan elaborated, sketching out a basic strategy. He advised that it's best to build a deck around a single ace card. He explained that even support cards become more useful when they share the same race as the ace, creating powerful synergy, and gave an example of how a dragon race deck would be structured. He smiles, explaining to Jiro that even with his current cards, there are plenty of strategies available. He emphasizes that one of the great things about the game is the ability to win through creativity, not just card rarity. He then adds apologetically that his advice is coming from a newbie like himself, admitting that everything he just said was simply written in a book he read. His words seemed to have an effect on the boy, who remained silent and contemplative. Worried he was being too nosy or went too far, Alan calls out to him. Jiro, however, insists that's not the case, explaining that Alan's words have truly opened his eyes. The boy's expression brightens with a sudden understanding. He declares that he now sees there are no such things as useless cards. Bowing deeply, he thanks Alan profusely and announces he's heading back immediately to do more research before dashing away. As the door slams shut, Alan is left standing alone in the sudden silence. He turns away from the door, thinking to himself that their meeting reached a good conclusion. Settling down, he considers his other obligations. He makes a mental note to talk to Akira-san soon about increasing his stock, but then pauses, surprised that someone would come to visit him directly. His thought is interrupted by a low rumble from outside. An imposing, multi-story building, perhaps a government office or grand hall, stands under a dark sky. The scene shifts to his meeting with Akira. She sits across from him, explaining that her request involves danger. She clarifies that while the item she wants isn't illegal, it is known as a forbidden item, and asks if he understands the implications. He meets her gaze, his expression serious. He acknowledges that he did promise to buy her anything and confirms that he is fully aware of the risks involved, noting his debt to her. Having agreed to her dangerous request, he watches as Akira presents him with a book, asking him to purchase it. He questions the simple object, but after a moment's consideration, he agrees. His curiosity piqued, Alan asks what kind of book it is, reminding her that she had called it a forbidden item. Akira leans forward, explaining that it is no ordinary book. She describes it as a work created by fellow enthusiasts, infused with their passion and heartfelt wishes, before revealing its true nature. It is an erotic, fan-made comic depicting male romance, a bel erodojin. Staring at the book in his hands, Alan is taken aback, quietly questioning if it's a bel erodojin. Opposite him, Akira sits with her hands clasped, her gaze lowered as a faint rumbling sound emanates from her. Her rumbling stomach subsides as she confirms they are, more or less, self-published books. She then presses him, asking if he's truly okay with this and if he's aware of what they really are. Alan can only look back, confused by her insistence. He quickly dismisses her concern, stating that if that's all, it's no big deal. He reasons that hobbies and preferences are a matter of individual freedom, and so long as she enjoys them privately, it doesn't bother him in the slightest. His open-mindedness deeply moves Akira. She explains that to her, these are priceless sacred scriptures, even questioning if this is a sufficient thank you gift and offering to buy something more expensive. Internally, her admiration soars. She thinks how commendable it is that he not only resembles Hakobe-kyun, but is also an angel on the inside. Alan, seemingly unaware of her high praise, clears his throat. He states that he does have one request, prompting Akira to look up and ask what it is. He clarifies that his only task is to acquire the books written on her list. Akira agrees with an emphatic absolutely, but adds a strict condition. He must not, under any circumstances, look at the content. She had no intention of letting him anyway. With the terms agreed upon, Alan turns to leave. He notes that he has a lot to do, but decides he will handle her request after the bazaar tomorrow. The door clicks shut behind him. He steps outside, only to be met with a baffling sight. A long queue of people has formed in front of the team house, and he stands there completely perplexed as to why. His confusion is interrupted as Aina suddenly appears, grabbing his arm. "Hey, Alan," she calls out, urgently demanding to know what he did this time. A startled Alan can only utter her name in response. She quickly explains that the entire queue of people are his customers. As Alan processes this, she adds that all of them said they were merchants, leaving him utterly bewildered. He ushers the first merchant inside, who offers his deepest apologies for the long wait. Alan, however, dismisses the apology, telling the man not to worry about it. The merchant then introduces himself with a confident smile, explaining that he is from a family that has run a shop in the royal capital for 5 generations and now conducts business with numerous noble families. He then asks how he can be of service to Alan. In response, Alan is taken aback, realizing the rumor has spread much further than he anticipated. The merchant clarifies his purpose. He has been asked by a client to secure some cross-world packs, a term that leaves Alan wondering what the man is talking about. He apologizes, stating that he cannot accept such a request at the moment. The merchant presses on, making a stunning offer to buy all of Alan's remaining stock for up to 1 million gold each. He then adds a veiled warning, stating that several nobles are involved in this matter and that he presumes Alan is aware of the implications. The merchant's words hang in the air. Alan's expression hardens as he recognizes the tactic as a threat, though he internally concedes that it is a very merchant-like approach. He decides on a countermove, calmly stating that even if he wanted to, showing favoritism to one party might incur the displeasure of the heir of the Castiano family. The name drop has an immediate, startling effect. The merchant is visibly flustered by the mention of such a powerful family. Alan offers a wry apology, pointing out that the merchant's attempt at intimidation is like a fox borrowing a tiger's authority. Regaining some composure, the merchant prepares to leave. However, Alan relents, stating that he understands. He informs the man that he plans to sell a few packs at the bazaar the next day. While there will be purchase limits, the merchant should be able to acquire some. Once the merchant is gone, Alan is left alone with his thoughts. He lets out a weary sigh, wondering just how many others will have similar requests. The long day, finally over, he arrives back at his own house. Looking utterly exhausted, he opens the door and quietly announces that he is home. He arrives home to a warm welcome from both Lady Arya and Eula. As Arya thanks him for preparing dinner, he dismisses it as part of his job. Eula, however, eagerly volunteers to take over all the household chores, cleaning, laundry, and cooking, leaving Alan slightly taken aback by her intense enthusiasm. Eula then expresses a concern. If she works too hard, there will be fewer tasks for Lady Arya to help with, which would reduce Arya's own rewards. The complexity of the situation makes Alan quietly consider creating a task chart for them. Lady Arya's expression becomes serious. She addresses Eula, stating that she didn't hire her for housework and that there is another, different job she wants her to perform. Before she can explain further, Alan raises a hand to interrupt. He declares that dinner comes first, admitting that he's already hungry. Following his request, Lady Arya serves him a steaming bowl of food. He thanks her and prepares to eat. His eyes widen in surprise as he tastes the meal. He recognizes it as Odin and marvels that Lady Arya could make it, especially since she's never had it before and their last meal was just ready-made food. She humbly replies that she was just following the recipe with the ingredients provided. While Alan enjoys the delicious Odin, Eula, looking puzzled, holds up a pair of utensils. She asks Alan what they are, admitting she's been wondering about them for some time. Lady Arya gently chides Eula for holding them improperly. Alan explains that they are called chopsticks, a utensil from his hometown, and that they are quite convenient once one gets used to them. The mention of his home piques Lady Arya's curiosity. She comments on the culture of Japan, noting how strange it is that their magical tools like coffee machines and refrigerators run on electricity instead of mana. Eula chimes in, holding up a piece of food she calls slime. She agrees that the electronics are one thing, but the food is mysterious too. Alan clarifies that it's konjac jelly, a processed product made from yams, leaving Eula to quietly ponder the strange new food. She finds Alan's culinary knowledge to be as mysterious as anything else. In response, he explains his vague recollection of how to process yams, noting they originally contain poison. The method involves crushing them, boiling them with lime water, and letting the mixture harden, which renders it edible. Eula is taken aback, questioning the sanity of whoever first discovered such a process. As the meal concludes, Alan expresses his gladness that both of them are adapting well to this new lifestyle. Lady Arya concurs, adding that the food was delicious and that because of these novelties, she is never bored. Her thoughts then turn to the task at hand, and she asks Alan what kind of job he needs her to do. Eula enthusiastically volunteers to help as well. Alan agrees and presents his task. He needs their help putting trading cards into small paper bags. Lady Arya, looking bright and prepared, states that she has already finished her preparations for the following day and will gladly join in. Eula readily agrees, and the three decide to tackle the task together. While they begin sorting the cards, Alan's attention is caught by a faint glimmer emanating from one of the cards Lady Arya is handling. He asks her what she is doing, and she reveals that she has infused the card with both anti-theft and anti-scrying magic. Eula admits that such a precaution never even crossed her mind. Alan thanks Lady Arya, acknowledging that it is genuinely helpful, though he privately wonders if it was truly necessary. His surprise gives way to a realization. See-through magic must exist in this world. He reflects on the fact that even after 20 years since his reincarnation, he still retains his Japanese mindset and has had almost no interaction with magic himself. As he muses, Lady Arya continues to consider the problem, wondering aloud what other methods someone might use to cheat. She suggests another possibility, a magic she thinks is called Wish Upon a Star. The name catches Alan by surprise, and he immediately asks what kind of magic that could be. Lady Arya explains that Wish Upon a Star is a magic that manipulates a target's fate to bring good fortune, but it consumes a tremendous amount of magic power and life force. Eula listens as Arya reveals it was originally a grand magic devised by the High Elves. However, the human who stole it couldn't withstand the cost, and apparently used beast folk and slaves as sacrifices instead. Eula, however, doesn't think anyone would go to such lengths just for trading cards. She reassures them that it's considered lost ancient magic now, so there's no need to worry. Alan listens to the exchange, a thoughtful expression on his face. He quietly considers the existence of such terrible magic. Interrupting the somber mood, Lady Arya urges them to finish their work quickly so Lord Alan can rest. Eula gasps in agreement, and they both resume packaging the cards with renewed focus. As his hands move, Alan's mind races. He decides that while they don't need to worry about cheating for now, he absolutely needs to study more about magic. He continues his work, the scratching of his pen filling the room. Sometime later, Alan stands on North Main Street in the Royal Capital Bazaar. He reflects that he is opening his stall in the Northern District this time, noting that it feels different from the Western District. He grimaces, recalling the hassle of the paperwork. Getting approval required reviews from both the Merchant Guild and the Northern District Administration. He surmises the extra steps are because of the many students and related personnel in the area, making it feel like a school festival. Shaking off the thought, he resolves to do his best today, no matter what happens. As he walks through the street, a hooded figure suddenly steps in his path, raising a hand to stop him. The figure asks if he is Lord Alan. He confirms his identity. The woman introduces herself as a representative from the Ari Trading Company. She states that if he is the merchant favored by the N5 Academy students, she plans to sell TCG cards today as well, though with purchase limits. Alan calmly replies that he has no issue with that. He thinks to himself that he was already expecting this. The representative observes that it seems many people might come. She bows slightly, concluding that for her, it's enough if she can fulfill her client's request. She and Alan stood before a massive crowd, even larger than the day before. Alan, sweating slightly, wondered why there were so many people. The representative from RE Trading turned to him, asking what was happening. Alan admitted he didn't know, but observed that all the customers seemed to be connected to the N5 Academy. Suddenly, a gruff voice called out to Alan, labeling him a brat. A stocky merchant official, whom he'd never seen before, stared him down, asking if this was his first time in the Northern District. Alan, startled, confirmed he was a merchant named Alan, though the name didn't seem to register with the official. The official sighed, explaining that merchants in the Northern District have their own territories. He accused Alan of brazenly breaking this rule, leaving Alan to apologize profusely for his ignorance. He continued, pointing to a conceptual map of the area. The official clarified that Alan's current location Area 3, was designated for companies supplying the Sworn Knight School and Lethal Magic School. Since Alan's customers were from N5, he should have set up in Area 15. The official confirmed this was the reality of the situation. Realizing his error, Alan looked downcast and apologized, admitting he hadn't studied the local rules sufficiently. Dismissing the apology, the official stated that what's done is done. He added that this was an unspoken rule, not something one could learn simply by studying, and began writing on a small slip of paper. Noticing Alan's attention had drifted, the official snapped, demanding to know if he was listening. Startled, Alan quickly straightened up and confirmed that he was. Composing himself, Alan sincerely thanked the official for the explanation and promised to be more careful next time. The official grunted in response. Nearby, the RE representative mused that the official was actually a nice person. The official then held out his hand, formally requesting Alan's guild card to proceed. The merchant official, now a customer, requests to purchase 1 box. Alan agrees, informing him that he has set a purchase limit of 1 box per merchant. Hearing this, the official expresses mild disappointment, but then asks if the rulebook and playmat are also available for purchase. Alan apologizes, clarifying that for now, he is only selling the card packs. The official seems to understand, remarking that Alan must have it rough. The official sighs in relief, glad that he won't be scolded. He notes that it's already noon and observes that the growing number of customers who know about TCG accessories proves how widespread the game is becoming. With a final word, he excuses himself and departs. As his last customer leaves, Alan observes that the foot traffic has finally calmed down. He decides it's time for a small break. He sits and eats, reflecting that his current stall setup will only last for about another hour. He glances at his stock, realizing he sold far more than he ever expected, leaving his supply boxes completely empty. While he contemplates his success, a young man in a dark, hooded cloak approaches. The stranger apologizes for interrupting his break and asks what exactly the product is used for. Startled, Alan turns to the man. He holds up a card and explains that they are for a competitive game that uses cards with pictures. The man questions if it is some form of gambling. He clarifies that it is more complex, a game of rich tactical gameplay, where players build their own decks from cards of their choice. The hooded man listens intently, taking in the explanation. The man remarks that since so many people from the N5 Academy were eager to buy them, it must be a very interesting game with a significant reason for its popularity. Alan smiles, grateful for the man's consideration, but apologizes, explaining that the cards sold out very quickly. Having sold all his wares, Alan returns home. As the door clicks open, May greets him warmly, welcoming him back and commenting on his early arrival. May listens as Alan recounts the day's events. He explains that everything sold out within 3 hours, and while he's glad it's over for now, he also considers it a good outcome that people from outside the N5 Academy showed interest. As he finishes his summary with a sigh of relief, he offers his thanks. In response, May presents him with something. She passes him a letter, noting that it's addressed to him. He takes it, immediately struck by its surprising thickness and weight. Now joined by a curious Eula, the three of them look at the heavy envelope. May asks who it's from, and Alan explains it must be from the person responsible for the goods they wholesaled to the school. He opens the letter to find a message from Minor of the Student Life Department. The note confirms the trading cards sold out the same day they arrived, and that a staggering 90% of the student request forms are for more cards. Minor formally requests that Alan increase the delivery quantity for the next shipment. Upon hearing the news, May and Eula offer their enthusiastic congratulations on the huge success. Alan, however, stares out the window, letting out a weary sigh as he realizes a break is not coming anytime soon. On a screen, a video plays. A cheerful young man introduces himself as Lux, a streamer, announcing his topic for the day. The first generation of the cross-world trading card game, specifically the Attack of 1,000 Dragons set that was re-released last month. Alan watches the video from his desk, musing that since it was the first set, there were no connection cards. His thoughts are cut short by the chime of his doorbell, and he rises to answer it. At the door is Minor, holding a tray with coffee for Alan. He asks if it's a good time, and Alan warmly invites him in. Minor then reports that he has secured an entire warehouse's worth of stock for their business, and can make adjustments if it's not enough. As Alan thanks him, Minor reveals he has something he'd like to consult with him about regarding the TCG. While Alan sips his drink, Minor notices the video on the laptop and remarks that Alan is working quite hard. On the screen, Lux mentions a card that has been banned since the second standard set. Alan confirms that watching the video has just given him an idea. He explains his new plan to Minor. He wants to host a tournament at the academy where they do business. When Minor asks for clarification, Alan elaborates that he met a boy who wanted to use the TCG as a way to make friends, and a tournament could serve both to help people connect and to promote the game. Minor considers this, agreeing that ensuring the business succeeds is important. However, he cautions that since they are dealing with the children of nobility, a full-scale tournament might be excessive. He suggests a smaller event, like a meet and greet, would be more appropriate. Alan understands his reasoning. Seeing that they are in agreement, Minor offers a new suggestion, asking if he should introduce Alan to a trainer. The question startles Alan. Minor explains that the Sayuji group has many connections. He reveals that Sei, the company developing Crossworld, is part of their group, which means they can invite the very person on Alan's screen. He elaborates that Lux is not only a streamer, but also the national Crossworld champion, and his experience with events would be a great help. Alan is skeptical, questioning if someone so busy and famous would actually agree to come. With unshakable confidence, Minor states that he will definitely come. He repeats the assertion, leaving Alan to wonder about the source of his absolute certainty. He jots down a note, agreeing to Alan's terms. Alan had consented to an introduction, but with a firm request, no unreasonable demands. Minor simply tells him to go ahead. Later, in a newly furnished apartment, Alan expresses his gratitude to a woman in a formal uniform, apologizing for the trouble. She bows, dismissing it as her duty, though she admits that acquiring the furniture was a little tough. Alan looks surprised by this. The difficulty arose from a dispute among the staff. 3 eager attendants had argued over who would get the honor of arranging things for him, as it was a direct request from the young lady of the house, Shizuku Sayuji, herself. Hearing this, a small smile touches Alan's lips as he realizes how cherished Shizuka still is by everyone. The attendant reassures him not to worry, explaining that their team is usually very organized. She then shifts to business, sliding a document across the table. She informs Alan that the reward for his cooperation on the red potion research has been deposited. Clearing her throat, she adds that there are a couple of other matters to discuss. The first matter leaves Alan utterly stunned. The woman, Ms. Cannon, states that from now on, security guards will accompany him whenever he goes out, around 10 of them, blended in with the public. "Are you serious?" he asks aghast. She confirms that she is. She elaborates, frankly, that the detail is for surveillance. Since the Otherworld project is not yet public, but its existence is known within the business world, she explains it is too difficult and risky to allow the project's key figure to act alone. Alan protests, feeling it's an unnecessary measure. Ms. Cannon turns away, conceding that while the materials from the Otherworld are impressive, she questions the wisdom of pouring billions into something that only he can supply. To illustrate her point, she asks if he's aware of the cost to develop a new drug. She reveals it costs around 50 billion yen and takes decades of development, all with no guarantee of success. Alan sits in silence, absorbing the staggering figures. However, she continues, the red potion is different. It allows for the regeneration of limbs and internal organs. More astonishingly, in a test subject, it eradicated cancer cells. And it only took 1 month. He listened as Ms. Cannon explained that making the red potion public would be impractical, as its reliance on his magic would significantly disrupt the company's balance. Alan mused that if materials from the Otherworld could be mass-produced with modern technology, it would be amazing. Ms. Cannon then revealed that they have already succeeded in cultivating the herbs. This success, she continued, meant that even a single material would be valued at no less than 100 million yen. She gazed out at the city, noting that it could eventually solve the world's problems with limited resources. Turning back to him, she bluntly stated that he is, simply put, the goose that lays the golden eggs, which visibly startled him. He let out a sigh, realizing that this immense value was why the group so readily agreed to secure his requests. He wondered if having his importance out in the open was better than it being completely hidden, but he seemed uncertain. As he considered this, Ms. Cannon added that he is also their only connection to the young lady, Shizuku. Because of that fact alone, she doubted the Sayuji group would ever let him go. He asked aloud if that was something he should be happy about. His question was met with silence. He looked down, thinking to himself that this situation was to be expected. Breaking the tension, Ms. Cannon's expression softened. She told him that, business aside, she personally thought very highly of him. Surprised, Alan thanked her, saying he was happy to hear it, even if it was just flattery. She playfully told him not to sulk, which he denied doing. Later, Alan arrived at his friend Kita's home. Kita welcomed him in, joking that he was glad to indoctrinate Alan into his hobbies again. Alan, amazed by the incredible amount of books and DVDs, listened as Kita enthusiastically offered to recommend any manga, anime, or light novels he wanted. Kita urged him to sit, offering potato chips and juice. When Alan expressed concern about getting the books dirty, his friend produced a pair of chip tongs, a simple but surprising solution. Once settled, Kita asked what he was looking for. Alan explained that he wanted to try a light novel, specifically something that girls are into. As Alan tried to chip with the tongs, Kita nodded, agreeing that works targeted at women have an interesting and different flavor. He told Alan to wait a moment while he searched, and Alan thanked him for the help. He explains to Kita that, aside from trading card games, he came for recommendations because he heard Kita is always up on the latest trends, particularly among female students. Alan feels a bit guilty receiving such unexpected, special treatment. Kita, however, is delighted, insisting that he genuinely enjoys making recommendations and should be the one thanking Alan. Confused, Alan asks what he means, but Kita simply says that any request will do. With that, Kita places a stack of books on the counter. "These are my recommendations," he declares. Alan looks at the pile and asks what they are. Kita explains that they are villainous stories, an incredibly popular genre at the moment. He elaborates that the typical plot involves a protagonist who is reincarnated as the villainous character, who originally bullied the heroine, and must now find a way to change the disastrous future that awaits them. The description gives Alan pause. He realizes that such a story is a direct antithesis to the ruling class he knows. Despite this, he finds the concept of its many variations to be refreshing and interesting. While Kita has many examples to offer, Alan initially declines the villainous stories, joking that such plots could get him executed. He asks for other recommendations, but after a moment's thought, he changes his mind, deciding to give one a read after all. Having found some suitable books, Alan thanks Kita for his help. As he leaves, Kita expresses his own gratitude, glad that he was able to assist his friend. Kita gives a cheerful thumbs up, noting that Alan hasn't changed a bit. He tells Alan that the best way to thank him is to simply visit again. Alan agrees, promising to properly thank him another day. With a final wave, Alan bids his friend farewell and walks off into the evening. He walks on alone, a small smile on his face as he reflects on his friendship with Kita, thinking to himself how lucky he is to have such a good friend. He stretched with satisfaction after tapping the final keys on his keyboard. Thanks to Kita's recommendations, he had successfully ordered the books without any trouble. His thoughts then drifted to the other world, specifically to the library in N5. He recalled that while it was said to have many rare books, it probably lacked any entertainment novels. He also wondered if censorship would be an issue, a problem he didn't face when he was with the brigade. A document fluttering onto his desk brought his attention back to the present. He realized he would need to confirm the details with Mr. Miner beforehand. As he considered this, another task came to mind. He remembered the books Sakakibara had asked him to get and unfolded the note she had given him. He decided he might as well order those too. He turned back to his computer, fingers tapping away at a new search. He mused that while buying them at a physical bookstore would be faster, it would also be incredibly awkward with security personnel around. After clicking into the search bar, he began typing in the author's name and the book's title, wondering if he had found the correct item. The search results loaded, and an image appeared on the screen that made him freeze. It depicted two young men, one of whom bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. He leaned back in his chair with a sharp creak, momentarily speechless. Conflicted feelings washed over him. Of all the things she could have requested, it had to be a book about Hakuba Issei. The resemblance was far more pronounced than he had ever expected. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out his name, startling him. Flustered, he quickly finalized the purchase as the voice asked if he was there. He tried to compose himself, rationalizing that the person in the image merely looked similar. That was all. He turned to see Ms. Cannon at his door, surprised by her presence. He apologized for making her wait, but she insisted she should be the one apologizing for the sudden visit. She then stated she had something brief to report. He is impressed by Ms. Cannon's efficiency, noting how quickly she worked despite his request being from the previous day. She presents him with a document, explaining that based on the dates he proposed, the cross-world training session has been scheduled for this Saturday. Accepting the information, he thanks her for arranging it. He informs her that he has work in the morning and thus won't be able to guide her to the location. The arrangement leaves him wondering why someone would agree to a whole training session just for him. Ms. Cannon, however, seems to think his surprise is perfectly understandable. He voices a simple, questioning okay. In response, Ms. Cannon reassures him, stating that the person isn't like that and that he will understand once they meet. He rustles the paper, his eyes falling on a name and photograph. The person is identified as Lux-san. Alan wonders what kind of person he is, having only ever seen him in videos. Sometime later, having traveled to the modern world, Alan stands on a busy city street. He reflects that since the training begins in the afternoon, he might as well grab lunch while he's there. As he walks, he glances around the crowd. He recalls being told he would have security with him, but he can't seem to spot anyone who fits the bill just by looking. Deciding there's no use worrying about it, he pulls out his phone. He swipes to a map, remembering a good soba restaurant in the area. Following the map, he soon finds his destination. A bell jingles as he enters the establishment, and he is greeted by a welcoming call from within. He steps inside, only to find the restaurant completely deserted. His brow furrows in surprise, thinking to himself that it's far emptier than he had anticipated. He stood inside the silent soba shop, the sound of him slurping noodles echoing in the void. He froze, a sudden realization dawning on him. It was unsettling to find the place so empty at this hour, but he tried to brush the feeling aside. A sudden clatter from nearby broke the silence. He turned toward the sound and saw another young man standing there, chopsticks in hand. A look of surprise crossed Alan's face as recognition dawned. The stranger began to speak, and Alan, with a hint of disbelief, identified him. Lux. A cheerful young man with light-toned hair approaches Alan with a bright smile, remarking on what a coincidence it is to meet. He introduces himself as Yakutani Ryuki, also known as Lux. In response, Alan formally introduces himself, bowing slightly and thanking Lux for taking time out of his busy schedule. His energy is palpable as Lux, practically sparkling, tells Alan to feel free to ask him anything, admitting he's been incredibly excited to finally meet. Though Alan doesn't quite grasp the situation, he concludes that Lux seems like a good person. As the two walk together, they draw the attention of Akira Kamiki, who whispers to a companion while pointing at them. She remarks that Alan reminds her of someone, staring intently. The realization dawns on the people nearby. A buzz spreads through the crowd as they recognize Lux and excitedly point out Alan's striking resemblance to Hakuba Issei from the popular media franchise, Wonder Stage. Alan overhears them, processing that he looks like a very popular character. The situation quickly escalates. A crowd of young women swarms them, identifying Lux as the famous cross-world streamer and excitedly debating whether to ask for photos. Alan senses the situation is getting out of hand just as a dark car screeches to a halt beside them. From inside the car, Akira Kamiki leans out with an urgent expression. She tells both of them to get inside quickly. Alan, recognizing her, feels a wave of relief, realizing they're saved. The car speeds away, leaving the excited cries of the crowd, calling for Hakuba-kun and Lux-san in its wake. Safely inside the moving vehicle, Lux offers his deepest apologies, admitting he never imagined such a commotion would occur. Alan agrees it was unexpected. Lux then announces their arrival at the venue, explaining that the chaos was simply because they both stand out, Alan for his eye-catching resemblance to Hakuba Issei, and Lux for being a celebrity. The doors to the venue are thrown open with a loud bang, revealing a vast, glittering hall filled with rows of tables covered in what appear to be merchandise displays. Stepping inside, Alan is taken aback by the sheer scale of the event. He internally notes that it's far bigger than he imagined, with a large number of staff members chattering amongst themselves. A man in a suit, Jinji-san, formally addresses him as Alan-sama. He finds himself in a meeting room where Akira introduces the other trainer, a man in a suit who presents himself as Toda from Senyui's Crossworld Development Department. Toda explains he is primarily responsible for game balance and will be assisting them today, to which Alan offers his thanks. Following the introduction, Toda announces that since everyone is present, they can begin the workshop. Lux, seated beside Alan, confirms his understanding. Akira stands before them at a whiteboard, poised to start. However, she pauses, stating that before they begin, she would like to ask a few questions. She directs her questions to Alan, confirming his wish to hold a small-scale tournament or networking event. She asks for the approximate number and age range of participants, about 30 middle and high school students, and then inquires how long Crossworld has been popular. Alan, shifting in his seat, replies that it has only been about a month. Hearing this, Toda leans toward Alan, deducing that the game has not yet become widespread in his country. Alan confirms this, adding with a thoughtful expression that it is, in fact, another world entirely. Toda processes this new information. He advises that, given the circumstances, holding a tournament would be inappropriate and instead recommends focusing on a networking event. Alan appears surprised by this professional assessment. Akira then asks about the current situation regarding the cards in circulation. Toda explains that only the first release, The Attack of 1,000 Dragons, is available. Lux chimes in, noting that this often results in battles that are simple stat checks. Toda agrees, adding that for proper tournaments, it's best to wait until the more strategic second release, Wisdom of Magic, is widespread, though the first set alone provides sufficient play value for now. He reflects on his choice. He picked The Attack of 1,000 Dragons because dragons are real in the other world, and he thought it would make the game easier for people to get into. From a sequential standpoint, he realizes it was the correct choice, but he hadn't considered the gameplay implications. Lux enthusiastically suggests that since they're dealing with students, they could lend out beginner-friendly decks. Toda builds on the idea, proposing a half-deck game mode with fewer cards to simplify the rules and make them easier to learn. Realizing they've been rapidly discussing strategies on their own, Lux turns to Alan with an apologetic sweat drop, admitting they got carried away. Alan, however, is completely lost, left behind by the expert-level conversation. He looks down, a wave of realization washing over him. He had carelessly thought about holding a tournament, but now understands that trying to do it on his own would have been an impossible task. As he reflects on his own limitations, Lux and Toda step forward with reassuring smiles. Lux declares that this is precisely what they are here for, telling Alan it will be fine and that he just needs to learn as he goes. The display of support leaves Alan marveling at how dependable they are. Taking their cue, Akira begins the practical lesson. She presents a card, explaining it's the super popular Dragon King Valhard, and adding that a well-kept old edition can sell for several million yen. Overwhelmed, Alan stammers in agreement as Akira asks if they should proceed with the detailed explanations, noting they have all the necessary cards. After a long and intensive session that stretches into the evening, the group finally concludes their meeting outside the building. Akira remarks that this covers everything for now. As they prepare to part ways, Lux turns to Alan, thanking him for his time so late into the hour. He offers Alan a package, who accepts it, replying that it was his pleasure. He looks inside the package, his expression turning to one of surprise. Lux explains the contents, posters and guides for explaining the rules, along with do-it-yourself cards and a rule dictionary. Holding the materials, Alan quietly wonders what this is all for. His confusion is evident as he looks up from the package. He asks if it's really okay for him to receive these things, especially the DIY materials. Akira reassures him that it's perfectly fine and tells him not to worry about it. Despite her words, Lux's expression is serious as he observes Alan. He asks a direct question, setting the training aside for a moment. Why is Alan doing so much for this? Before Alan can answer, Toda speaks up, stating that he is merely fulfilling his job. Lux chimes in with a smile, adding that the real reason is simply because they like Crossworld. Lux continues, elaborating on their passion for the game. He explains that the joy of a deck running smoothly is second to none, and that even in defeat, one can learn many things from an opponent. He concludes that in Crossworld, there is no such thing as a deck or opponent that can guarantee a win. Everyone has a chance. Alan listens silently, absorbing the depth of their dedication. He appeared momentarily dejected, hunched under a spotlight of his own making. Lux's words about passion, making others feel inferior, had struck a chord, with Alan muttering if that was truly the case. Lux then added with a warm smile that despite all that, they themselves had become interested in the game. He reasoned that in such cases, you naturally want to share that interest with others. Alan listened, a look of understanding dawning on his face as he realized this must be why Lux does this kind of work. His enthusiasm suddenly boiling over, Lux leaned in close, much to Toda's alarm. He excitedly proposed that if Alan's deck performs well, he should join him for a stream, imagining the reaction of the fans. Seeing Alan's slight confusion, Lux quickly laughed and pulled back, claiming he was just kidding. Alan, however, realized that ignoring the time, place, and occasion like that was counterproductive, but it only confirmed for him how deeply both Lux and Toda were in a cross-world. Sometime later, back in the other world, birds took flight from the eaves of a grand, multi-storied stone building. Inside, Alan, now in his familiar vest and scarf, confirmed that he had heard the news. He addressed an unseen person, asking about the trading card game meetup they were planning to hold soon. The person he spoke with was Lord Ray. Seated across from him in a well-appointed room, Alan clarified that to be precise, it was both a meetup and a sales event. Ray's interest was piqued, and he asked if there would be sales as well. He internally confirmed his plan. Because the supply of cards hadn't kept up with demand, he hoped that this opportunity would allow them to prepare something to help new players and balance the overall strength of the player base. He believed it would make everyone happy. Their discussion continued. Ray, looking excited, asked if Alan was going to sell the sweets he was fond of. Alan confirmed this, and then, taking a more serious tone, made his request. He explained that since the participants were nobles, he, as a commoner, had concerns about managing the event and asked if Lord Ray would be his backer. Lord Ray's expression turned apologetic. He stated that he was terribly sorry and should have asked sooner. He agreed, saying he didn't mind, but his sentence trailed off, implying a condition was to follow. He listened as Lord Ray dismissed his apology, claiming to be the one at fault. Ray explained that by recommending Alan to the academy, he had already considered himself Alan's supporter. His expression then grew serious as he recounted hearing about arrogant students who abused their status, citing a case where a commoner merchant was worked to the point of collapse. He then offered a reassuring smile, vowing to protect Alan with all his power in the name of the Castiano family. However, the grim topic continued as Ray revealed that in more severe cases, students have been mentally cornered to the point of attempting suicide. The thought sent a shiver down Alan's spine. Overwhelmed by the noble's declaration, Alan expresses his gratitude, realizing he no longer needs to worry. Lord Ray simply watches him. As he lifts his teacup, the clink of porcelain fills the air. Lord Ray states plainly that given the circumstances, with everyone knowing Alan is his favorite, he doubts anyone would try to cause him trouble. His gaze hardens as he issues a clear directive. If anyone were to cause trouble for Alan, it would be considered an affront to the Castiano family itself. He commands Alan to report any such incident to him without fail. Alan agrees, a small smile forming as he confirms his understanding. Internally, he expresses immense relief that Lord Ray is an ally, not an enemy, and eagerly anticipates the upcoming event. With the meeting concluded, he departs. As he walks away, he makes a mental note to check his luggage upon returning home, but remembers he has another stop to make first. He arrives at his destination just as Shizuka Sayuji calls out, wondering if anyone is present. She seems surprised to see him, remarking that it's been a while. Spotting him, she explains that she has some free time and came to deliver sweets to everyone in the brigade as an apology for the commotion her fans caused the other day. He asks if something is the matter, and she presents the box of sweets. Though he thanks her and says no one really minded the trouble, he accepts the gift. She then changes the subject, stating there is something more important she needs to discuss with him, piquing his curiosity. She reveals that 3 new members will be joining the brigade soon. To welcome them, a party is being planned for the following week, and she asks if he would be able to attend. She continues, explaining that 3 new people are joining the brigade, which she finds impressive. She's heard about one of them at a regular meeting, and, feeling she's caused Aina trouble, plans to assign one of the newcomers to an administrative role. She then asks Alan if she might prepare a few things for the party herself. He inquires about the venue, and she reveals her ambitious plan to book an entire restaurant for the occasion. He considers this a good chance to get to know current members he's never spoken with. At the mention of his involvement, Lazuli gasps, excitedly asking if he's planning to bring Japanese food. He confidently assures her that he's got it handled. Delighted, Lazuli agrees, telling him that since he's doing it, he shouldn't compromise on quality. Later, as evening settles over the city, Alan is back in his room, contemplating the task ahead. He begins to list the items needed for the gathering: TCG packs, a starter deck, sweets, while rummaging through his things. Suddenly, he recoils in shock, exclaiming at a startling discovery. The source of the commotion is Eula, who is trembling as she stares at a book depicting two men in an intimate pose. Alan rushes to her side, but as he asks what's wrong, Eula points to one of the figures, asking if it isn't him. Alan quickly denies it, though he internally questions the dubious scene. He tries to defuse the situation, pointing out to a now calmer Eula that the character's name is Hakuba, which is different from his own. She seems to concede the point. Her quiet agreement is shattered by a sudden realization. Eula gasps and turns to him, asking if he didn't call himself Hakuba when they first met. A cold dread washes over Alan as he realizes he has walked directly into a trap of his own making. She points accusingly, declaring that she knew it was him, and asks if this is his hobby. Flustered, Alan denies it, claiming he just happens to look like the character and that the alias was a gift. Unimpressed, Eula retorts that if he's going to lie, he should at least try to make it a better one. He quickly tries to downplay the situation, apologizing to the long-haired Eula, whom he calls Arya, for the awkwardness. He observes that at least the hair color of the character in the book is different from his own. Just then, the door slams open and the short-haired Eula bursts in, asking if something is wrong. She explains she was just cleaning the bath. Alan realizes his attempt to camouflage the book by putting a rule book cover on it has backfired spectacularly. The short-haired Eula, concerned by his flustered state, asks if he's all right, suggesting he might have a fever. As the long-haired Eula continues to stare, Alan internally berates himself for his carelessness. He resolves to sort the books himself to prevent further confusion. Eula, seemingly recalling a task, murmurs about needing to label in separate boxes for Lady Arya. She averts her gaze, a subtle blush creeping onto her cheeks. With a quiet puff of her cheeks, she dismisses the thought, simply stating that it is nothing. Some time passes, and the appointed meet-up day arrives. A young man in a formal, dark uniform stands waiting by a building. The uniformed man, Minor, turns to Alan and asks if the loaded items are all of his luggage. Alan confirms that they are, thanking him for his help. He reflects internally that the day of the meet-up has finally come. With the amount of supplies he's gathered, he feels confident he won't run out, though he notes it was just barely enough. He laments that it would be so much more convenient if he could use his Moongate ability for transport at times like this. Minor then offers to accompany him. Surprised by the offer, Alan gratefully accepts. As their wagon begins its journey down the main street, Alan clenches his fist. He reflects that this venture carries a different kind of tension than the bazaar did, and silently hopes that everything proceeds without any trouble. At the entrance to a grand building, Minor greets Alan, wishing him a good morning and welcoming him to the day's venue. He explains that a worker will handle the luggage and offers to show Alan around first, to which Alan politely agrees. Minor leads him towards a vast, ornate hall, its doors thrown wide to reveal a sparkling, meticulously prepared interior. Inside, Alan looks around in awe, remarking on the hall's impressive size. Minor confirms that this is the space used for gatherings of the entire dormitory. Alan expresses his confusion, noting that he expected only around 30 participants. Minor clarifies that because the smaller venues were already reserved, the event will now include the entire dormitory, about 200 people. Sensing Alan's apprehension, Minor quickly reassures him. He explains that to fill the large space, staff members will join the event to bolster the numbers, which seems to put Alan at ease. Minor then shifts focus to the day's agenda, outlining the schedule. The event will be split into beginner and experienced groups for the trading card game meetup, which is preceded by a sweets tasting party and followed by product sales. He confirms their plans, stating that Alan will lead the beginner-friendly workshop and asks which group he should assist with. Minor confidently tells Alan to leave it to him, revealing with a wink that he has also learned most of the game's rules. Alan reacts with pleasant surprise. He explains that while he learned much from the students, being in charge of the shop necessitates a thorough knowledge of the products. He reassures Alan that simply sticking to the basics for the workshop is more than enough. Grateful for his colleagues' dedication, Alan hands Minor a book. He explains it's a list of card types and effects compiled by a friend for Minor to use as a reference. Minor accepts the book, his expression turning to one of intrigue as he examines it. He flips through the reference book, asking Alan if he can actually read the foreign text. Alan explains that he made it in English for people from his home country, then trails off, realizing that while people in this world can read Japanese, the book he received from Yakutani was in English. His confusion is palpable. Minor asks what he means. Alan, looking perplexed, confirms he can read the text without any issue, despite admitting he has never seen these specific characters before. In response, Minor begins to explain the mystery, asking if Alan is familiar with spirits. He clarifies that in this world, certain spirits govern language and writing, and it is them they have to thank for this phenomenon. He then asks if Alan ever attended a magic academy, but Alan denies it, stating he's just an ordinary commoner. Minor elaborates that any being above a certain rank can communicate because of entities known as the spirit of emotions, which automatically translate and convey the meaning of all written and spoken language. The realization dawns on Alan as he looks back at the book. It's true, he can read the English text perfectly, He understands now that this is how transferred individuals avoid language barriers, and a wave of relief washes over him. Just then, an attendant appears in the doorway. Minor notes that the package has arrived on time and declares that it's time for them to begin preparations. As he begins to sort the delivered goods, Alan internally panics, realizing he needs to keep a certain book separate from the rest. Before he can decide where to put everything, Albert appears and offers to hold the box for him. He opens the door to the venue, intending to store the items, but stops short. Aina, Nana, and Albert are already there, staring at him with intense anticipation. Aina apologetically explains they just couldn't wait any longer, but Albert reassures Alan that it's still an hour early and he should take his time. Minor comes to stand beside him, observing the early arrivals. He expresses his surprise, admitting he never imagined the students would be looking forward to the event so much, and adds that everyone was apparently fidgeting with excitement the night before. His expression turns serious as he looks at Alan. He declares that the students' excitement is precisely why they must make the workshop a success, promising his full support. Alan meets his gaze with equal resolve and agrees, affirming that he is counting on him. He sits at a table with Minor and the assembled students, the weight of expectation settling upon him. Having relied on so many people to reach this point, he feels he absolutely cannot afford to fail. As the students chatter amongst themselves, Minor clears his throat, signaling the start of the event. Rising to his feet, he thanks everyone for attending. He introduces himself as Alan, the shop's product supplier, mentioning he was recommended by Lord Ray Castiano. He explains that this time, he'll be giving a detailed explanation of Crossworld, but has also brought some sweets he's considering supplying in the future. He presents them as both samples and a sales opportunity, which causes a stir of excitement among the young nobles. He directs the students to a tasting corner, encouraging them to try the sweets and share their thoughts, as the popular ones will be stocked later. With a glance at the time, he announces that the Crossworld meetup will officially begin at 9:30. The students, delighted, immediately dash towards the treats. As the others clamor for the sweets, Lord Ray remarks to Aina that even though they are children of nobility, they still have their childlike sides. Aina listens, covering her mouth with a hand as she watches the scene unfold. With the students occupied, Alan moves to the front of the room, ready to begin the main part of the workshop. Standing before a presentation board, he concludes his explanation of the game's mechanics. He then informs the group that they will switch to hands-on practice and asks if there are any questions before they continue. One student, Diero Porthley, realizes with some surprise that the explanation was incredibly easy to understand, especially since he had expected it to be difficult. He accidentally calls Alan Minter out loud, blushing in embarrassment. Another student speaks up for the group, confirming they have no questions and are ready to start. Hearing this, Alan announces that it is his turn to demonstrate. He approaches Lord Ray and hands him a set of cards, explaining that it is a demo deck. Ray accepts it with a grateful thank you. From the side, Minor observes another group of students playing with great enthusiasm, noting that they must be the experienced team. As they cheer each other on, the chatter catches Alan's attention, and he turns to see what the commotion is about. He turns to Minor, explaining that since things have settled down with the first group, he's going to take a quick look at the other players. Minor gives a simple okay in response. He turned his attention toward a small crowd of students, drawn by the murmurs of excitement. He wondered what all the commotion was about. As he approached, he saw that the focus of their attention was a card game. One of the players was the young knight, Diero. Onlookers whispered that Diero had done well just to survive this long against an all-rare deck, lamenting that he had almost won. His opponent, Lord Ray, smiled with condescension. He told Diero there was no need to hold back, just because he was from a Viscount's family, then added with a sneer that this would only matter if Diero even had a chance of winning. He pressed his verbal assault, laying out the grim state of the game. Ray declared that he still had 5 life points and a powerful SR card, Flame Dragon Galdron, in play. Diero, on the other hand, was down to his last life point with no character cards on his field. Watching from the side, Alan felt conflicted. He wanted Diero to do his best, but his position as an instructor prevented him from openly cheering. He knew a comeback was nearly impossible. Ray, certain of his victory, told Diero that if he couldn't make a comeback this turn, his loss was guaranteed. Despite the overwhelming odds, Diero composed himself. He remembered that there should still be a chance. Announcing it was his turn, he drew a new card from his deck. He began by summoning a weak monster, Sea Beast Luminous. Then, using its ability, he immediately drew another card. Ray slammed his hand on the table in derision. He questioned if Diero was getting desperate, throwing out a common card with such a plain ability. Diero ignored him, his eyes fixed on the card he had just drawn. He revealed the card, a spell named Blessing of the Azure Sea. Its effect would increase a character's attack power by 10 for a single turn. Ray's confident smirk vanished, replaced by wide-eyed shock. He saw the card's cost was 3, and a crucial rule flashed through his mind. If it's a water attribute card, its cost is added on top. The implication of a devastating combo left him speechless. His fears were realized as Diero declared the final play. With the spell card's boost, Luminous attack power totaled 15, enough to destroy the Flame Dragon Galdron. The excess damage would strike Lord Ray's life points directly, ending the game. The move was decisive. As the other students applauded, the announcer declared Diero Porsley the winner. Lord Ray slumped in defeat, unable to believe his strongest deck had been overcome. After the match, Diero approached his opponent, who was still bowed over the table. He thanked Lord Ray for the game, admitting that he was so strong Diero had to give it everything he had. Ray looked up, confirming the boy's name before trailing off. The young lord's shock gave way to a startling revelation. He declared it his complete defeat, his voice filled with awe. He was genuinely moved, admitting he never knew someone so strong even existed. While Ray processed his loss, the other students swarmed Diero. They chattered excitedly, amazed that he had won with a low-rarity deck and eagerly asking him to teach them. Alan watched from the side, a pleased smile on his face. He was quickly overwhelmed by the praise. Flustered, Diero turned to Alan, insisting that it wasn't true. He had just gotten lucky. He then loudly credited Alan for his victory, explaining that Alan had taught him that creativity could make even low-rarity cards powerful. With a bright smile, he thanked Alan profusely. The other students immediately shifted their attention, begging Alan to teach them as well. Alan deflected, insisting he did nothing and that the win was all thanks to Diero's own ability. As the excitement from the match settled, a nearby clock tower chimed, marking the passage of time. Later, Alan sat alone, reviewing a document. After a final tap of his pen, he seemed satisfied, murmuring that his work should be sufficient. He set his work aside and raised a glass. He noted with satisfaction that the meetup went smoothly and all the products had sold out. He took a moment to reflect, wondering if he could truly call it success. He approaches Lord Ray, who is seated at a table, and apologizes for interrupting. Ray dismisses the apology, explaining that all that remains is the cleanup and asks if Alan minds if he stays. Alan agrees. Seated together, Alan expresses his gratitude, remarking that the event was an even greater success than he had anticipated. He gives Lord Ray credit for helping everything run smoothly. Lord Ray, holding his cup, humbly accepts the praise as an honor. He reports that many students who didn't even participate came to observe, and there is now a widespread demand for another similar event. Surprised by this development, Alan asks for the reason behind the unexpected interest. Lord Ray simply states that he should be the one thanking Alan. Lord Ray begins his explanation, stating something he believes Alan already knows. The Academy values ability and talent above all else. By nature, most students are high-ranking nobles, but their station has no bearing on their actual skill. He continues, pointing out that this very environment creates a situation where quite a few students are unable to fit in. For them, Ray believes, the meetup was a significant and welcome opportunity. Alan seems momentarily confused by the implication, but Lord Ray's resolve is clear. This opportunity must not be wasted. Lord Ray then articulates his newfound conviction. He states that those who possess power have a duty to protect the people, and to fulfill that duty, they first need connections and information. He declares his hope to use this as a chance to begin dismantling old, restrictive traditions. Visibly moved by this declaration, Alan rises from his seat and praises Lord Ray as amazing. He explains his own philosophy. His status and abilities are things he was fortunate to receive, and for that exact reason, he feels a duty to use them for the benefit of others. As they part, Ray expresses his gratitude one last time. Just as their conversation seems to conclude, Lord Ray stops him. He has one more thing to say, leaving Alan to turn back with a questioning look. He listens as Lord Ray, with a determined grin, declares his intention to take full responsibility for cracking down on the trading card game fraud. Ray assures him that this will allow Alan to focus on his own work. Internally, Alan finds the young lord's intensity both reassuring and terrifying, wondering what he could possibly be planning. As he walks away, Lord Ray's words echo in his mind. The concept of using a given power for the sake of others is a novel one for him. He stops and looks down at his hands, a thought crystallizing. It occurs to him that both his unique skills and this second life itself are not things he gained through his own hard work. With a newfound sense of clarity, he accepts that his powers were simply given to him. A gentle smile forms on his face as he resolves that he, too, would like to use these gifts to help others. His train of thought is interrupted by a cheerful greeting. It's Minor from the Student Life Department. As Minor approaches, Alan reflects on the business principle where the seller, the buyer, and society all benefit, noting that while he doesn't intend to sacrifice his own interests, this ideal is important. He turns to Minor, insisting that he should be the one thanking him, as his help was invaluable. Minor deflects the praise, commenting that the cleanup after the event went smoothly and that Alan himself worked very hard. In response, Alan offers a token of his appreciation, explaining that he has prepared some snacks for the staff as well. He encourages Minor to share them with everyone, much to the young man's surprise. Minor looks apologetic, explaining that he cannot accept. He clarifies that what they did was simply their job, and that given the rules, a simple thank you is the most he can offer. He adds that he personally enjoyed watching the event unfold. Alan lets out an audible gasp, taken aback by the strict adherence to the rules. Misinterpreting the silence, Minor politely says he will see him off, turning to lead the way. But he doesn't move. Instead, he calls out Minor's name, causing the other student to stop and turn back with a look of confusion. In another part of the academy, Alan appears flustered. He apologizes to an unseen person, asking if they know what happened to a book that was supposed to be in that spot. With a soft thud, a book is placed upon a table. Elsewhere, Princess Quirce Elisa returns to her private quarters. She steps inside, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. She immediately flops onto her bed, admitting to herself that the day's errands have completely worn her out, noting how late it has become. After a moment, she moves to her desk, her thoughts drifting. She reflects that while her initial goal was to make connections for the Seahart family, the meetup proved to be a surprisingly interesting and fruitful game. As she rests her head on the desk, a new thought occurs to her. She recalls that the people she met mentioned retrieving books, and that the only item they were selling was something called a rule book. Flipping open the book she acquired, her eyes widen in absolute shock. A flash of Alan's face crosses her mind as she stares at the pages. What is the meaning of this? She gasps, looking at the unexpected drawings within. Inside a storage area, a wooden crate sits empty. A sudden realization dawns. A book has disappeared. The thought belongs to Alan, who, sweating with anxiety, explains the situation. He confirms it was a thin book with a cover, which he had set aside in this very storage area. A female staff member listens to his frantic explanation and understands. As Alan begins to rush off, she assures him that she will have the staff check on the matter immediately. Suddenly, another attendant, a young maid, slams her hands on a counter and bows deeply, shouting a profuse apology. The first staff member turns, surprised, asking her to calm down and explain what she means. The maid explains her error with a worried expression. During preparations, she had mistaken Alan's book for regular merchandise because its cover was identical to the others, and had put it out for sale. Upon hearing this, Alan is internally horrified, realizing the disastrous implications. Almost immediately, however, he acknowledges that it wasn't the maid's fault. He turns to the trembling maid to console her. Taking the blame himself, he insists it was his own mistake and apologizes for getting her involved in the situation. The other staff member interjects, asking Alan what he would like to do. She states that since the book is important, they have no choice but to issue a warning and recall the items to ensure its recovery, adding that they do have a record of the buyer. She qualifies her statement, however, explaining that some students have already left for the day, so they won't be able to retrieve it until tomorrow. Alan calmly accepts this, saying he doesn't mind and expressing his gratitude. With a polite farewell, the staff member departs, leaving Alan alone with his thoughts. He stares into the distance, deeply worried, hoping the book can be retrieved before anyone discovers what's inside. He sat at the table, completely lost in thought, his eyes vacant. The anxious weight had taken its toll, and he barely registered the sound of his name being called repeatedly. His distraction did not go unnoticed. Eula, her expression filled with concern, pointed out that he had his head in the clouds since the previous day. She told him that she should be the one asking if something was wrong. In response, Alan could only offer a weak apology, claiming he just didn't feel like eating much. May, also at the table, added her own worries, noting that he had barely eaten and asking directly if he was feeling unwell. As the concern mounted, the younger Eula chimed in with a playful suggestion, offering to eat Alan's natto for him. The long-haired Eula gently chided her, reminding her that the food was meant for Lord Alan's breakfast the next day. May pressed again, asking if he was truly all right. Alan insisted he was fine, but his mind was elsewhere, fixated on the natto. He mused on whether it was already spoiled or if it might spoil by tomorrow, a thought that mirrored the precarious situation with his book. He let out a heavy sigh, forcing himself to focus. He resolved not to panic, reminding himself that the worst outcome had not yet come to pass. At that moment, a bell chimed through the house. Hearing the unexpected guest at such an early hour, he decided to go take a look. Answering the door, he found a courier from the government postal service. The man apologized for the wait and handed over a letter, identifying it as express mail. Alan accepted it with a word of thanks. As the courier departed, he stared at the sealed envelope, a bad feeling creeping over him. He reasoned that mail from the government service likely meant it was sent by a noble. His hands trembled slightly as he opened the letter. The message was short and direct, a summons from someone named Lumelier Seaharp to the Great Eagle dormitory at 10 o'clock that morning. A nervous gulp was his only response. Meanwhile, in that very dormitory, Aina sat with her arms crossed, radiating a menacing aura. She muttered to herself, her voice tight with anger, demanding to know for what reason this item was there. She lets out a frustrated sigh. Across from her, Alan panics, his mind racing. He knows he cannot possibly reveal that this was all at Princess Sakakibara's request. He wonders desperately what he should do. He decides to face the situation, looking directly at her. He begins by stating clearly that he has no intention of making this matter public. She clarifies her own position, explaining that it was Lord Ray who recommended him. If this situation were to come to light, she points out, Lord Ray's reputation would certainly suffer. As a fellow student of the same dormitory, she continues, she does not wish for that to happen. She simply wants to know the reason behind the book's existence. Seeing a potential opening, Alan attempts to create a plausible excuse. He suggests that since his company deals in a wide range of books, it's possible this one was accidentally mixed in. Aina cuts him off, holding the book up pointedly. She asks if he truly understands the significance of what he created. He immediately recognizes that evasive answers will only make things worse. He sits across from her and confirms that, yes, of course he understands. He continues his attempt to generalize, explaining that his business has many different kinds of clients and offers a diverse selection of goods to suit various demands. Aina listens, her expression unreadable. She cuts through his vague explanation, asking if he doesn't care that he could be arrested if caught. He clarifies that while the item is restricted and might be confiscated, he doesn't believe it would lead to criminal charges. She agrees that his assessment is likely correct, which seems to startle him. She explains that there are no laws in the Cainlee's kingdom that explicitly forbid such items. In fact, she is aware that similar books are already being produced and circulated among certain members of the nobility. She adds a crucial detail, however, that precedent applies only to novels. A work like his, focused mainly on drawings, has no established precedent. A flinch runs through Alan as he processes this. He wonders what kind of person would take such a risk, and someone whom Lord Ray himself recommended. He sat in tense silence, facing Aina across a small table. The air in the lavishly decorated room was thick with unspoken questions. She was the first to speak, remarking that arranging this meeting was surprisingly easy, to which he could only stammer in agreement. Clearing her throat, she shifted her focus, asking about the different kinds of books he offers. She inquired about the cost, presuming that such a special item couldn't be cheap. He explained that while this particular book was a special case, the usual price for his creations is a few 100,000 gold. Her gaze sharpened as she picked up the book. With a throb of intensity, she posed a hypothetical question. What if she were to buy this very book? The question caught him completely off guard, his mind reeling as he processed her desire to buy it. He confirmed that it was indeed a special request, though found it hard to say for certain. A sudden realization struck him. Was this her true objective from the start? He leaned forward, explaining the serious implications. By not reporting this matter, she would become his accomplice. He asked if she understood what that meant, realizing they were now in the same boat. After a moment, he understood. He replied that he, too, welcomes clients he can place his trust in. Aina's serious demeanor broke into a delighted smile, and she declared she was looking forward to it. Relieved, Alan agreed to arrange a selection of items for Lady Lemelier within a few days, though he privately wondered if he had truly managed to save himself. Moments later, outside the building, Aina's composure had vanished. She was flustered and trembling, apologizing profusely to Alan and admitting that the situation was entirely her fault. He tried to calm her, stating that things had worked out one way or another. Still trembling, she asked if he was certain, acknowledging that the experience had been incredibly extreme for her. He sits across from Quirce, reflecting on his recent tense negotiation. It seems Aina genuinely liked the book, which is why she accepted the condition of the sale. He reasons there's no need to worry, as she didn't investigate him further. Quirce, however, seems to be processing the situation differently, questioning him uncertainly. Seeing her concern, he offers a simplified apology, assuring her that all's well that ends well. Quirce, however, remains serious. She concedes his point, but then bluntly declares that this means she has gained another comrade. She clutches the book with reverence, a blissful look on her face. Lost in her own world, she muses about how this book will unite the souls of Yui and Quirce, allowing them to become one. More importantly, she is simply overjoyed to have the book in her hands again. Her open excitement prompts Quirce to question if it's wise to speak so freely in what appears to be a normal cafe. Alan reassures her that he has reserved the space and trusts the owner. He then turns the conversation, noting that this feels like a cross-world meetup, and asks if she, Sakakibara, is interested in participating as well. She confirms her interest without hesitation, explaining that the game was extremely famous and she wants to participate. Her eagerness surprises Alan, who points out that her presence as a princess would likely intimidate everyone else. Her shoulders slump slightly as she admits that she genuinely wants to play with everyone. Seeing her earnestness, he can only sigh and agree that she has a point. She collapses onto the table in frustration. She laments that whenever she tries to interact with people, the boys immediately drop into a formal bow of apology, and some of the girls are so overwhelmed they start crying on sight. As a crystalline pattern forms over her drink, she looks at him seriously. She states that he must already know she is an anomaly among this world's magic users. Alan, still processing her previous statement, expresses his disbelief about the extreme reactions. Quirce then offers an analogy. If commoner mages are cats and noble mages are lions, then she is something on an entirely different scale, like a dragon as large as a mountain. Her gaze falls sadly to the book on the table, which she calls her only emotional support. She confesses that despite her immense power and status, on the inside, she is just a normal college girl who enjoys reading BL. Alan listens quietly, a thoughtful expression on his face. She sighs, believing it's too late to change perceptions, as everyone already sees her as the perfect cool princess. He, however, offers a simple suggestion. If people don't hold any ill will towards her, then perhaps she should simply try talking to them. He listens as Princess Quirce, looking dejected, wonders how she ended up with such an intimidating image. She laments that while many girls dream of being a princess, the reality is stifling. Alan soberly concludes that normal interaction will be difficult for her. As she departs, he silently agrees with her assessment, his expression thoughtful as he watches her go. Later, Princess Quirce is seen sleeping soundly in her bed, clutching a small stuffed rabbit, seemingly at peace after their conversation. Meanwhile, Alan sits down at his desk in his own room, his mind preoccupied with the idea of making friends. Sometime later, Eula approaches him with a cup of coffee, asking if something is the matter. Alan, now dressed in a simple white robe, dismisses her concern, explaining he was just lost in thought. He elaborates, telling her about a student at the academy who struggles to make friends. He clarifies that the person isn't timid but is feared by everyone, though he amends it to be more like reverence. He compares the situation to Lady Aria's, which causes Eula to twitch, before he quickly retracts the comparison, admitting it was a poor one and that the circumstances are just difficult. Eula processes this, understanding that the person's options are quite limited. She then asks Alan if he has any good ideas to help. Her question sparks an idea. He looks up, thoughtfully proposing the concept of making pen pals. Eula agrees that it sounds like a good plan, noting that anonymity would remove the need to reveal one's identity. This clicks for Alan, who realizes that using his Moongate ability would make this the perfect job for him. He resolves that if he's going to do this, he wants to create something thoughtful that many people can enjoy casually. His eyes land on a book on the table, and he asks Eula if she likes fantasy travelogues, a new plan beginning to form in his mind. He recalled a book he'd acquired through Akira's work, one that hadn't sold well among the brigade members who generally preferred manga over novels. As if on cue, Eula, holding a decorated book, mentioned that while she also enjoys manga, she personally prefers novels. Her preference for literature sparked an idea, and she suggested creating a bulletin. The word struck a chord with Alan, who, after a moment of realization, began rummaging through his thoughts, explaining that he was thinking of a private newsletter for members to share information. He elaborated on the concept, describing it as a mix between a catalog and a newspaper. It would have various sections, including a discussion page where people with similar interests could share their thoughts. Eula listened, finding the idea interesting. With the concept taking shape, Alan began considering who else to invite, privately musing that two specific individuals would get along well discussing BL books. Eula, overhearing a fragment, asked about BL books, but he quickly told her not to worry about it. He then formally extended an invitation to Eula, adding that Arya could also join. He explained his reasoning. Since neither of them could go outside freely, he hoped the project would be a good distraction. Eula seemed hesitant, quietly asking if it was truly all right for her to participate. After a brief pause, she happily accepted. Eula explained that she would be glad to participate, as she rarely gets opportunities to talk about her hobbies. Alan was pleased, thanking her for agreeing. Her acceptance, however, came with a caveat. She grew quiet, staring at him with an unreadable intensity. Alan noticed her gaze, and she finally spoke a single, hesitant word, but she needed him to understand her position clearly. Eula insisted that she feels nothing but gratitude for her current life and has never been dissatisfied. She pleaded with him to, at the very least, believe her on this point. Having clarified her gratitude, Eula's expression turned serious. She formally asked if she could help create the bulletin. Alan was surprised, mentioning that he planned to make it on a PC. Seeing her unwavering resolve, he cautiously agreed to her request. In response to his agreement, Eula leaned forward with fierce determination. She insisted that he teach her how to use a PC, declaring that she wanted to learn in order to reduce his workload. Alan watches in silence, his gaze fixed on a laptop where a pair of hands type with surprising speed. The rhythmic tapping is the only sound as he observes, lost in thought. The typist is Arya, who modestly claims it is nothing special. Alan, however, is visibly impressed, remarking on how amazing it is that she has already memorized the entire keyboard. Her rapid progress brings to mind a recent conversation he had with Camille. He recalls her explaining that while she had memorized the shapes of the letters and had a book for reference, she still hadn't learned how to use the input method editor. At the time, he had simply encouraged her, saying she was doing great. Watching Arya type again, he realizes her skill is far beyond what he anticipated. He knew she could handle office work, but learning to type in just a few days, despite the differences in grammar, was truly unexpected. He leans in to examine the screen, noting that the text is a form of broken Japanese. Yet, despite the grammatical errors, it feels surprisingly easy to read. He immediately suspects that the power of the spirit Naruka is at play. The situation feels strange to him. He realizes that because of her, all text and languages are being filtered, becoming comprehensible. As if reading his mind, Arya offers an explanation. She confirms that Naruka is a kind-hearted spirit, and she's heard that this spirit removes language barriers to prevent conflict. Alan echoes the name in understanding the spirit of emotions. Her words trigger a memory of lore he once heard. It is said that those granted deeper affection by Naruka gain knowledge of all things. Furthermore, the unique eyes of her people are also considered a gift from this very spirit. He reflects on this incredible power. While conflicts may not have vanished entirely, the spirit's influence must have had a profound effect. He concludes that Naruka is truly a spirit with immense power. His contemplation is broken by a small voice. The young elf, Eula, appears beside them, smiling brightly. Lady Arya, she calls out, getting her attention. What are you two doing? Alan is startled by her sudden arrival. He turns to Eula, who looks on with curiosity. Beside him, Arya explains that they are currently making a bulletin together. The unfamiliar term, bulletin, leaves Eula slightly puzzled. To clarify, Alan explains that it's essentially a newspaper for their own group. He presents a rough layout with sections for new releases, weekly book rankings, product restock information, and a reader exchange page. He adds that there are no specific guidelines, so they can write whatever they like, which leaves Eula pondering what she could contribute. Suddenly, Camille appears, beaming with excitement, and declares that she will participate as well. She immediately turns to Arya, suggesting she write about her hobbies. Alan chimes in, proposing that Arya could write about novels. Before Arya can decide, Camille excitedly announces her own topic, trading cards. She proudly mentions that she recently pulled a super rare card. She continues, talking about building the strongest deck with her new card. Beside her, Arya, now holding a fan of cards herself, listens with rapt attention, a distinct sparkle in her eyes. A short while later, the sound of a door opening draws Alan's attention. He sees Camille with two other familiar faces, May and Nana. Camille greets him cheerfully, exclaiming that it's been a long time. He asks what they're all doing. Camille explains they are working on decorations for a welcome party. However, Alan's gaze is drawn to an object on the table that seems completely out of place among the party supplies, questioning if something irrelevant has been mixed in. Camille, flustered, quickly claims she was just checking things out for inspiration and wasn't actually reading it. Swallowing nervously, Alan decides to let it go, stating that if that's the case, then it's fine. Just then, the door opens again, and Shizuku enters. The group immediately snaps to attention, welcoming back their captain. Shizuku asks for a status report, and Camille confidently promises their work will be finished by the end of the day. Alan watches, thinking to himself that it seems they really were working after all. He rummages through his belongings as Shizuku watches, who asks what he is doing since there shouldn't be any work for them today. Alan confirms her assumption with a simple acknowledgement. From his bag, he produces a document, a new publication titled Bulletin Yuan, explaining that he came specifically to deliver it to her. Shizuku expresses her interest as Alan, now joined by a curious Arya and Eula, explains his idea. He thought it would be beneficial if their business partners had a way to exchange information and interact, clarifying that what he holds is merely a prototype. The idea is met with immediate excitement from Arya and Eula, who both exclaim that it sounds fun and that they want to join. Seeing their enthusiasm, Alan formally asks Shizuku if she and at least one other person would be willing to participate. Before anyone can formally agree, Camille bursts in, declaring her intention to join. Alan, slightly overwhelmed by the sudden formation of a 5-person team, mutters that 4 new members might be too many, though he appreciates the support. He apologizes for interrupting their work, but Shizuku assures him it's nothing to worry about. Her attention now on the prototype, Shizuku asks Alan for any advice he might have, admitting that she has never created something like this before. After a moment of consideration, she offers her own insights. She suggests that for monochrome printing, it would be better to make the images slightly larger, while for simple book listings, a text-only format should be sufficient. She continues her critique, advising him to limit the number of fonts used to maintain a clean look. Alan listens intently, absorbing her feedback. Impressed by her expertise, he asks if she has prior experience with this kind of work. Shizuku explains that back in her world, she was part of the student council in both middle and high school and helped with production tasks. She downplays her contribution, stating it was just a student council activity and not comparable to professional work. Alan, however, is enlightened. Her experience makes sense now. He expresses his gratitude, acknowledging that her help is invaluable, as even a small-scale publication will be read by many different people. He is approached by Camille, who excitedly announces that she, Shizuku, Arya, and Eula have made a decision. With the others chattering in agreement behind her, she explains they've decided to write the newspaper as a group, since everyone is eager to discuss Yumkoi. She offers a sweet, confident smile, having delivered their collective verdict. In response, Alan agrees, but adds a condition: they must not neglect their other work. With that settled, the focus shifts to a grand, stately building, likely the Academy. Inside, Alan presents a document to Lord Ray, explaining it's a newsletter for a select group. He elaborates that all participants will be anonymous, allowing people from various backgrounds, not just nobles, to interact freely. Intrigued, Ray asks about the other subscribers. Alan confirms that this is precisely why he sought out Lord Ray. He suggests that the newsletter presents a great chance for Ray to learn about what's happening beyond the confines of the school, an idea which Ray finds appealing. Pleased with the reception, Alan notes that Ray has become quite merchant-like and has clearly been putting in a lot of effort. Ray seems honored by the praise. Ray's attention then falls upon another item Alan has brought. He asks what it is, and Alan reveals it to be a special issue bulletin that functions as a product catalog. Alan explains his rationale. He wants to offer products more closely related to customers' tastes and needs. He thought it best if they could choose the products themselves, though he admits to worrying that the approach might be considered impolite. Letting out a small sigh, Alan is relieved when Ray dismisses his concern. Ray affirms that it's a good idea, reasoning that allowing customers to choose for themselves will result in less waste for everyone. Alan offers his sincere thanks. He watched as Lord Ray examined the catalog. The young noble observed that the products were not part of the regular stock, as he hadn't seen them before. Alan confirmed this, explaining that fresh sweets are difficult to store, much like the fruit tart he had previously given him. Impressed, Lord Ray immediately asked if he could place an order for one of each sweet listed. His attendant looked on, surprised by the direct request. Alan, however, was inwardly pleased, recognizing this as the literal purpose of a catalog. Bulk buying. Lord Ray expressed his gratitude, admitting that everything in the catalog was tempting. He then requested that the order be delivered to his family's home, as his dorm lacked ice storage. Alan readily agreed, confirming the delivery for the day after tomorrow, and adding that he was looking forward to both the bulletin and the sweets himself. As they finalized the transaction at the counter, the chime of a bell announced a new arrival. The visitor was Lady Lumiere, Aina, along with a friend. She thanked her companion for the study session, who encouraged her to ask for help anytime. Observing them, Lord Ray mused that schools in this world must grant a lot of free time, making scheduling easier. After Aina's friend departed, Lord Ray turned back to Alan, apologizing for the delay. He remarked that it seemed her juniors were quite fond of her. Suddenly, Aina spun around, her eyes wide with surprise upon seeing Alan. He explained that he had come to apologize for a previous matter and had brought a token of apology. He then asked what she had needed to see him about. In response, Aina moved with incredible speed, urgently requesting permission to use an empty room. The attendant, startled, quickly granted it, asking her to wait just a moment. Moments later, in a private room, Alan presented a book to her. He slid it across the table and simply asked for her thoughts. Aina stared at the book, her focus absolute. Alan explained that it was personally recommended by Sakakibara and had been difficult to acquire, recalling that there were no plans to reprint it. Seeing her intense reaction, he noted to himself that she must truly like it. Clutching the volume, Aina declared that, if possible, she wanted to provide substantial support and assistance to the book's author. Her enthusiasm slightly dampened. Aina asks if it would be possible to convey her appreciation to the person who recommended the book. Alan apologizes, explaining that due to various circumstances, it would be difficult. Though visibly dejected, she accepts his answer. He clarifies to the clerk that the book was not his own choice, but a recommendation from another customer. He then offers a different solution, rummaging for something as he asks if she would be willing to convey her appreciation to that person directly. To explain his idea, he presents a document that rustles in his hands. Aina, curious, asks if it's a newspaper. He clarifies that it is a company bulletin they intend to publish. He points out a community exchange section within the bulletin, revealing his plan to invite the person who recommended the book. With a smile, he then formally invites Aina, whom he addresses as Lady Lumiere, to participate as well, adding that he'd also recommend the author's more mature, R-15 rated works. The idea sparks their shared excitement. It would be a perfect way to express gratitude and share their thoughts. Alan quickly adds a caveat. However, they cannot include topics like BL in the public bulletin, though he muses that sending individual letters would be a viable alternative. Her attention then shifts to another booklet Alan has, which she picks up with a rustle. Seeing it filled with various products, she asks him what it is. He explains that it's a product catalog. If she finds anything of interest, she should inform a Mr. Minor, as they accept orders on the shop's designated delivery days. Aina's eyes widen and sparkle with delight as she realizes cosmetics are among the listed items. She remarks on the convenience of a catalog that allows one to select items personally, noting that for someone living in a dorm where even going out to shop requires permission, is an incredibly helpful service. Her expression turns serious as she considers the business implications. She points out that merchants typically go directly to nobles to sell their goods, and wonders aloud if his approach might be viewed as an overly ambitious play by others. Confused by her sudden shift in tone, Alan asks what she means. She seems startled by his question, stammering that she has no excuse for her comment. She then softens, musing that it's probably fine as long as he doesn't get caught. A small smile appears as she recalls that it was thanks to a similar mistake that they met. Alan, now understanding her concern, reassures her that he is well aware of the risks and that this new service will only be for a very small group. He listens as Aina continues her thought, noting that above all, Lord Ray is on their side. Alan remains silent, his expression unreadable. She observes him, reflecting that after seeing how he treated his junior, he must have a very caring personality. Noticing her stare, Alan asks if something is wrong, but Aina quickly denies it, remarking that he really does look out for others. A warm smile spreads across her face as she holds the catalog. She reminds him of his own words, that they are in the same boat, and expresses her hope that they can continue to do good business together. He agrees, hoping for the same. After a slight cough, he tells her there is something he'd like to ask, privately thinking it was a blessing in disguise that she was the one who found out. Aina looks on, asking what it might be. Her mind briefly flashes with a question. Is there any relation between Alan and the character in the book? She immediately dismisses the idea, concluding it must be a pure coincidence that they look alike. Meanwhile, in another room, Eula is completely absorbed in her work, her fingers tapping rapidly across the keys of a laptop-like device. Her concentration is broken as Alan and Aina approach. He asks how her work is progressing. Eula reports that she has already started using the input method editor and believes a rough draft will be ready by tomorrow. He looks at the screen, noting that there's still space for one more person on the community page. He decides it's fine to leave it empty for now, as he wants to show the completed draft to the last person first. Aina expresses her excitement, saying she can't wait to see the finished bulletin herself. Hearing Alan's plan, Eula agrees to proceed with the draft as is. He becomes thoughtful, observing a diagram of the contributors' varied interests: shoujo manga, beauty, sweets, novels, and trading card games. He muses that the content is quite divided and wonders what the others wrote, though he accepts it as natural for a first attempt. He looked over at Aina and Eula, expressing his hope that the bulletin would become a fun space for everyone who participated, including Princess Quirce. His thought, however, trailed off with a hint of reservation. Putting the bulletin aside, Aina's attention was on a more immediate concern. Sweating slightly, she asked Alan if he was ready for the welcome party, explaining that she needed to start preparations now. She expressed her worry about managing the schedule, as the ingredients for the main dish and dessert were perishable. As they watched him, the long-haired Eula noted how busy Alan always seemed to be. The younger, short-haired Eula added her own words of concern, pleading with him to take care of himself and not overdo it. He smiled gratefully, accepting their support. The long-haired Eula assured him she would handle the bulletin and other household matters in his absence. As he turned to leave, the short-haired Eula cheerfully called out, reminding him to bring back a souvenir. With a soft shimmer of light, a portal to his world opened. He declared his plan to bring back some delicious food from Japan, mentioning a promise he'd made to Shizuku Sayuji. Then, he stepped through, the portal vanishing as soon as he was gone. His expression hardened with resolve. He knew he had to handle this properly to gain everyone's approval. Beyond the need for approval, a sense of anticipation grew within him. He was genuinely looking forward to seeing what kind of people the new bulletin would attract. The day of the welcome party for new members has arrived. Inside a bustling hall decorated with festive banners, members of the adventurer party, including Ada, Giero, and Eula, murmur amongst themselves in anticipation. A voice calls out Alan. He turns, a basket in hand, and announces that his preparations are all set. He walks over to Aina, who is helping with the party setup amidst rustling decorations. She asks if he needs any help, but he assures her that there's nothing in particular. Alan then shows her what he brought, a large iron plate. Aina identifies it as such, and he confirms he brought it to grill some meat. Seeing this, Aina seems satisfied, remarking that it's a good idea. She mentions that if he had told her, she would have brought a proper grill rack. Alan counters that his method is better, clacking the tongs he's holding and explaining that the meat he prepared for the day is something special. Aina cautions him not to serve anything bad, since it's a special welcome party, but adds that she doesn't think she needs to worry. Alan simply replies, "I know," a confident shine in his eyes as he promises that everyone will be surprised. As the glittering party decorations signal the start of the event, May announces that they are just about ready. Nearby, Aina observes Alan's unusual confidence, wondering aloud if everything will actually be all right. May then addresses the attendees, proposing that they begin with introductions from the new members. At that moment, Lap Hind steps forward, a small bird taking flight from her hand, to inform the group that the captain will be late due to an urgent matter. Following the announcement, May cheerfully calls for the 3 new members to come forward. A hush falls over the room as the spotlight turns to them. With a firm step, a woman with long, wavy hair moves to the front. "Nice to meet you, everyone," she declares. At a nearby table, Alan and Eula watch her, their hearts pounding nervously as Lady Arya introduces herself. Following the previous introduction, the next recruit steps forward with a bright smile. She introduces herself as Rain, an 18-year-old bronze-rank adventurer whose specialty is the spear. With a small bow, she expresses her hope that they all get along, acknowledging she still has much to learn. The brigade members applaud, with some commenting that having a spear wielder will be very helpful. As Rain finishes, Lady Arya gives a simple nod of acknowledgement. Alan then prompts the next person in line to introduce themselves. The next woman steps up, adjusting her glasses. She introduces herself as Senna, 20 years old, here for administrative work. She explains she can't use magic or weapons, but hopes to work well with everyone. Aina seems particularly touched by this, realizing they finally have a second person to handle administrative tasks. As the group applauds Senna, Alan confides in May. He admits that while he technically handles admin work too, he's more of a part-timer and wasn't much help with negotiations. With teary eyes, May expresses her relief, stating that while she'd ideally like one more person, she can't complain. Alan observes her, thinking he'd heard there were no men in the Dawn Moon Brigade. Attention then shifts to the final newcomer. A young woman introduces herself as Piana Ishan, explaining she was allowed to join through a recommendation from Lady Nana. The group is immediately charmed by her cute appearance. Aina asks for her age, and Piana reveals that while she may not look it, she is 23 and has completed the lower-class mage training in Lyethal. Her revelation sent a shockwave through the room, particularly affecting Aina, who realizes Piana is her junior from Lyethal. In a panic, Aina and another girl with pigtails frantically deny any comparison, exclaiming that they only completed the general course 3 years ago and can't compare themselves to someone with a mage's title. While the others continue to fawn over how adorable Piana is, Alan turns to a fellow member, confused. He asks about the difference between a mage and a magic user. In response, Miss Nana turns to him with a smile. She explains that the rank of mage is above that of a magic user. It takes nearly 10 years to earn, including the general course. It's the highest level of degree one can obtain in Lyethal, and those who achieve it are usually employed by the military or the royal palace. Alan is taken aback by how impressive this is. She continues, her expression turning thoughtful as she wonders aloud why someone with such qualifications would join their brigade. Alan, realizing the significance, compares it to graduate studies in Japan, putting a mage on the level of a master's or doctorate. He then recalls that Nana was the one who invited her. Nana confirms this, then asks Alan if he remembers the guild job they took not long ago to take down an assault wyvern. She clarifies that the request came from the Lyethal Research Facility, who needed an assault wyvern hide for their research materials. He listened as Nana explained her unique talent. She boasted that she is better than most at sensing the quality and amount of someone's magic. It was this ability, she recounted, that led to her meeting Piana, describing it as a sudden spark of recognition. Her story shifted to a flashback of that moment. At the time, she had been delivering materials and happened to overhear a bit of a conversation. The conversation she overheard involved Piana, who was reacting with wide-eyed astonishment, unable to believe that they had actually managed to acquire an assault wyvern hide. A man standing nearby, a professor, then pointed out that Nana was the very person who had handled the request. He introduced her as Nana from the Dawnmoon Brigade, noting how impressive the feat was, as even gold-rank adventurers struggle with such a task. As they sat together, the professor continued his praise, revealing that Nana is apparently excellent in both attack and healing magic. Piana, still in disbelief, could only murmur her shock while Nana humbly stated she was honored but had learned most of it on her own. His expression turning serious, the professor then addressed Nana directly. He asked if she would be willing to give Piana some advice, a sudden request that startled the young mage. Nana readily agreed, seeing it as a simple consultation for a lovely student. The professor explained his concern, noting that he'd recently sensed Piana has been worried about her path after graduation and thought hearing from an adventurer would be very helpful. With the professor's request made clear, Nana turned her gentle gaze to Piana. She kindly asked the young student what exactly was worrying her. Piana began to explain her predicament. She had earned her mage title with the thought that it would improve her prospects for marriage or finding a job. However, given her physical build and stamina, her options for the future, whether in matrimony or the military, felt quite limited. She elaborated that her parents have been subtly pressuring her to get married, but the situation has made her wonder if it might be better to just stay single. Nana listened, remarking that such thoughts seemed a bit hasty for someone still in her early 20s. She listens as Nana continues her counsel, advising her that she does not need to be bound by the stereotypes of a noble's daughter. Nana gently adds that there's no need to rush into marriage. Nana continues, suggesting it would be a good idea for Piana to have a proper discussion with her parents. The very fact they allow her to attend school, Nana explains, shows they aren't trying to force her into anything, unlike Nana herself, who admits to being a bad child who ran away from home. Piana and Alan are left speechless by the confession. Taken aback, Piana asks if Nana also comes from a noble family. Nana hesitates, clarifying that calling her a noble is complicated, but in terms of lineage, it is true. Alan looks on, stunned by this revelation. She quickly dismisses the formality, telling Piana not to call her lady. Nana then extends an invitation. If Piana ever finds herself in trouble, she is welcome to join them. After all, Nana adds with a smile, she has found someone with a special talent. Nana reveals what she meant. Piana has the potential to become an excellent healer. Piana is visibly shocked, having been completely unaware of this. Nana then turns to a stunned Alan and Piana, declaring that this was the situation and that she plans to personally teach Piana healing magic. As Alan mutters in disbelief about the bombshell Nana just casually dropped, two other women, Rain and Senna, call out from a nearby doorway, summoning Nana. She cheerfully responds and heads toward them. She apologizes for the delay as she enters the room. Left behind, Alan reflects that while he had figured her magic power was beyond that of a commoner, there is still so much about her that remains a mystery. Inside, the party's captain, Shizuku, receives her coat. She turns to face Piana with a warm expression and formally introduces herself, welcoming the new recruit to the team from the bottom of her heart. Overwhelmed by Shizuku's impressive aura, a nervous Piana stammers that she is looking forward to working with them. Alan silently notes how impressive Shizuku's presence is. With the formalities concluded, the entire group raises their mugs. A chorus of cheers fills the room as they begin to celebrate, the lively chatter marking the official start of Piana's time with the party. During the party celebration, Rain calls out to Alan, asking him to get more meat ready soon. Alan agrees, though he privately thinks it's a bit early for more, deciding to bring some just in case. His timing is perfect, as he turns to see the platter that was piled high with food just a moment ago is now completely empty. He stares in disbelief. In response, Alan presents two thick, beautifully marbled steaks. They sparkle under the light, catching Jiero's eye as he wonders aloud what kind of meat it could be. Jiero excitedly declares he's been waiting forever. As Alan approaches, Jiero asks about the strange name, Waju. Alan explains it's a special breed of cow, and Shizuku, recognizing it, clarifies for the others that he has brought Wagyu meat. As a piece sizzles on a hot plate, Jiero marvels that it's actual cow meat, noting it's the first time he's had meat that isn't from a monster. He remarks that it's considered a premium product in his homeland and already looks delicious. Upon hearing this, Rain and Piana are stunned when Shizuku provides the valuation. Judging by its appearance, she states it's the highest grade available and would likely sell for 100,000 gold per plate in the capital. Alan cheerfully confirms he prepared it specially for the occasion and brought plenty, urging them not to hold back. A small diagram highlights the immense cost difference. 100,000 gold for this meat versus 1,000 for monster meat. Overwhelmed, Jiero asks if it's truly alright for them to eat something so extravagant. He reassures Jiero, placing a cooked piece on his plate and telling him it's ready. As the meat sizzles, Alan invites him to use any seasonings he likes. Jiero hesitantly offers his thanks. With wide eyes, Jiero takes a bite. Piana watches him with a gentle smile, while a skeptical Lapine stands nearby, questioning if the meat is even cooked properly. The flavor is a revelation. Jiero is utterly stunned, shouting in amazement that the meat is melting in his mouth. His explosive reaction causes a stir, as Piana beams and another party member drops their utensils in shock. In the background, Shizuku calmly notes that it's delicious and that Alan also provided lean cuts, which she prefers. Piana Ishan accepts a steaming bowl, her eyes widening slightly. She notes how nice and warm it is, identifying the contents as rice. For now, she is told this portion is for her. As she holds the bowl, her expression becomes deeply emotional. Senna, watching beside her, confirms that it is indeed rice and asks if Piana is familiar with this type of food. From across the table, Alan observes Piana's tearful happiness, musing that Japanese people often get emotional about rice after being abroad. As Jiero calls for another ale, Alan considers that he might try selling rice if he encounters another person from Japan. Piana is visibly touched, far more so than she was by the meat. His attention shifts to Jiero, who apologizes, explaining that eating meat makes him want to drink more. Seeing an opportunity, Alan addresses the young knight by his alias, Miss Lavia, and asks if he would like to try a drink called beer. He accepts, downing the entire mug in a single gulp with a satisfied sigh. Jiero reflects that while the local fruit-based alcohol is good, this new drink would pair perfectly with a meal. Alan smiles, glad the beer is a success. Seeing Jiero's enjoyment, Rain and Ada eagerly line up, asking if they can have one as well. Alan readily agrees. As he prepares more drinks, he casually mentions that he has also prepared dessert, telling them they can have some later if they wish. The announcement is met with immediate, joyous celebration. The women of the party erupt in excitement, thrilled at the prospect of dessert. Later, the festive mood shifts. A single, final slice of cake sits on the table, a silent prize. On either side, Rain and Jiero stare each other down, their expressions radiating a menacing intensity. Rain breaks the silence, remarking on Jiero's confident air. With a competitive grin, he proposes a solution, a drinking contest between the adults. It goes without saying, he adds, that the winner gets the cake. His contest with Rain over the last slice of cake quickly escalates into a full-blown brawl, their weapons clashing. With a cheerful grin, Rain notes that it seems everyone else has already started fighting and playfully suggests they settle their own final round with a coin toss. As the chaos erupts, Lazuli steps forward, urging them to stop and not cause trouble for the store or the people nearby. Ada, however, calmly reassures her, explaining that she has already erected a barrier for safety and pleads for them not to be stopped. Watching the scene, Jiero looks on with a slight blush, marveling at how formidable the situation must be to make even Captain Sayuji lose her composure. Lazuli, meanwhile, lets out a weary sigh, overwhelmed by the party's antics. The commotion eventually subsides, leaving a pile of defeated party members outside as thuds echo against the building. A voice resolves that next time, they will make sure there are no leftovers to fight over. Inside, the survivors take stock of the aftermath. Piana laughs weakly, remarking on what an event that was. Senna agrees, noting how everyone seemed like a completely different person compared to when the party began. Nearby, Lazuli is passed out cold, slumped over a barrel. She tugs on Piana's sleeve to get her attention, adding that despite the chaos, she feels she can somewhat understand their feelings. Piana looks at her, asking what she means. Piana looks down at her empty plate, reflecting on how delicious the food was. She explains that while only the new members received 2 portions this time, she understands the impulse to fight for it and might have joined in herself if she were in their position, though she admits she isn't much of a fighter. Her gaze then shifts across the room to where Alan is collecting the empty dishes. She silently notes that the meat and desserts were prepared by him, realizing that such provisions are not something an ordinary commoner could provide. She continues to watch him, her mind racing. First, there was the matter of Miss Nana, and now Mr. Allen's extraordinary provisions. She is left to wonder just what kind of brigade she has joined. In a quiet room, Allen stirs a cup of a steaming beverage, the liquid swirling into a small vortex. He takes a thoughtful sip, a moment of peace for himself. The tranquility is broken by the chime of a bell as Quirce Elisa Caneleys enters, apologizing for her tardiness. Allen, looking relieved, remarks that he's glad the welcome party concluded without issue and muses about taking some time off soon. Taking a seat across from him, she explains that she was surprised by the sudden arrival of a letter. Allen, in turn, apologizes for summoning her so abruptly and asks if everything was all right. She waves off his concern, suggesting that his stated reason for the meeting, to continue their discussion with Ray, was likely just an excuse. As she speaks, an attendant bows and quietly exits the room. He confirms her suspicion with a smile, presenting a document. He explains that while the letter he sent was subject to inspection, his real purpose was to give her this item. Quirce looks on intrigued. Allen clarifies that the document is a newsletter for people connected to his company, an insider paper. Upon hearing this, Quirce's eyes light up with immense excitement, declaring it looks incredibly interesting. Allen sighs, noting she isn't really listening and tries to temper her expectations by saying it's just a prototype. Undeterred, she asks to read it immediately, and he confirms that was his intention. While she pores over the newsletter, Allen sips his drink, remarking to himself that the popularity of Young Koi is as high as he expected. He notes that this will lead to regular cross-world tournaments. Quirce is astonished to find a series called Great Hunter, which was serialized back in her day, has already reached 50 volumes. She wonders aloud how the story has progressed. Allen casually mentions that she can order it from the included catalog if she wishes. Her expression becomes sharp with resolve. She declares that in that case, she will take the entire set. Allen, taken aback by the sheer volume, questions if she even has enough space to store all of it. He then considers the logistics and decides there's nothing to worry about. He reflects on his own living quarters, remembering that his room in the dorm is exceptionally spacious, so much so that he has trouble figuring out what to do with all the extra space. He gestures to a section of a newsletter, explaining to Quirce that it's a community page where readers can discuss their interests. Flipping the page, she points to a specific column, asking what it is. He elaborates that he invited various people of a similar age, including students from the Great Eagle Dormitory and members of the brigade, hoping they would find common ground and get along. Quirce is delighted by the concept, finding it exciting and comparing it to old-fashioned exchange diaries. She acknowledges that even though it's anonymous and doesn't allow for direct conversation, it's more than enough for her. She gazes at the page, her expression thoughtful. With so many different kinds of people discussing topics from manga and novels to sweets and cosmetics, she finds herself at a loss for which post to respond to. As she mulls it over, Allen suddenly remembers something else. He explains that he's arranged a way for interested parties to correspond privately, and then passes a sealed envelope to her, addressing her as Sakakibara. Surprised, she asks if it's for her. She takes the letter as he clarifies that while the sender will remain anonymous for now, she'll understand everything once she reads it. Breaking the seal, her eyes land on the opening line of the letter. It is addressed to the person who recommended a book the other day. The scene shifts to the letter's author, a young woman in a maid's uniform, writing at her desk. Her letter begins with a sincere apology for reading an important book without permission, but she quickly follows it with heartfelt thanks for the recommendation of a new one. A gentle smile forms on her face as she continues. She correctly identifies the book as a story about two people growing closer as idols. She writes that she was particularly moved by a scene where they smile at each other on stage after overcoming hardships, a moment where their feelings truly connected. She expresses immense gratitude for the introduction to such a wonderful work, feeling as if she were watching over the characters herself. The letter concludes with a hopeful wish to receive more recommendations and to chat again. Back in the present, Allen watches Quirce with a thoughtful expression. He is taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he sees tears streaming down Quirce's face. "Huh? You're crying?" he blurts out. She dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief, apologizing through sniffles. She confesses that she never even dreamed a day like this would come. Concerned, Allen asks if she's all right, while Aina looks on with a worried expression. She continues to explain her overwhelming emotions, reflecting on her past life. Since coming to this new world, she has gained as much as she has lost. As her former self, Sakakibara Yui, she had left everything behind. Her favorite idol Hakuba-kyun, BL Dejinshi, and her otaku friends. For that version of her, there was nothing left. But now, her expression transforms into one of pure gratitude. With a bright smile, she thanks Allen, calling him Shinjo-san, for helping her get everything back. Allen, slightly flustered, brushes it off, saying he was planning to make a catalog anyway. He clarifies that he didn't exactly get Hakuba Issei back for her, even if one were to stretch the definition. But Aina seems glad he went to so much effort for Quirce. Having composed herself, Quirce leans forward over the counter, a new idea sparking in her eyes. She asks Allen if it will be possible to add more products to the catalog. He considers her request, replying that while it's not impossible, he seems to have some reservations. She eagerly presses her case, sliding closer. She specifically requests the novelization of Wonder Stage, explaining that this way, Aina, whom she calls Lumiere-chan, can get to know the original story. Alan agrees to consider it, adding that he could probably distribute it to other people as well. Her request heard, Quirce is overcome with happiness. She internally expresses her immense gratitude, thinking about how many things she has to look forward to now. She is truly happy to hear his positive response. Alan playfully teases her, but then quickly takes it back, saying he's just kidding. Quirce, however, turns to him with a sharp, intense glare. She confirms his guess, explaining that the sense of immorality that comes from making her favorite character buy books about her own romantic pairing for him makes the whole situation more exciting. Sometime later, in what appears to be a merchant shop, Alan stands with Albert. Stacks of books and documents are piled on the table between them as Albert confirms that their business handover is complete. He apologizes, feeling bad for having made Albert explain almost everything. Albert reassures him, saying not to worry, since it was a job he handled himself anyway. He adds that it's not as if Alan has been working there for very long either. He hands a stack of documents to Aina and Senna. He explains that he'll send the completed paperwork as soon as he's finished, and that he's counting on them while he's away. Aina confirms she has them, while Senna looks on thoughtfully. Aina reacts with surprise, questioning how the documents could possibly arrive by tomorrow. She remarks to Senna that with such a large amount of paperwork, it should take at least a week. Senna then asks if Alan is taking time off. She reassures Senna that it's not confidential, so it's fine. Aina recalls that Alan usually brings his work home and finishes it in a single day, though she adds that he did mention getting help from others. Senna remains skeptical, musing that even with help, finishing in a day seems impossible unless he has a specialized magic tool. Just then, the door opens with a click. Piana and Rain enter, cheerfully greeting Aina and Senna and congratulating them on their work. Piana admits she's been overwhelmed by everyone's strength. Aina smiles, explaining they must have just missed each other and that she's been handling the business handover since Alan is taking time off. This prompts Piana to ask what kind of work they were doing. As the four of them stand together, Piana hesitates for a moment before asking what kind of person Mr. Allen is. Rain immediately agrees, admitting she was also curious. Senna gasps, quickly clarifying that she doesn't mean it in a bad way, but she had heard that their group didn't have any male members. She adds that Alan has apparently told the captain his true identity and that he's definitely not a bad person. Aina, however, looks downcast and apologetically admits that, in truth, she doesn't know either. Aina elaborates, confessing that at first, she also wondered why a man was being brought into the group. But after seeing him complete a week's worth of work in a single day and witnessing his impressive performance at the welcome party, especially the desserts, she has to admit he's remarkable. Senna nods in agreement. She reflects for a moment. It seems she trusts Mr. Allen. Then, a deeper realization dawns on her. If anything, her trust in him stems from her trust in the captain. She explains to her friend Rain that while other members also have mysterious backgrounds, her trust lies entirely with their captain. If Lazuli was satisfied and accepted Alan into their ranks, then she will trust that decision completely. The conversation shifts as Piana asks why Aina is handling administrative work. Aina replies that it just happened, as her true desire is to become a full-fledged adventurer. Taking the opening, Rain cheerfully asks Aina for her own reason for joining the group. As Aina pauses to think, Rain elaborates, noting that people who can perform complex calculations are quite rare. She adds that without such individuals, guilds and trading companies would often find themselves in trouble. Her thoughts drift back to the past. Aina explains that when she first joined, Captain Lazuli was handling all the administrative work alone, late into the night. She recalls one such evening when she saw a light on and went to check, finding the captain still at her desk and asking what was wrong at such a late hour. In the memory, Lazuli dismisses her concern, though she admits they had been struggling to find someone for the role. With a weary sigh, the captain laments that causing her members to worry makes her feel like a failure. The captain quickly softens, assuring Aina that she won't push herself irresponsibly, especially now that she has all of them. Hearing this, Aina remembers that before she even knew it, she had volunteered for the task. Returning to the present, Aina reflects on her decision. She had realized that even if the captain could have managed on her own, she wanted to stand by her side as a true comrade, regardless of her rank. Her story leaves the other girls deeply moved. Rain exclaims that Aina is amazing, while Senna expresses her admiration for such a strong bond. With renewed spirit, they all reaffirm their commitment to support one another as comrades. Touched by their words, Aina smiles and says she feels the same way. Her friends encourage her, saying she can go at her own pace, as both work and trust can be built up slowly. Just then, the door clicks open. As Aina begins to say, "Welcome home," Alan steps inside, casually announcing, "I'm home." The sight throws her into utter shock, and she cries out in confusion, unable to process his presence in their quarters. Sometime after his appearance at the Black Panther's quarters, Alan bursts into his own residence, startling Eula. Seeing her jump, he asks what happened, but she simply offers a quiet welcome home. His attention is immediately captured by a screen Piana is holding. Eula explains that it concerns Yuan, noting that the person who recently joined has sent a reply to Lady Arya. Alan leans in, his expression turning serious as he reads. He looks up from the device, confused. Piana clarifies the situation, informing him that someone has challenged him to a match on the community page. The message, addressed to Mr. A, offers congratulations for obtaining a rare card but issues a pointed challenge. The sender states that a card's value is determined by its owner and demands that Alan prove his worth by showing the power of his strongest deck. Piana grins with delight at the unfolding drama. He internally questions the provocative tone of the message, briefly wondering if Sakakibara needs help. However, he quickly concludes that this is a personal challenge he must face alone. While he considers this, Piana is already absorbed in planning, laying out cards with excitement. Seeing her enjoyment, Alan relaxes slightly, deciding it's fine for now. His train of thought is broken when Eula hesitantly approaches. She says she wants to ask him something regarding Yuan, and he turns to give her his full attention. She timidly asks if he could order some cosmetics for her, clarifying that they don't need to be expensive. Alan agrees without a second thought, opening an interface to browse. He finds the request unusual for her and asks which one she'd like. Eula quickly clarifies his misunderstanding, explaining that she needs them for a different purpose she wants to discuss. She then reveals her true goal. She wants to learn how to disguise herself so she can go shopping on her own. The earnest request catches Alan by surprise, and he looks at her with dawning understanding. He listened as Piana noted that the short-haired Eula was quite strong. Alan quietly considered that with tensions in the city having eased, it might be possible to shop more freely, though a hint of uncertainty remained in his expression. Piana seemed to agree that it should be fine, but then added that there was still a problem. She privately mused that unless one were a great noble, they wouldn't stand a chance against Lady Arya, concluding it was simply safer for Alan to be around. In another part of the room, Shizuku apologized to Piana for having her come all this way. Piana, focused on her task, continued applying makeup to the long-haired Eula, carefully crafting the disguise. Alan reassured Shizuku that it was no trouble, explaining that his work had settled down and he had wanted to meet both her and Piana. Amused, Shizuku asked if he was experienced with such things like etiquette training for ladies. Alan admitted he knew nothing about makeup, prompting Shizuku to explain that in her family, everyone is expected to learn a wide variety of skills. She elaborated, listing her own lessons in piano, watercolor painting, and kendo, as well as calligraphy and swimming from when she was little. Alan was visibly impressed, stating he had only read about kendo and calligraphy in books. Piana, however, looked on with a puzzled expression, unfamiliar with the foreign terms. Noticing their shared interest in books, Shizuku remarked that Alan and Piana seemed like they would get along well, asking Piana if she was interested in Japan. With a final, satisfied nod, she announced that the disguise was complete. With a flourish, the transformed Eula turned to face them. Her long elven hair was now tied up, and she wore a pair of simple glasses. She nervously asked what they thought of her new look, leaving both Alan and Piana utterly stunned and speechless. Shizuku commented on the inherent difficulty of trying not to stand out. The disguised Eula, meanwhile, felt it had been a good learning experience. She thanked Shizuku, admitting the result was far more impressive than she had hoped. Now that she was ready, Shizuku declared her intention to show Eula around town, adding that they had much to discuss. Eula gratefully placed herself in Shizuku's care. As they turned to depart, a slightly overwhelmed Alan managed to thank them for everything. The door clicked shut behind them. The short-haired Eula turned to Alan, remarking that his superior, Shizuku, was truly an amazing person. Still processing the rapid turn of events, Alan could only agree as the reality of the situation finally began to sink in. His thoughts are interrupted by Piana's sudden, energetic declaration. She announces that since they are staying behind to watch the house, there is only one thing to do. She challenges Alan. She then playfully wonders if he is always like this with Eula, though she adds that it's fine by her. Following her challenge, Piana's tone shifts. She notes that Alan has some time off and asks if he has anything planned, specifically if there is something he wants to learn from her and Eula. Holding up a card, Alan confirms that there is. He reveals his intention. He has been wanting to study magic properly. His answer leaves Eula completely astonished. Outside a building, Shizuku expresses her gratitude to Alan for the day's events, noting that it was a pleasant break for her and that the lunch was delicious. In response, Piana asks her to visit again, promising to prepare sushi for her next time. Shizuku agrees, looking forward to it, and asks Piana to take good care of Alan. As they watch her depart, Piana remarks on how kind Shizuku was, calling her a great boss. Alan quietly agrees with her assessment. Her thoughts then shift, and she turns to Alan with a playful smile. She declares that since she has been asked, she must now fulfill her duty, leaving him looking puzzled. With a cheerful spin, Piana announces that this duty is to help Alan with his studies. Sometime later, inside at a table laden with books, she asks Alan what suddenly made him want to study magic. He explains that he has actually been interested for a while, but simply hasn't had the time until now. He elaborates, stating that he can't use magic and never attended a magic school. He thought that if he studied properly, he might be able to find some form of magic that he could use. Hearing this, Eula flips through a book and says she understands, offering to explain things in order. She brings up a point from Shizuku, Reincarnated and transferred people are supposed to have an aptitude for special magic, not just skills, as exemplified by Piana's ice magic and her own gravity magic. Piana suddenly interjects, announcing it's time for a quiz, which startles Alan. She begins her lesson, explaining that magic can be roughly divided into two types: basic magic and special magic. She continues the quiz, asking Alan if he knows the 4 attributes that comprise basic magic. He correctly identifies them as fire, water, wind, and earth. Eula confirms his answer is correct. Piana, pleased, clarifies that any magic existing outside of those 4 attributes is classified as special magic. She begins by asking Alan what he associates with the term special magic. He recalls ice, gravity, and healing magic. Piana then elaborates, stating that the key characteristics of special magic are its requirement for user aptitude and the existence of both high and low tiers of spells. Alan, meanwhile, silently questions her use of a computer for this explanation. Following up on her own point, she asks about the difference between high and low tiers, then immediately explains that healing magic falls into the category of high-tier special magic. He then remembers that Naruka is the translation spirit and asks how it connects to this system. In response, Piana deftly navigates her computer, displaying a chart that clarifies the hierarchy. It reveals that every magical attribute is governed by a corresponding spirit, and the distinction between high and low-tier special magic is determined by whether the governing spirit's rank is above or below Naruka's. Healing magic is governed by a higher-ranked spirit, while ice and gravity magic are governed by lower-ranked ones. Concluding her digital presentation, she decides a practical demonstration would be more effective. She turns to Eula, asking to borrow her hand for a moment. Eula dismisses it as nothing, but Alan observes her chapped hands and feels a pang of guilt, realizing he's been letting her handle too many of the water-related chores. Piana seizes the opportunity, declaring she will heal the chapped skin as her demonstration and asks if Eula, whom she calls Arya, can use healing magic herself. She takes hold of Eula's hand, who watches with anticipation. Clearing her throat, Piana announces that they will now begin. A soft light glows from her palm as she holds Eula's hand, and she quietly utters an incantation. The light intensifies, enveloping the skin in a gentle, healing luminescence. Alan stares in astonishment, remarking on how the wound healed in an instant. Piana chuckles at his surprise, finding it amazing, but clarifies that the speed of the healing is not the primary point of her demonstration. With Piana's demonstration complete, Eula announces that it is now her turn. She lifts her index finger, and a small ball of electricity crackles into existence at its tip. He immediately asks if what he just saw was lightning magic. Eula confirms his suspicion, explaining that lightning magic, much like ice and gravity magic, is classified as a lower-tier special magic. He processed the new information, confirming with Piana that he had indeed noticed a difference between the two types of magic. While he could grasp that the lightning incantation was for a small ball of lightning, the healing magic incantation had been completely incomprehensible to him. Piana explained the significance of his observation. The fact that the translation spirit Naruka's authority didn't extend to higher-ranked spirits was the reason he couldn't understand the incantation. Therefore, she concluded, to use higher-tier special magic, it is necessary to learn the specific language of those spirits. A realization dawned on Alan. That must be why users of healing magic need to study at religious schools. Piana affirmed this, adding that elven and human healing magic are actually different disciplines, a fact she had learned from a private tutor. She elaborated on these differences, showing a chart that detailed the distinctions. Elven healing magic, governed by the spirit Romelza, uses the higher spirit language to heal illnesses, and its practitioners are called sages. In contrast, human healing magic, governed by Aero, uses the divine language to heal wounds, with its users known as healers. This was news to both Alan and Eula. Alan's jaw tightened. He wasn't an elf, so learning their healing magic seemed impossible. He also reasoned that if he possessed any aptitude for human healing magic, Ada would surely have noticed by now. The conclusion left him feeling cornered. Despite his disappointment, he thanked Piana for the detailed explanation. He then asked if there was some kind of magic for appraising one's aptitude. Piana replied that there was no such shortcut. He would have no choice but to try chanting the spells one by one, encouraging him to give it a try. Following her advice, Alan attempted to cast a simple spell, small lightning ball. A faint light bloomed in his hand for a moment before fizzling out completely. Piana noted that it seemed he lacked an aptitude for lightning magic, but told him not to worry, as they could try others. The failure hit him hard. A wave of dejection washed over him as he realized he had no aptitude at all. As Piana began to reassure him that this was normal, he quickly interjected, stating he had something to ask, just in case. He looked at Piana seriously and asked if she thought there was any chance a human could use elf healing magic. Piana grew thoughtful, explaining that while the magic isn't heavily regulated, it is not something that is generally made public. She continued, stating that at the very least, she had never heard of such a case. She reasoned that because of the war, humans and elves hadn't gotten along until recently, and she couldn't imagine the notoriously stuck-up elven sages ever agreeing to teach humans their craft. Alan listened intently, absorbing the grim reality of the situation. He decides to ask Lady Arya directly, requesting that she teach him elven healing magic, even if he believes it will likely fail. Arya agrees without hesitation, though she advises they should be careful about information leaking out. She agrees to teach him the easiest spell, making it a deal. In return, she strikes a playful pose and declares she wants TCG cards. Taking her seriously, Alan thanks her and promises to prepare a reward. Arya begins the lesson, explaining that the spell restores a target's stamina. She tells him he only needs to imitate the pronunciation and then utters the incantation. Alan listens with focused silence. He attempts the spell, but as he expected, there is no reaction. Concluding that it didn't work, he prepares to move on, but Arya's ear twitches suddenly. "No, wait," she says, stopping him. She stares intently at him, insisting there was a slight reaction, something she feels certain was not just her imagination. Alan is taken aback, replying that he didn't feel anything happen at all. His confusion is evident. Arya, still focused, asks if she could take a closer look at his face for a moment. He agrees, though he remains perplexed by her sudden intensity. Eula watches them, equally puzzled. As she leans in, her eyes begin to glow, the irises shifting into a vibrant, rainbow-like spectrum. Alan stares, startled, realizing her eyes have completely changed color. From nearby, Senna explains that this is Lady Arya's ability, known as the Heavenly Eyes. She clarifies that Arya normally keeps them closed because they allow her to perceive too much, specifically the flow and properties of magical power. Alan is stunned by the revelation, remarking that it's an amazing, almost cheat-like ability. Senna adds that when Lady Arya was an adventurer, she used this power to predict and imitate her opponent's actions, detect magical traps, and even control magic. Despite activating her powerful eyes, Lady Arya looks troubled. She admits to Alan that even with this ability, she cannot see his magic clearly, a situation she has never encountered before. As she sighs in frustration, Alan asks if she figured anything out, but receives no answer. She concludes her initial assessment, stating that there is no doubt some strange magic is overlapping with Alan's normal magic. It seems to have properties similar to elven healing, but she cannot determine the specific aptitude. As Arya ponders this mystery, she is startled by Eula, who timidly asks for a moment of her time. Eula explains that she would like to research the matter using literature and references, to which Arya agrees. Eula's timidness gives way to excitement, as she declares she will help too. Now seated before a glowing screen, Lady Arya begins her work with intense focus, her fingers tapping rapidly across the device. With a click, a projector is activated as the morning sun shines outside. Watching the two of them, Alan internally questions why they both seem so excited to investigate his mysterious magic. A moment later, Lady Arya stands before a projected display, ready to present. She announces that they will now explain their thoughts regarding Alan's magic aptitude. Alan muses to himself that she looks quite good in the role of a teacher. She begins her explanation, stating that the first clue was Alan's reaction to the words of Romelza, the spirit governing healing magic. Based on this, she theorizes that his magic is governed by a spirit closely related to Romelza. Arya elaborates, showing a diagram of the great spirit Temis and her three daughters, Romelza of healing, Aurora of illusion, and Cyro of purifying wind. She explains that Romelza's language, in particular, closely resembles that of her parent and siblings. Alan asks if spirits have family-like relationships, and Arya confirms they do. He considers this, realizing his aptitude must then be for either Aurora or Cyro. However, Arya's voice cuts in, dismissing one possibility by stating that there are no known individuals who possess the magic of a great spirit, making that an impossibility. She continues, clarifying the difference between the siblings. Unlike Romelza, who lends her power broadly but shallowly, Aurora and Cyro are said to stay close only to those they deem suitable, directly teaching them their language and lending them their power. Arya agrees that this should be the case, but her certainty vanishes as she turns to Alan. Despite all the logical deductions, she admits that when it comes to him specifically, she has absolutely no clue, leaving him looking bewildered at the anticlimactic conclusion. He watches as Lady Arya, looking dejected, sincerely apologizes for being unable to be of more help. He quickly reassures her that it's okay, thanking her for investigating things for him. The conclusion remains that his power is still a complete mystery. Despite the unresolved question, he settles onto a sofa with a book, reflecting that in the end, he never figured it out on his own either. His focus returns to his studies alongside Lady Arya. Commenting on her diligence, he points to a specific passage in the text and asks for its meaning. He decides that for now, he will at least try studying Romelza's language, as he seems to have some aptitude and a few hints to follow. The word he indicated is Haja. Lady Arya explains that it seems to be a specific name, but one that has no mention in any known literature. She confirms its pronunciation for him. As he quietly repeats the name, a sudden clatter breaks the silence. Lady Arya is startled, her head snapping up as she calls out his name in alarm. He turns to her, completely bewildered by her reaction, and asks what is wrong. Before she can answer, a luminous, ethereal figure with long, flowing hair materializes directly behind him. Alan freezes as his book drops to the floor. An unfamiliar sensation washes over him, as he realizes with a shock that his body will not move. The commotion brings Eula bursting into the room, calling out to see what's happening. She stops short, horrified by the sight of the spirit, Arya Fainches, embracing a paralyzed Alan from behind. The spirit whispers something in an ancient tongue as Lady Arya stares, aghast. Staring at the apparition, Lady Arya inches forward cautiously, her mind racing as she wonders why the spirit would appear so suddenly. Joining Eula's side, her expression hardens with resolve. She issues a firm command to the spirit, ordering it to let go of Alan at once. As a soft light emanates from where the spirit touches him, she confronts the spirit, pointing a finger authoritatively. Her command is clear: release Alan, or else. As her finger turns towards Eula, she speaks in a strange, ancient tongue, while the spirit seems to recognize her, uttering the words, Majesty. Before the spirit can finish its thought, both Lady Arya and Eula collapse to the floor with a heavy thud. Still paralyzed, Alan can only cry out their names in alarm. He looks toward his fallen companions, his panic giving way to confusion as he realizes they are not harmed, but simply sleeping peacefully. His attention snaps back to the spirit, just as its hand slips over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. Held fast by the ethereal being, he struggles futilely, cursing his own powerlessness against it. A wave of dizziness washes over him as he stares into the spirit's eye. It speaks one final, unintelligible word before his consciousness fades and he collapses. He lies still on the floor, completely unconscious. After some time, he begins to stir, slowly pushing himself into a sitting position. He calls out to Arya and Eula, who are sleeping soundly nearby, but the only reply is silence. Getting to his feet, he surveys his surroundings. The room, filled with cardboard boxes and metal shelving, is completely unfamiliar. He realizes with a jolt that this place is definitely not Asfiel. His eyes land on a peculiar rectangular device. As he picks it up, it makes a soft clicking sound. He questions what this place is and how he arrived, certain he hadn't used his Moongate ability. The only explanation seems to be the spirit's doing. Lost in thought, the device slips from his grasp. He stares at the small rectangular object in his hand as it suddenly projects a luminous screen into the air before him. Startled, he recoils, wondering what this strange, shimmering display could be. He recognizes the phenomenon as something akin to a hologram, a technology far more advanced than anything he had ever seen, even back on Earth. His contemplation is cut short by the hiss of a nearby door sliding open. He freezes, his body tensing as he sees someone step into the room. The realization that he has been discovered sends a jolt of panic through him. The intruder is a woman in a lab coat, her expression unreadable as she takes in the scene. Alan remains frozen on the floor, watching her silently. As she raises a device that looks disturbingly like a gun, he panics, quickly trying to explain himself. He stammers that he was brought here by accident and means no harm, his eyes fixed on the object in her hand. He continues his rambling apology, admitting that he is trespassing and sorry for touching the equipment without permission. He tries to gauge her reaction, but she remains silent, prompting him to ask for her attention. The woman finally lowers the device slightly, her gaze analytical. She speaks, but the words are in a completely unfamiliar language, leaving Alan utterly bewildered.